Oh, are we ready, peoples? It's World Cup time. Yeehaw! Okay, so 10 more minutes. Okay, so you guys can hear that. Gonna go grab some beers and stuff.
And join our live watch party on Twitch. Link in the description all weekend long. Share with us who your champion is. We'll also have some really cool giveaways going on there. Good luck to you on your pick. Hopefully, we don't match up against each other.
HGG is also having a watch party. Now beer. And I have to figure out also where to put my camera so that I can actually see things. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Maybe I should go in the top right. Like up here somewhere. Hello? How's that? Welcome, welcome, Timothy. 3 minutes 20 to go, something like that. Woo! Got myself a Lagunitas IPA Indian Pale Ale from California, IA. Lagunitas Brewing Company. It's like one of my favorite IPAs. Out of the freezer. Fancy glass. In this occasion, in honor of this occasion. Hello. Nice. If you want, like, leave a comment in the actual video. I mean, not in the chat, but in the comment section. Then we can look back on Monday, and I'll like do something special for whoever won it. We'll like get a a random winner. Mine's Gabriel Nassif, and that Grixis list is looking potent, but I don't know. I think anyone could take it. Paolo's deck is potent. It's of the ones I tested. It's the one that got me the most wins. I got 100% win rate on that video. I played something like, I don't know, 6 games. So I think he's onto something, and Seth Mansfield is a beast as well. So I think, and they're the only 2 guys with mono green. So I might have picked the wrong guy. Oh wait, now you guys can obviously also see this. Oh goodness, that's terrible. I need to change the streaming setup. Maybe I should do it on Twitch. But no, I prefer YouTube. I need to, maybe I'll just have the chat on my phone. Modern problems require modern solutions, baby. $190 subs. Although that kinda sucks. I wish I had the dual monitors. I need to get that going as soon as possible. When I get to South Africa, we're gonna have 2 screens, and then I can chat on one and watch stuff on the other, stream stuff on the other. We're still a little bit ghetto here, but we'll get there. Get there. Also got some juice. $14 seconds.
It's been a dominating performance. He's had to go through a murderous row.
An incredible run for him.
There's no room to give. You have to keep winning or else you're just done.
Look at that! He made it look so easy.
This is unlike anything we've ever seen.
If you keep working away, you can edge your way to the next rung of the ladder.
That's the real prize, making it to Worlds.
He has played more matches than anybody else in the field.
All of a sudden, I was in the final of the Pro Tour.
Finding the card that he needed to get himself into Worlds. An incredible performance across the entire week.
Up on top of the library in spectacular fashion. That's the way we like to see it happen.
6 Japanese players, guys. Insane. Woohoo! There we go.
Hey everybody, welcome to coverage of World Championship 27. My heart is pounding after seeing that video. We've got 16 of the best players in the world competing in draft and standard for their share of a $250,000 prize pool and their image on a Magic the Gathering card. And of course, the title of World Champion and Magic Immortality. I'm your host for the weekend, Maria Bartholdi, and I'm joined here at my virtual news desk by 2 of my favorite guys to talk about Magic with. We've got Monty DeBooty, we've got Riley Knight. Hey
Riley's
Monty, what are you
mustache.
most looking forward to this weekend?
Classic.
Maria, it's the freaking World Championship. I've seen that video something like 20 times now, and I just get chills every time thinking about the fact that by the end of this weekend, we are going to have a new or potentially repeat World Champion.
I know, this is so exciting, Monty. Riley, what are you excited about?
I mean, there's so much on the line. You've already talked $250,000, all the fame and the glory that comes with it. But I think the real prize this weekend is getting your face on a Magic card, getting immortalized in this game that we all love so much. I
that would be pretty
wait
cool
to see who is going to take this out and who will be appearing on the face of a Magic card in the future.
Yeah, this is really exciting stuff. I hope you can all feel the excitement from us
genius,
coming out of your TV screens around the world.
The
Let's take a
Javier
look at our
Dominguez
cast
card's
sheet
already
this
rotated
weekend,
out.
because we've got an awesome team assembled.
So now
for you.
he's defending his
Riley Knight, of
title,
course.
and
We've
his
got
card is the
Bailey
only
Loney.
one with
We've
the
got Paul Cheon,
face.
Cedric Phillips,
Genius.
Marshall Sutcliffe, Monty DeBooty, and Corey Baumeister in the booth with you all weekend long to bring you all the hits from the feature match area. But who exactly is playing in this tournament? Let's have the players introduce themselves. But first, we're going to talk about the format of the tournament with Riley. Break it down with us. How is this tournament going to work?
Well, let's have a chat about what we're going to see this weekend across 3 days of action with 16 of the best players assembled here for their tilt at the World Championship. $250,000 on the line, as we said, and we are very excited to tell you that, of course, the first day features 3 rounds of draft. Innistrad Midnight Hunt draft coming your way very shortly indeed. 2 rounds of standard to close out day number 1. On day number 2, it's 5 rounds of standard before we make a cut to top 8. Now, or top 4, I should say. If you get 7 wins across the 10 rounds, you're in. That's it. No questions asked. You make the top 4. Outside of that, of course, there are tiebreakers to round out the remaining positions, if any. And then our top 4 will assemble for the 3rd and final day of competition. It is a double elimination bracket. We're playing standard. In the lower bracket, it's best 2 out of 3 matches. We are going to have some incredible, high-octane, fast-paced, and thrilling Magic played across 3 days of competition. We can't wait to bring it to you.
So the music is
Thank you so
classic.
much, Riley. But like I said, 16 of the best players in the world. Who are they? Let's find out right now.
My name is Paulo Vitor Demo da Rosa. I'm 34 years old and I'm from Brazil.
Same age as me.
26, Czech Republic.
Eli Cassis, 38, Lebanese American.
My name is Stansivka, I'm 33 and I'm from Czech Republic.
My name is Seth Manfield. I'm 31 years old from the United States.
My name is Gabriel Nassif. I'm 37 and I'm from France.
OG.
Matt Sperling, 38 years old, United States of America.
I'm Yuta Takahashi, 35 years old, from Japan.
Sam Pardee, 32, USA.
I'm Norio Kimobi, 26 years old. I'm from Japan.
Beast mode.
Hello, my name is Arno Schmidt. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Germany.
Youngest, I think.
Hi, my name is
Arno is a
Keisuke Sato. Age is 32. The country is Japan.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, 27 years old, from France.
From France.
I'm Sato, 33 years old, from Japan.
My name is Yoshihiko Ikawa. Now I'm 35 years old and I'm from Japan.
Look how much cards you got.
32, Germany.
Okay, so youngest Arne,
One of those
oldest
players will be your
Gabe
next
Nassif.
world champion. But how did they qualify for this tournament? Well, we had a grueling season with lots and lots of excellent play. Let's take a look at the first batch of players who we invited to play here in the World Championship, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, we saw the MPL battle all year throughout the league weekends, the set championships, and at the very top, Andre Strasky was the first one to lock his spot here at the World Championship. Following him, Paulo Vitor Damarosa got it done in the second league weekend for Strixhaven, and finally, Gabriel Nassif and Seth Manfield got the final 2 spots directly from the MPL.
All right, that's a look at the MPL season. We also had the Rivals season here. Talk to me about this, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Eli Cassis really brought it home there, the first one from the Rivals to make it the World Championship. And no surprise to see Stan Sivka, a mastermind deck builder and a Pro Tour champion, getting here as well. Matt Sperling thundered home in the late stage of the league competition, of the league weekends there. And Yuta Takahashi pipping Louis Scott Vargas and Riku Kumagai at the post to lock
So
up
close.
the 4th slot that was
That was
available
crazy.
through the Rivals League.
We also had the Challenger Gauntlet send some people to this tournament. Players not in the MPL or the Rivals League. Sam Pardee, Noriyuki Mori, Keisuke Sato, and Arne Hushenbet. You remember this is the weekend that Noriyuki Mori bought a home brew.
Yeah,
and
that was
qualified for the
crazy.
World Championship. What an
And he's done it
awesome
again now
tournament.
at Worlds.
That's a look at the Challenger Gauntlet invitees. But what about the MPL Gauntlet, Monty?
Yeah, Maria, for the players in the MPL and Rivals Leagues who didn't quite get there in those top 4 spots, we had the Gauntlets. And for the MPL Gauntlet, it was an insane competition. The team of Rei Sato, Yoshihiko Ikawa, and Riku Kumagai almost completed the trifecta of invitations. But the last moment in that lower bracket, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat beat out Riku Kumagai to get the last spot from the MPL Gauntlet in the World Championship.
Yeah, that was such an incredible tournament. We also had the Rivals Gauntlet, Riley.
I mean, talk about incredible tournaments. This one was amazing. Only 1 slot was available at the Rivals Gauntlet, and it was taken out by young Merkel from Germany. He really had a fantastic weekend. I mean, Kai Buddha contested the top 8 all the way nearly to the final hurdle, but it was ultimately Jan Merkel who seized that final slot, and you'll see him this weekend at the World Championship.
All right, let's take a look at our field of 16 players. There they are. Who was
Wow.
your champion? I chose Paulo Vitor Damarosa. So nice. He qualified twice for this tournament as your returning champion, and of course through MPL play as well. He's just that good. Well, if you don't know the guy or you need a little refresher on his amazing storied history in this game, let's hear more about Paulo right now.
My name is Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa. I'm 34 years old and I'm from Brazil.
Well, he's sort of the goat of the game, so I think that's going to be the feared player to face off against.
Paulo is the strongest player in the world, I think.
In my opinion, Paulo Vitor Damarosa is the best player of all time.
Paulo is a very, very good player.
The best Magic player I've ever played. He's such a professor of Magic to me.
Paulo's one of my great friends. I was lucky enough to attend his wedding in Brazil and test with him for this event. And if I don't win, I hope he does.
He's a player respected by all, feared by all, and certainly I'm no exception to that.
PV is my champion. I picked him last year. I was right. I picked him again this year. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Extra pressure because I'm the defending.
Good Gab.
I think I felt a lot more pressure last year when I had never been a world champion, right? Because then I was trying to get the title for the first time and it meant a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's your world champion, Paulo Vitor Damarosa!
Obviously, it would be very cool to get it again, right? I would be extremely happy. I'm trying very, very hard. I think that is the most special of all titles that you can have in basically anything, not just Magic, right? It is the thing that everyone understands, you know, world champion, the best player in the world. The thing I enjoyed the most about Magic is definitely the people. I made so many good friends from Magic that I don't get to see outside of Magic settings. right? So I wouldn't even know about them if it wasn't for that. But I also like the challenges of deck building. I really enjoy writing about Magic. So these are all things that I like about the game. I don't think 2006 Paulo really knew that you could have a career like the one that I have right now. So it's definitely not something that I glimpsed way back when. You know, I played Magic and I enjoyed it, but I never thought that, you know, in 15 years I would end up being a big-time Magic professional. That did not really occur to me back then. Success at this year's World Championship for me would be winning. I think that is really the goal.
What a machine.
Obviously, when all is said and done, I would be happy with second, with third, with fourth. I mean, but in
You
terms
listen
of
to his-
prestige and satisfaction, I think Worlds is a winner-takes-all tournament.
That is look at Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, your reigning world champion. Can he do it again back to back? Take a look at some of his accolades. He's in the Hall of Fame. He was your Player of the Year 2016, 2017. 17 top finishes. Does the conversation about who the best player in the game over the history of the game end here this weekend? If Paulo wins again, I think it just might. There's a look at Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Well, this morning we are kicking things off with draft, something I am so very excited to say. And we've got our very own draft expert in the building, virtually, of course, Corey Baumeister. Hey, Corey, you excited to watch some draft this morning?
Oh, I cannot wait. How can you not be hyped after watching all those videos? I want to see if the GOAT can take it down.
I know, this is so awesome. I'm so stoked. Let's talk a little bit about some of the archetypes people you might be seeing around the table as players kick off with draft this morning. If you're a little bit newer to this format, if you want to find out, hey, what are the players attempting to draft around the table? Corey, talk to me here about your favorite archetype.
Oh, my favorite archetype by far is Blue-White Spirits. I just love a deck full of Shipwreck Sifters, being able to mix early pressure with a lot of inevitability. You discard a bunch of cards with Disturbed, and it's actually card advantage, not the traditional sense of playing a Divination, drawing 2 cards, but just playing stuff from your graveyard allows you to just have a game plan that just lasts forever, and you get to play the best blue common to quite a high level of success, Organ Hoarder, so I love this deck.
Spirits has been doing some incredible things, Corey. It is certainly one of the best archetypes in the format. But, I mean, it was no secret, mate, and I want to hear your perspective on this as well, on blue-black zombies, because I think it was the worst-kept secret of Magic for a while. Everyone came out the gates knowing that this deck was just utterly dominant. Where does it stack up in your estimation? Is it still as good as it ever was?
Yeah, I think both of those 2 decks are the best decks, you know, that you can draft in this set. Blue-Black Zombies is a little different. You're trying to take advantage of all these rotting, decaying zombies and use them for a little bit more than just attacking for 2. My favorite being using Scab Wrangler to control your opponent's battlefield with a bunch of 2/2 decaying zombies, or Morbid Opportunist, throwing away a zombie here and there to draw yourself another card. And did I mention my favorite blue common? We got Organ Hoarder being insane in this deck as well.
Yeah, Organ Hoarder, I'm sure we're going to see people fighting for those across the table. Monty, what are you looking forward to seeing in draft?
Where, like you said, people are fighting for blue, and I am not interested. I love the black-white sacrifice archetype. This archetype is all about synergy, making use of commons like Novice Occultist that other people at the table might not be looking for.
A lot of blah blah
And then
so
you've got
far.
Your powerful uncommons, Flesh Taker, Rite of Oblivion.
I don't know much
When
about
this deck
draft, so it's
comes
kind of
together,
interesting to
it is
listen.
so strong,
But
and I just love the play patterns that
I
it
kind of just can't wait for the
it's a
first
really
rounds
cool
of
deck,
the
kind of tricky
standard.
to play as well. For me, green-white
But
humans
that's pretty
is
cool.
where it's at, because that is the only deck I can get to 7 wins with on the ladder. All right. We'll see if somebody drafts that here today. But let's talk a little bit
Riley's
about what we're going to
mustache
actually
is a
see this morning as far as our
thing of
draft
beauty.
schedule is concerned, because we're doing something pretty cool. The players came in and drafted yesterday, so what we're going to do is we're going to watch Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa's draft every pick from every pack. That's right, your returning champ. Then in round 1, we're going to get a chance to see Paulo pilot that deck. Then we're going to see Seth Manfield's draft, every pick from every pack, and then watch Seth Manfield pilot that deck, which I think is really awesome. Then in round 3, it's going to be the battle of the 2-0s to find out who can 3-0 their pods and start off their world championship on the right foot. Let's take a look at Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa's draft pod this morning and see who's sitting at the table with him. Corey, talk to me about this Murderer's Row, truly.
Yeah, no kidding. This is not the draft that you're going to expect to see at your local F&M for sure. Look at these names. This is a draft I would not want to be sitting down at, that's for sure. It's just going to be everybody picking the best cards, nobody kind of quote-unquote screwing up or anything. I'm so excited to see it, Maria.
All right, there's a look at draft number 1 happening this morning, and I could not be more excited to say Marshall and Paul with the call.
I
Here
got the
it is,
drinks,
draft
Edwin, don't worry.
of the World Championship.
What I wish I had is a...
Thank you, Maria, and
friggin-
welcome to the virtual booth.
I don't want to interrupt.
It is time. We have waited a very long time for this. We get
can
to
type
watch
here on the
draft
phone.
at really the highest stakes that we have available here. I mean,
1
there
PM is not too early for
no
drinks.
bigger draft that you'll find really in the history of Magic than the
You
one
could
that
totally
we
be
have.
having a drink at 1 p.m.
Yeah, what is
My rule is
for something since we've last
anything
watched
after 1 p.m. is okay.
draft at a level
But usually
high,
kind of
and
like
I'm
whiny
super
stuff.
excited to see what
No
the people
hard
are
liquor
gonna-
until
are gonna
like
draft.
after 6.
There's a lot of different storylines kind of coming into this. Draft has evolved a lot.
But it's 6:15
over the
here,
past
so
2 to 3 weeks, and now we're kind of at
anything
the
can
point where you
happen.
can maybe draft anything instead of just forcing blue-black zombies.
Yeah, that's right. We did see a lot of blue-black popularity early in the draft format, but now things have opened up a little bit as people have recognized there's only so many people at a given table that can actually draft that. Take a look at draft number 1 here. We're going to be following along with the
Okay, you got work.
Vitor Dominarosa on the left-hand side.
Well,
As you can see,
you can watch the
work our
replay
way around
here.
the table. It's Ikawa, Sifka, Sato.
Or
then
on Twitch,
Merkel,
of course.
Strasky, Deprop,
I should put the
and
Twitch link.
Takahashi to wind things out. Of course, the players are going to be opening 3 booster packs. First one's going to go to the left, next one to the right, last one back to the left, and they will build a 40-card deck out of their pile. And you can see, you can see the tension on their faces here, Paul. I'd be feeling the same way as this is going to be undoubtedly the biggest draft of
Draft is way more luck based.
Sato is stoked.
I love the energy that you see from Ray Sato. I chose him to be my champion, so you know, coming in with that good energy here. But
Wow,
Hey, the
table
queue.
ready, and
Look
let's
at
head
this
on down to
queue.
the draft. And our first pack is already open up here for Paulo Vitor Dominarosa. And what are you seeing here, Paul? I see Borrowed Time kind of jumps off the page here. Eaten Alive, maybe?
yeah, Borrowed Time, Eaten Alive, fantastic removal spells that you would be more than happy to put into any deck. Another card that's extremely, extremely powerful, but a little more narrow, is a card like Seize the Storm. If you're looking to draft a spell-based deck, this is kind of the key card that you want in
Aged
that deck.
Grappa.
But again, that kind of silos you into
That's for later.
spells. Whereas taking a card like Borrowed Time or Eaten Alive, there's just a lot more flexibility there.
Yeah, I think this is going to show us a lot of the color preferences.
No, there's
for
plenty of
Paulo
luck,
Vitor
but
as well.
my
And it
point
looks
was
like
it's
he's
more
gonna select
random.
Borrowed
There's
Time.
loads
So
of skill,
He probably
but
had
it's
it narrowed
less.
down to the 2 removal spells,
You know,
and
it's-
he's going to go for the white.
There's plenty of skill in draft. Don't get me wrong. You need to know this
that's totally
inside
fine.
out.
Borrowed
My
Time,
point was like
excellent,
the
excellent
cards that you're
removal
going to get
spell.
in your pack
Lot
are
of,
random.
You know, powerful archetypes.
So it's
that
like
you
a
can
lot
go.
more.
You know, typically people
Yeah,
consider
random.
black to be a slightly stronger color,
Someone
but
like
it's
the
also
curse.
in a more contested color. People love taking black cards early because 3 of the premier removal spells in the format are all black.
Yeah, and they're common as
I think
well.
Paolo's
You
plans
can
to
see
go
here
like
there's a play with
he knows
fire,
everybody
speaking
else
of
is going to be going
removal
for the
spells.
powerful
Also,
ones,
Revenge of the Drowned has
which
been
means
a
you
good
don't get
performer,
as many
but
cards.
It looks like Paulo's going to go for Hound Tamer here, a powerful uncommon in green.
Yeah. Now, Play with Fire is typically a very powerful spell, but I think early on in a draft, I think most people are going to probably look to avoid red as the color. When asked, many of the players said red was probably the weakest color and the color that they wanted to avoid because there are several color combinations with red that's just not
Wow, so
where you
Paulo's
want
going
to be.
on.
You know, red-white, for example,
Looks
is
like
not one of the most
Selesnya.
strong archetypes. So if you can help it, unless it's wide open, you don't want to take a red card early.
So a white card and a green card to kick things off here for Dominarosa as he takes a look at his next pack and not a ton for him here. You can see Cathar Commando, Celestius Sanctifier,
Hey, Billy.
Candlelit
Welcome,
Cavalry
welcome.
is kind of the headliners
Good
for
to have
his
ya.
colors. Turn
I hope you're ready.
Something that he's going to be interested in here.
It's
But
going
if
to
he
be a
doesn't
little
take
while
one of
until
those three,
standard.
he's gonna have to
It's
go into
just
another
a
color.
draft for now.
Yeah, I mean, the most powerful card with the most upside would be that Vampire Socialite that you see, but it's just too far away from the 2 premium cards that he's already picked. So I would guess that he's probably going to go for one of those green or white cards, but this pack for a 3rd pick is really, really weak here.
Yeah, Cathar Commando's pretty strong.
Noor,
It has
if you're
some
still
2
there.
drop, It has some flexibility and adds some power to the board. So he could consider that if he wants to stay on white-green. But he's going to stay
I'm
open and
definitely
flip the switch here.
Hoping Gabriel
and,
Nassif takes it this
perhaps
time.
Flip over to blue.
He's my champion.
Yeah, I mean, both blue-green or blue-white are perfectly
No,
fine
thanks,
options.
bro.
Those are among the more powerful color combinations that you can use in
HGG
this
will
format.
have,
So
you
just
know,
taking it
better
and just kind of leaving
setup
yourself
for sure.
Open
but
makes
the
some
chat's
sense
probably
there,
going to
and
be a
he
bit
doesn't
busier.
value that Cathar Commando very highly.
But I'm going to pop into his on my phone and say hi. I'll be bouncing around.
He has an option on. Down below, you see tapping at the window and Pestilent Wolf. As far as white, it's just a Celestis Sanctifier. He didn't seem to like that before. But check this out. Paulo is taking a look at the premium. This is the premier black common. Those removal spells are good, but you know what's a little better? Ecstatic Awakener somehow. And he selected that here. So he's actually, if he takes it, he's got four for 4 on
I
color
guess you also
shuffle.
take cards away from the others.
He's trying to find his lane here, right? Ecstatic Awakener is significantly better than all the other cards in that pack.
4
So
colors.
by taking it, and you know, Paulo just kind of wants to potentially keep himself open. Ecstatic Awakener is a fantastic card, particularly in Black-White Sacrifice and Blue-Black Zombies. And look at that.
Whoa, that was a quick Flesh Taker. Interestingly, there are good red cards. There's a Moonrager Slash and a Play with Fire. He could actually go 5 for 5, but he really signals his intentions here by slamming Flesh Taker. Also of note here, Paul, the other cards in the pack that are really good are white and black.
Yeah, so I mean, this has to be a great sign if you're Apollo. You're looking at this pack and you're going, you know what? I mean, I got a 4th pick Ecstatic Awakener, and now I see a
I'm
Flesh
the worst
Taker.
dropper,
This
man.
could be a
The
sign. This
worst.
could be the sign that
I
Black
won
White is
one,
open,
actually.
and this is the moment to
Just
kind of
as the
move
new
in,
set dropped,
right?
I got a
And
lot
you
of
saw
gems.
the
I was
one
really
time
happy. I
with
was
the
like,
Helltamer,
fuck yeah, I'll
and,
do
you know,
that again.
It's one of those things
And then I
too. With
got
green, you don't really want
destroyed.
to be green unless maybe you're the only green drafter at the table, right? It's
That's
not
right.
really deep enough to really support 3 drafters, maybe 2. So I think this was an excellent pivot.
Yeah, exactly.
Paulo's leaving himself open.
Anyway, you
And
just
take
got
look
a
at this
bunch of
black and
cards
white
at the end.
You're more than happy to start a draft with those 3 cards in your deck.
Absolutely.
And then you know that those cards aren't going to be in someone else's
From the
deck later.
seller here, which is a great card to have in the sacrifice deck. You want to have one of these.
I hope you guys can't hear the chips crunching too loudly. Let me know if it's annoying. I'll move further away from the mic.
Here, another tough pack. Paulo seems really low on Celestis Sanctifier. It's a mediocre common, so he's right. He's going to take Seize the Storm. We've got all 5 colors represented here, Paul. Still finding that lane.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, Seize the Storm is an extremely powerful card.
Yeah.
There is no way you would ever even consider splashing this in a black-white deck because that archetype is so creature-heavy. So I think he just took it just because it's the most powerful card in that pack, thinking that he should be able to find enough playables. And, you know, a card like Celestis Sanctifier is kind of
Exactly.
filler, so maybe he can just fill that out if he needs.
This is his
Optimism?
last
Okay. Yeah.
unknown card.
Too expensive on
We're
Arena.
most of the way through pack 1 here if you're just
5,000.
joining us.
But then again, if you
This
get
is
5,
pack 1, pick 8. So the
depends,
next
you
pack
know.
will be his wheel
So then
pack
would you rather buy 5
originally
packs?
open.
That's what
He's
I've
got
been doing
Unruly
my whole
Mob,
arena
Ritual
career. I just buy
Guardian,
packs.
Or if he wanted, he could once again continue.
You
to
essentially
take
get
other
the same
colors.
rares,
Yeah,
and you
he's
stand a
gonna take
chance
Dominates
of
Rush
getting
here, it
more
looks
if
like.
you win a few
He's
times.
kind of got black-white sacrifice or blue-red spells.
Red spells? I mean, yeah, I mean, again, the best card in the pack was the Neonates Rush. So Paulo kind of waffling here, but I mean, this is a tough spot because, you know, if he doesn't settle into his colors soon, he's going to be short playables here, right? We have 4 cards in black-white and 3 cards in blue-red.
He's going to take a decent card in Bat Whisperer. Not a very exciting one, but it could certainly make the deck if he goes down that route. And he's just going to take a Brimstone Vandal.
Okay,
here.
looks like a
Again,
little bit more
you know,
vampire-y.
he's putting those over to the side. It's kind of difficult to see which way he thinks this is going. But if I had to guess, he would be leaning towards white-black. His better cards are there, and he has a few extras as well.
Yeah. Again, Paulo's still just kind of leaving himself open. Really does need to kind of buckle down in that second pack here because right now, I mean, he's gonna really need to kind of
true that.
Flesh out his deck a little
I
bit
love
here
the
because
play that takes me.
he's going at the rate that he's going to be a few playable short.
That vampire looks
This pack
so
doesn't
sick,
look
and then
like
it's
gonna
like
help one
kind
way or
of
the other.
crap card.
He's going to take a Lambholt Harrier, but again, that's going in
The
his,
art
at
looks
least what is
amazing.
currently his secondary deck. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't open something sweet in the next
Okay.
pack and really kind of pivot over, but he's going to have to make up his mind soon because looking at the way that the picks have gone for him, he's really split down the middle, and that is really not where you want to be coming out of the first pack.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And just kind of looking
Seems
at
a
how
bit
this
weird.
pack went, I mean, you
Hey.
see some spells matters payoff cards, but you're
Welcome,
not
welcome,
really seeing
Nick.
a whole lot of
Good to have you, brother.
The only
My
decent
pleasure.
playable-ish card was
Welcome
that
to the
Bliss one.
party.
So I think Paulo
Let us
there
know in the
might
comments
also
who
just
you picked as champion.
be giving himself the option of potentially going into black-red vampires.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what the table looks like, sort of from a broad strokes perspective. Paulo's passing to Ikawa, who's
Then
in
once the game
primarily
starts, I
blue,
can
Sif
get
is
my
in
ugly
red.
mug out of
Then
the
Ray
screen.
Sato,
Ooh.
is in blue.
Inception.
Green. As we work our way around, we see it's blue-black, 2 white drafters, and then Takahashi has solidified himself in green. So a little bit of bad news from Pack 1 with the 2 white drafters upstream, but otherwise, you know, a little bit of wiggle room for Paulo. Now, the next pack's going to be coming the other direction here, and we could definitely see him go into into black-white, given what we see from the table here, Paul.
Yeah, if you just kind of take a look at that table graphic, yeah, it does look like, you know, he's kind of in the correct colors for his seat, right? He doesn't have a bunch of green. He's got a bunch of black and red cards and a few white cards. There are a couple
you say he's in the correct colors. He's in all the colors.
That's totally fair. One thing to note is the fact that there are 2 other drafters that have predominantly white as kind of their main
You reckon?
color in their draft. So white is... It's a solid color, but I think it's pretty tough to support 3 players. So given kind of the way the draft's going so far, it would probably be better for Paulo if he looked to kind of solidify his position in black-red instead of trying to go black-white sacrifice.
All right, Paul. Well, let's find out what happens here for pack number 2. This is going to be an extremely important pack here for Paulo, as he needs to get on track. By the end of this pack, he needs to know where he's at, what 2 colors he's in.
I like the mob.
And then try to solidify himself for that 3rd pack, because he's going to be short playables here. Like,
What's
kind of
it
either
called?
way he goes. He's opened Champion of the Perished, a card that really shines in zombie decks, but you do need critical mass of zombies, and it looks like he's going to take it here, Paul.
I mean, does he even have enough?
Not right now, no.
Is that his first zombie?
It is.
Okay, so
that's his first zombie, yeah.
Right. Now, keep in mind, Champion of the Parish also works really well with spells that put decayed zombie tokens.
Second one.
But
he must take it.
Here's another Flesh Taker, Paul. So
He's got
to me,
to take
this
it.
is a big moment, right?
Yeah.
He's counting up and he's seeing, okay, could I wheel something in black or white? There's a Gavity Trapper, a Lunarch Veteran, which are kind of standing out as cards that he's definitely interested in. Flare of Faith, Blessed Defiance, yes. And then Arrogant Outlaw, maybe not quite as much, but that's 5 cards that he has a chance to wheel.
I still want to build a deck around this card so much.
To me, Paul, this is him planting his flag. This is him saying, all right, these red cards are going to be out of here. I'm going to be black-white.
Yeah, I mean, Flesh Taker is a
Black-white.
premium
Ooh, yeah.
uncommon for this archetype here. Now, also keep in mind, I mean, if you just kind of looked at the black and red cards that were available, they were, again, kind of filler cards. So might still be keeping himself a little bit open, but yeah, I mean, with 2 Flesh Takers, it's so hard to move off of that. You probably do want to make sure that you kind of lock in this color combination at this point.
Sigh of relief here for Paulo as he gets past Eaten Alive. With other playables in there too, there was a Siege Zombie and some more of the combat tricks that he passed in the prior pack, but Eaten Alive, one of the best removal spells in the set, and traditionally it goes beautifully.
Such a good card. I really like it.
Yeah, absolutely. You should have plenty of fodder.
Ooh.
And
He's lining them up now. Olivia's Midnight Ambush comes to him here. And in this next pack, there's also a couple of other playables with Clarion Cathars and that Siege Zombie too.
Yeah,
But
I
you gotta
imagine
go for the removal here, right?
Yeah, I imagine he's going to go for the ambush here, but he would be more than happy having, you know, the Siege Zombie and probably even the Cathars at this point, given his lack of playables.
That's right.
And I need to play that card more often.
Here for Paulo Vitor.
Day and night
super
deck.
Exciting for him out of this pack. He could take a morning
Minus
control
13,
or
minus
Unruly
13
Mob.
for 2 mana.
Unruly Mob
Instant
seems
speed.
like it would go beautifully in black-white.
I always forget about that.
sacrificing going
Olivia's
on,
Midnight Ambush.
But I have to say, it's really underperformed for the format.
Yeah, I think it's just... It takes a little bit too long to kind of get it going. Now, you do have double Flesh Taker in this deck, which is not very common. So maybe its stock rises a little bit, but that is also the type of card that you can kind of get later in the draft. Meanwhile, Morning Patrol, I mean, perfectly serviceable card, very good in this archetype. You do have several ways to sacrifice, right? You do have the Flesh Takers, you do have the Ecstatic Awakener, and the Eaten Alive. So more than happy to have this as a nice card in the black-white archetype.
Yep, so he's going to take a
Disturb.
3-drop here to start filling out his curve. His curve is actually quite low as well, which is a big benefit in this format. It really rewards you for doing things early in the game. One drops see a ton of play in this format, and as you can see, Paulo already has a couple of them with the Champion of the Parish and the Ecstatic Awakener to just run out on turn 1 and get on board. This is fairly common here, and he's going to be relieved to see that.
Can see him
Mystic
thinking.
Skull, perhaps not so much. Let's see what he gets out of this next pack.
I would go for the novice. Yeah.
I was
occultist.
I was going to say the same thing. I really appreciate that Paulo's laying out his deck in terms of how the finished product might be. But then there's also that Mystic Skull there. So I'm just curious how highly he values that card. Now, this Novice Occultist is generally not... Yeah, generally not a fantastic card in other archetypes.
I've been
but
playing
in
this mirror in a deck
with the
that
double
I've got
Flesh
ready
Taker,
for afterwards.
Perfectly fine 2-drop to fill
But
out.
it wouldn't be good in this deck.
Awakener,
No, it's good that he's got 2 of those.
Follow up the
Kind of
Awakener,
exactly
and
what he
actually
needs.
picks up another one here over Heirloom Mirror, which is proven
It's like game to life draw
effectively
card or something.
unplayable. Really an underperformer in the format.
Yeah, it's the type of card that I wanted it to be good in the beginning of the set, right? You're like, oh, cool. I get to loot a few times, and then I get a big thing.
It's a
at the end,
human.
But
I would give it
it's
fair
really
faith.
important in this
Gains
format to
indestructible.
add permanence, that battle early on.
Yep,
The
you
early
have to
few
be
turns
doing
are
relevant things. Yeah.
Exactly. You need to be adding to the board, and if you just take the time to activate the Heirloom
Nice.
Mirror a bunch of times, you're just going to
Nice.
fall too far behind.
Okay, Flare of Faith here for Paulo Vitor. Again, he's going to
The
have some
mob.
extra humans laying around. There's No Way Out and the Unruly Mob. This is where we really
The
get to
mob.
find out where Paulo's at on the mob, because again, it has not proven its worth in the format. But he is in the black-white deck. He does need more playables, and No Way Out's pretty mediocre too. He's still going to take it over the mob, though. I guess that shows us where he thinks,
Hey,
what he thinks
Max.
about Unruly Mob.
Welcome
There's
to
also
the
a
party,
little bit more
bro.
upside here, given that he does have Champion of the
How's it
Parish
going? How's it going?
Right, so just having a
Got my
little, a
brewskis.
few extra ways to kind of
Watching some
incidentally
draft.
use zombies. Also,
Got
kind
some
of probably
chippies.
pushes it over the edge.
Definitely.
Also, Unruly Mob is just
That's
not
good.
that great.
It's pretty bad, yeah. The 2 combat tricks actually came back for Paulo here, so he could have his choice on Flare of Faith or
I didn't get a chance to
Defiance.
record
He already
the Is
picked
It
up
Turns
one Flare
deck,
of
but I'll
Faith,
do that
and
later.
He does have a decent number of humans
It's all
already,
good.
so that's pretty good. It looks
There's
like
only
he
a
wants
few
creatures,
games today.
though. He's going to take the Arrogant Outlaw out of this pack.
Yeah, just valuing, kind of just making sure that he's got the proper curve here. Generally speaking,
watching the
there's
Dota
a
2
bunch of
before
different
this.
combat tricks that you'll have access to.
Insane.
Oftentimes, you're going to get them kind of
Those Chinese
last
boys are
pick
crazy.
or close to last, and it doesn't really matter what combination of those combat tricks you get.
Nice.
You just want to make sure you
Enjoy
have
the Dota.
2 in your deck, right?
I'll pop onto there as well
fairly
on my phone
controllable.
every now and again
Exactly.
during the breaks here.
Okay,
Well, I'll
picks up a
switch
late Jackal
during the
Lair,
breaks.
though currently not looking to splash anything with it. One thing to keep in mind as we wind down pack number 2 here for Paulo Vitor is that if you're used to playing on Arena,
LGD.
you're used to not playing against the
Insane.
people that you're drafting against. In the league structure, you play against a very broad pool of players, and you draft only against, the 7 other players in your queue. Here, you do have a chance to play against these cards. And so if there's a tiebreaker, the players will take cards from each other. They will say, well, you know what? I don't want you to have this
Lekker.
card. And
Put the
go
volume
back
down
and
so you can
draft
hear the
cutting
Dota.
a card, and they'll do that. So Paulo Vitor, he has solidified himself in black-white, Paul. He mission accomplished for pack number 2 there. Oh no,
but-
so have Depron Strasky.
That
Yes,
is going to
Takahashi's
be rough
still
for
on
all
mono
3
green.
of those players. Black-White is one of the best archetypes in the format, but given that there are 3 people in it, and coming into pack 3
Nice.
where they're going to be passing to him, Paulo might be struggling for some quality cards here in this draft. Meanwhile, Ray Sato there,
North Italy is
just
shit right
quietly
now.
drafting
Moonwatcher.
blue, red, and green.
Just clouds, clouds, clouds.
Just
Yeah,
curious
and
to see what he has.
Grey and
The two
rainy
seeds
and
that stand
cold.
out the most to me are Ikawa and
But the
and
whole
Miracle,
snow
because
is on the
they're in,
mountains already. And
color pairs that are the 2 best.
I'm
blue, white,
so happy I'm going to
black,
South
and
Africa,
They seem to be the only
but
2
at the
in
same
those
time-
individual pairs. So that's really strong. But we're going to have to hang on for the ride here for
Like,
Paulo,
I'm missing the
because
snowboarding
with 2
season
people
here in
drafting
Italy.
his
It's
deck
going to be
upstream,
so sick.
He may be scrapping for
The snow
playables
is
here
going to
in
be
pack 3.
epic, and
Let's
I'm
see
going to
if he
be in
gets
the
lucky
southern hemisphere.
and can get some good stuff in these first few picks before Strasky and Depra get their hands on those
22.
good cards coming down.
What are we looking at here?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more
19.
flesh takers.
Ooh, vanquish the horde. Hello. That's a nice one. A sweeper that actually gets cheaper the more creatures are on the battlefield. Now, this is an interesting scenario here, Paul. He's going to take Vanquish the Horde, but let's not forget, these are open deckless games. And sweepers do go down a bit in value when your opponent knows you have the capability of casting one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is
it's not
true.
really
But
good
at the
behind
same
a deck.
time,
You want to sweep it around
the power
stuff.
level of this card just cannot be ignored, right?
No.
And Paulo's deck is actually pretty decently set up for this. I mean, he's got a number of creatures, but imagine just having a board with a bunch of novice occultists and then just casting a Vanquish the Horde. You're not even down cards there.
Ooh, look at this. This is actually a difficult pick. There's Ecstatic Awakener, but also Olivia's Midnight Ambush. These are the two best black commons, and this is actually a closer pick than you'd think. Olivia's Midnight Ambush would certainly be the default pick for most players, but oh, look at this. Ecstatic Awakener, he needs more creatures, and he actually is really well set up with the double Occultist. Is he going to take a Awakener over
My wife's
the
sending me
ambush
pictures
here?
of the wedding.
He did. Wow,
Yep.
that's a top level pick there from Paulo. I really like that. That I think is a pick that not a lot of people would have made.
Nice.
Yeah,
Looking
no, I
snazzy,
really like that pick.
darling.
Also, just keep in mind he's in a color pair where he can't really easily just make it into night or make it into day, right? So a lot of the times, there can be situations where the Olivia's Midnight Ambush is just the -2/-2. In which
Great
case, I
point.
mean, when you're comparing the power level of an instant that gives -2/-2 versus Ecstatic Awakener, one of the premier commons in this archetype, I think Paulo did make the correct choice there. But yeah, it's not something that's intuitive, right? Going
That's a
into this
great
format,
point.
there's nobody that's going to take Awakener over a premium common removal spell early on. But, people know a little more about the format
Ooh,
now. And
she's
I
having
think this
some
was a
crazy
really
good food at
well-informed
this
pick
wedding.
here by
I wonder
Paulo.
if the next pick was also part
that
of
looks
that,
delicious.
because we're a little behind now.
Okay,
So
I'm
Shady
getting jealous
Traveler
now.
was the next pick.
Although I'd rather be here
But there
with
was
you guys
also a
watching
search party
Arena
captain
than
in
at
that,
some
pack that
stuffy
looked
wedding in Milan.
Pretty good for his deck, but the Traveler
That
does
food
at
looked
least
pretty
give you
good.
the chance to get the daybound thing going on. So maybe make your
What did he
roll
pick?
slightly better. I don't know. Now he's kind of shifting around the spells here. You see a lot of players sort this way, where they're curious about how many creatures they have or what their creature curve looks like. I know you do this as well, Paul.
Yes.
And the spells get over to the side because those are generally not cast on curve, right? Like the fact that Olivia's Midnight Ambush costs 2 is relevant because it's cheap, but not because you want to cast it on turn 2 very often.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way Paulo sorts these cards. That's exactly how I
The
do it.
Cheon method.
So my OCD self is loving Paulo because sometimes you
Mal,
watch other people
welcome to the party.
and it's just a giant pile of cards.
How you doing,
that
brother?
Just, cannot
Good to have
notice
you.
what's happening at all. So this is a lot easier.
Let us know what
for
your
us,
captain is.
and probably a
Your
lot
captain,
easier
your
for
champion.
all of you as well.
In the leave a little comment like who you picked for your champion. We'll do some kind of a giveaway of something cool will happen on Monday. I'll figure it out.
Low end, but he's got a lot of
If you want to, maybe I'll play a deck you guys submit, or we can do like a.
Picking up a couple
I don't know.
more.
We'll do something.
He's pretty much
But
there.
let us know
It
what
doesn't
who your
look like
channel,
many
or
of them remember
you'll
it's
just
2
have
Awakener,
bragging
2
rights.
Occultist, 2 Flesh Taker. Oh wow!
Wow.
Pick 6.
I picked Gabriel
foul
Nassif
play?
myself.
Yeah, that is.
How did that get to him through the other 2? That's awesome for him.
Yeah, incredible removal spell in this format where it's, I touched on earlier how important it is to make sure
Field
that
of Rune's
you
like
put enough
completely
early
useless in this.
plays onto the battlefield. So there are maybe certain formats where foul play doesn't have enough targets
Pucci!
because people are playing bigger things. In this format, it's all about the small creatures. It's all about those.
Okay, so Edwin, you're going with
killing
plurals.
those siege zombies, killing the scam.
Welcome,
regulars,
welcome,
having
welcome.
access to that foul play. I
Glad
mean,
you saw
all
the
those
post on the
benefits
Facebook group, brother. Welcome to the
Really
stream.
great card. A solid 2-for-1 for Paulo to pick up, as now he's once again getting a little scrappy here. We can start to see the effects of having a couple of players up table.
Which
from you
Facebook group?
who are in your colors, where that Rotten Reunion is starting to become a possibility. With 2 Ecstatic Awakener, a card like Rotten
How many
Reunion
packs?
goes up a
There's,
little bit.
there's one more pack,
Basically,
no?
if you can have a curve where you play the Awakener, you play
Yeah.
anything that you can on 2, and then you transform the Awakener on 3.
Jack-o'-lantern.
That's a really strong curve out that has proven
Exalt
one of the best things
on.
to do in the format. And, Novice Occultist is kind of the ideal pair for that because you get another card out of it. But, you do what you got to do with the Rotten Reunion. Yikes.
Yeah,
Pick 10 here from Paulo, and he just
Another
hasn't seen
no
that
way
many
out.
playables. This is
Discard.
because the other 2 players are in his colors.
Seth Manfield,
And
bro.
it looks like now he's kind of just leaning towards
Mono green,
a
hey?
more controlling
Both you
deck.
and Moonwatcher.
Maybe
Moon
not
is
necessarily by choice, given that there are 2 other black white
backing
drafters at the
Paulo.
table. But you know what?
You're backing
the
Seth.
No Way Outs, you do have kind of that zombie theme. You have the Ecstatic Awakening.
I just picked Gabe because I like him as a
you have
person,
Wrath.
and I think he
You have
deserves it.
Vanquish the
It's
Horde in
been a
your
while.
deck, so you might want to draft slightly differently to really kind of prioritize your picks around that premium rare that you have in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like what's happening here, more of a controlling build here from Paulo Vitor Damarosa.
It's going to be interesting to see the... hey!
Him put his
Mana Riot.
There, but you can get
Welcome,
an idea
welcome.
for how at least some of the players feel.
I really like Mana Riot. It's super small and cozy and tight-knit.
Of our opening
Go check it out, guys. Good Facebook group, like if you want to talk Magic.
Right? This is where
as well as
you
Burning
get to kind of
Tempest.
step away a little bit, take a deep breath, and go.
Burning
okay,
Tempest and Mana Riot, like super,
on
on Keeper of the Spark.
Take a look at how the table went, Paul. Depra ended up in, well, kind of
Naya
colors. Yeah,
He's
Naya
dropped.
Apparently. Strasky
stayed
on course.
It says now, I don't think we get to see it being played, or what was the schedule? We're gonna go. We get to see him play it a few times. I think in 1 or 2 rounds.
Sato as well. I like. Colors-wise, I like where Miracle and Ikawa are at, though. Blue-white and blue-black, and nobody else is sharing those specific color pairs. Those are the seats that I'm
Same, Edwin. I just picked Dead
the really
beforehand.
interesting thing when you're looking at this,
And then he
is
came with
fact
the
that
Grixis
going in,
list.
blue black and blue white
But
were
to be
the two
honest,
strongest archetypes.
I
That's
really
the general
want
consensus. And
the
you would
guy
think
playing
that people
Azorius
would be
Tempo to
fighting
win.
over those archetypes, and we only see one of each here. So I would guess that those two players probably have really, really powerful decks.
Well, the German guys
those
got,
are the ones that I would
got
look
the
to
Dimir.
as well. It's also worth noting that, this is a very tough draft table, right? We're at the World Championship here. These are players who know what they're doing, and it's not going to be easy no matter what. When I looked at Paulo's deck, if somebody sent me that and said, hey, what do you think of my deck? I'd be like, yeah, this is okay.
Mohammed,
you've got some good
welcome,
high-end
welcome.
stuff, some really powerful uncommons, but you've
Good
got
to
a
have you,
lot of
brother.
filler cards in here as well. And I would look at it and think, that's fine. But we have to remember.
Was that the mono green guy in the bottom left corner of the table?
Competition here, so it is going to be very difficult to walk away with just like an A+ where you're just like wanting to show it to your friends and be like, hey, look at this sweet deck I drafted. For the most part, they're not going to let you do that. The other players at the table are going to take stuff from you too.
Yeah, this is the type of
wonder-
thing where people are just
Because they've already done this drafting this
Because
morning.
Now we've kind of
So I guess
we're
now
in
they
this
have
world
their
where
deck
you
and
just
then they're
kind
gonna
of
show us the
join in
games
a pod,
live.
But it could be anybody in that pod. So a lot of times you're used to looking at a pack and you're going, 4th pick Organ Hoarder, great. Yeah, good luck with getting a 4th pick Organ Hoarder in these tables, right? So everybody's decks are just going to look worse because everybody knows what's up. These are all world-class players.
Yeah.
And so everybody has done their homework, and after 4 or 5 packs, you're just not going to see a lot of great picks left in those packs.
Do you think that Paulo ended up in the right color pair for his seat?
I mean, I think given kind of the way that his draft went, I think those were the cards that he probably should have gone with. I think maybe the other consideration was kind of that spells angle that he was looking for. I know he didn't see a ton of the blue cards, but we did see a couple of those Seize the Storms that were available.
Jungle,
and
man.
that is an extremely powerful uncommon to build around, but it's kind of tough. The thing is, I mean, after Pack 2, there were 3 black-white drafters, so you don't really know, right? But they decided to go black kind of a little bit into the pack. Of Pack 2.
Not as
They were mostly
cringy.
white after Pack 1.
Just
so
like smart.
I think Paulo did a pretty decent job, and I mean, just given kind of the way that the players shifted into black-white, he kind of got a little bit hurt there after Pack 2.
Yeah, it did seem like the downstream drafters certainly had an effect negatively on him, meaning that they moved in roughly in his colors. As we saw, there was still some shifting around there from some of the players after the second pack. But you felt it in Pack 3, right? Like, yes, he got that foul play pick 6, which was kind of eye-opener. Like, how did that happen? But that was really the outlier. The only other cards that he got that he was really happy with in the pack came before that, where like he opened Vanquish the Horde, for example.
Right, exactly.
So what do you want to give as far as grades go for this deck?
I think he drafted the seat pretty well, but I think overall the deck is just okay, just given the nature of how there were other black-white drafters at the table. I'd probably give his deck, I don't know, a C+.
A C+, okay.
Yeah.
Not
Leonardo!
Okay, well...
Yeah, I know who you
suppose that
picked.
We're going to take a short break here, and when we come
I'm
back,
so pissed off there's not an Italian player at this time around. So I went with the
Paulo
closest thing.
is
I
the
picked a
strongest
Frenchman.
player in the world, I think.
Cheers, brother. Thanks for dropping by.
Like, this is actually one of the delightful parts of a match when you know you've won it, but you got to play out the last couple turns. It just feels really good.
Oh, it does. The best is if you're a control player and it's going to take like 6 turns and you just get to run it out. Here, though, Sam Pardee can see the finish line coming up, and he's really close to it because he has a dominating board presence here. And Arne, wow, and there's the Seeka's Chariot now off the top of the library to keep it
That's
going.
just
Although
Eldraine
we're
bullshit.
going to see Sam go for the win right now. It looks like he's going for
Replays
it.
it
from
is
back in the day.
Sam is going for it. He's going to do his best to just get as many creatures on the board. You get as many +1/+1 counters off of his Showdown of the Scalds. And Arne can block 2 creatures, 6 damage goes through, and that's game for Sam Pardee.
Wow, congratulations to Sam Pardee. Puts his
Crap.
hands up in the air. What a season for him. Picks up a set championship, and now he'll be playing in the World Championships as well. Congratulations, Sam.
Perfect indeed.
Let's
Here
see.
we
It's
go.
so hard to whiff this many times.
There's a Winota. Sweet. Let's get that one swinging in. Why not?
Bang! Indestructible Winota.
Whiff. Kenrith. Lovely.
Indestructible Kenrith.
Here it
Marty
comes.
cannot believe it. There's
Oh,
the
Double
Blade
Striker. There you go. That's
What a
gonna
joke.
be it. Here comes Elite Spellbinder 2. Sees the Shadow Skull
Winota
Smashing in
was
hand. We'll get
so
rid of
busted.
that.
What a stupid card.
Red mana still available.
I'm so
Here
glad I
comes
didn't
Mist
play
and
to the end of Standard after they released AFR. I just played Standard 2022.
Gonna give everything
I'm
trample
so
and
happy I
haste.
missed out on all this
Strasky,
bullshit. This would have
trample
been
damage
so
flying in
frustrating.
Mighty Charisma's hand. There's the good game. Keisuke Sato is going to the World Championship.
Yeah.
Hushembet a clean 2-0
Bye-bye,
here
Winota.
against
Sorry,
David Inglis.
Poochie. I hated the card.
Lock up his
Don't get me
spot
wrong,
in
it
the
got me to
World
Mythic a few
Championship.
times.
Just a
But
few more checks
So
before
busted.
everything goes swinging in. A bunch of treasures made. We're gonna create some more
This was the
cats. Why
Gruul.
not? And it's gonna be easy as that.
I remember this
Most
match. I
victory
watched this
here
match.
for Arne Hushembet.
Masterfully
goodness.
played.
Yeah, just found everything he needed. His deck did disgusting things, and that is going to lock up his slot in the World Championship. Great game there from David Inglis, but it's all about Arne right now. And look at his face. Look how happy he is. That's what it means to these players.
Whoa,
He
so
cannot
young.
believe
What
it.
a beast. He's
Oh my
insanely good.
goodness. I got goosebumps.
I know, same. I was just gonna say I got complete chills.
Yes.
There's nothing like
Yes, Arne.
Oh yes, Paro is a very, very good player. I think one of the best player in the Magic history.
The chaps cracked me up. He's such a legend.
Hey
What a
everybody,
cool
welcome
guy.
back to World Championship 27. I've got our draft expert Corey Baumeister here in the virtual booth with me. And Corey, what an interesting draft. Let's take a look at our table here and kind of see what the players ended up in. Talk to me big picture here.
Yeah, so big picture, I think the biggest story is good drafters, believe it or not, are going to draft good cards. I know this is shocking, Maria, but Paul and Marshall really summed that up. That makes all of the deck quality kind of go down. So
The
this is
Japanese
really going
guys,
to lead
just too
to
good.
really nobody being happy about their deck.
It's
here.
crazy.
We're gonna
There's
hear a
6
little
of
bit
them in this
pessimism
event.
from just about everybody
They're
about the
the
deck that
country
they are
with the most
thinking
players
of. And I think
by
one
far.
of the big factors to this is a kind of a crazy stat, Maria, is 6 out of
GSC
the 24
BLF,
players
welcome.
ended up being in the last 3 picks of the pack. 6 of them. So that's like the pithing needles, all the kind of unplayable rares. So that leads a lot of players to not feel super good about their deck because they don't have as many bombs.
Yeah, and really interesting too to see 3 players ending up in 3 colors as well. Let's take a look at this table again, because what we're going to do is go around the table, take a look at the builds from these players, and then
Okay, so we
hear
get to see
from
all the
them
decks. Cool.
themselves what they think about their decks. First one we're going to start with Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa drafting black-white. Let's take a look at the deck he ended up building here. Corey, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so starting off, we just saw this draft here, and it started off with who really knew what Paulo was playing. After pack 1, I think he had 3 or 4 playables that were actually made his deck here, so he really wanted to stay open, and that's exactly what he did, because he got really paid off.
Not a
when it
single
came to
3-0.
Pack 2 and
All
pack
1 and
3.
2-0s.
Ends up with a pretty good deck, and we're going to be a little nicer to Paulo's grade than Paul and Marshall were. We're going to give him a B instead of that
How's he
C+.
gonna make
He's
zombies?
the GOAT. We got to give him a B.
Okay, he's got the
Alright, so we're going to
hobbling.
be giving grades to all of these draft decks here.
Yeah.
Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, we're giving you a B, buddy. How do you feel about your deck, though? Let's hear from Paulo himself right now.
Yoshihiko. Yoshihiko. Ikawa.
I think my deck is so-so, but I think the level in our pod was pretty low. The cards that we opened were pretty bad in general. So I'm hoping everyone else is giving you that answer right now from my pod.
Oh, Paulo. Just feeling okay about it. Let's take a look at the table once again. There we are. We're going to continue our way around the table. Next up, we have Yoshihiko Ikawa in blue-white. Let's take a look at his deck list here. Corey, what do you make of this?
Ikawa's deck is really good here. Ended up getting some nice rares. He has some decent removal locked in the cemetery over there.
Guys.
This deck is just really solid, and I think the main thing with Yoshihiko Ikawa is Pack 2, Maria. He hate drafted Meat Hook Massacre that would have went straight into Paulo's deck. So Paulo could have went from that B straight up to an A if he would have got that. So a little bummed, but we're giving Yoshihiko Ikawa an A- on this. This deck looks nice. Our first day.
Yeah, this is a great deck
Stanislav's
and in one of the best
machine
archetypes
as
too.
well.
Let's take a
And
listen to
Andre
what
Strasky.
Ikawa thought of his deck.
I think my deck is not so good, but I think packs in this draft is maybe not so good. So my deck is so-so in this table.
All right, really, really interesting. Not a huge fan of his own deck, but thinks perhaps weak packs around the table. Next up, we've got Stanislav Sivka. Let's take a look at what Stanislav Sivka drafted in black-red here, Corey.
Vampires.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
We're starting to see that trend where everyone's like, I kind of like my deck. Nothing special here. Stanislav Sivka ended up moving into red late into pack 1. With some really late red cards and ended up being the only red drafter at the table. Wow. Even with that being said, red is not the best color, Maria. This deck is still not the best here. We're going to give this one a C-.
Ouch.
All right, C- for Sivka, but what does Sivka himself think? Let's take a listen.
I got some very light Moonrager Slash, and it made me happy because I really enjoy the card.
All right, Moonrager Slash there for Sivka. Happy with that card. Ray Sato next around the table. Hey, we're going into 3 colors here, Corey. All right, let's take a look at
3
Sato's
colors in
list.
draft is crazy.
Yeah, I love Ray Sato's list. Here it is just a very, very good green-blue deck. Has some rares, has some power, and then splashing red for a couple powerful cards. I am a huge fan of this deck. I don't think it is the best blue-green splash red deck we've ever seen, but I just can't wait to see this one on the battlefield. These are the kind of decks I love to draft, Maria. So we're giving Ray a B-.
All right, B- for Ray Sato running that jack-o'-lantern. All right, let's take a listen to what Ray Sato thought of his draft.
I think my deck is so-so. It's barely hard to judge.
Okay.
Ray Sato giving it a so-so
Classic.
here for his deck list, running that teamer list. Jan Merkel is next around the table in blue-black, the colors everybody wanted to be at the start of the format here, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're really going to hope Jan Merkel doesn't say, hey, my deck is so-so, because Jan Merkel,
Oh, we got the
in our
Cyclone.
opinion, has the best deck at the table. This is the archetype you want to be in. He is the only blue-black drafter at the table, has a ton of great removal, has a ton of early drops, has 2 Organ Hoarders that he managed to pick up. Everything about this deck screams a 3-0 or a 2-1 at the very worst, Maria. So,
That looks
as we
crazy.
said, we're giving him an A. This is the best deck at the table.
Yeah,
All
man.
right, Jan
That's
Merkel,
A,
we say the
A or
best
A+,
deck. What
yeah.
does he say?
My deck is
Mhm.
alright. Like it has could have used some rares, some more removals, so like a bit weak on that front, but good curve, some powerful cards, some nice some bonus, so I'm happy.
Always a critic, always a critic. Well, we like it, Jan, we like it. All right, Andre Strasky up next in the same color pair as Paulo, white, black, Corey.
Yeah,
took
Maria,
that
I could
card
tell
that
you
was
a
in
little
Paulo's
bit about Andre
first
Strasky's
pack.
deck, but I'm not gonna lie, he says it perfectly.
Yeah,
in
standard
the
and
clip.
draft.
So
It'll
I'm
be
gonna
draft
give him a C,
in the
and he's
morning
gonna
and
tell
then
you
something
why.
like,
All
I
right,
think
so we're giving Andre
straight
Strasky
away
a C.
today we're
What
gonna
does
get some
Strasky
standard.
say?
Which is what I'm really looking forward to. But
So I'll put Intrepid Adversary, pick 1, pack 1, which I obviously take because it's a great card, and then I just kept picking white cards, and then I got some black cards, so I just
I end up black-white. Nothing special. I think it was pretty straightforward.
Nothing special there from Andre Strasky.
Mm.
Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is up next. Another player running three colors here, red, green, white. What is going on here, Corey?
Uh-oh, we have our first train wreck alert. This is a tough one, Maria. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is not necessarily splashing for bombs. He is splashing for playables. None of these red cards are absolutely amazing by any means. I think Jean-Emmanuel Duprat had the toughest seat at the table, and he still came away with a very playable deck. He first picked Brutal Cathar. It looked decent, but still, we're giving it a D+, Maria.
Yeah, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, one of the best drafters in the tournament. Let's see how he feels about this tough seat.
The most important card in my deck is definitely Brutal Cathar, my first pick. I wish I had more rares to show for, but yeah, it's by far my best card, and I hope to draw it a lot.
All right, happy with his first pick, but maybe not the rest of the deck. Last up, we have Yuta Takahashi there. Let's take a look at this green, blue, red, another three-color build here, Corey.
The fungus.
So right away, I thought this was kind of
Radiant,
another not so
Radiant guy, the
three-color
Moon
deck,
Radiant.
because we see like two tireless haulers, not the best green card, but
dropped
then
a
when we look
Pilas
at this deck, we have Moonveil Region, we have some Sprouts, you know, there's two Rise of the
Double
Ants.
Dread
This is
Hunt.
actually a deck with an incredibly high amount of power, so
Some
if
people
Yuta
just get so
Takahashi
lucky.
can draw his bombs, I think he's actually in a pretty decent spot.
Dropped
and
is
that's why we're
crazy
gonna give
hard,
him a B.
actually.
All right, Yuta Takahashi
Rip.
getting a B here from us for his deck. Let's take a listen to what he thinks about his build.
My deck score is 75. Not great, but maybe 2-1.
And that is a look around the table for our Pod 1 draft this morning. Just such an interesting draft. We welcome Monty Devuti back into the conversation here at the booth. And we're going to get ready here for our first feature match of the day. Like I said, we're going to watch Paulo Vitor Damadurosa. We watched him draft. We've seen his deck build. But how does it play out? He's going to be playing against Ray Sato coming up here in round number 1. Really, really excited to see this. Take a look at our two players here. 17 top finishes for Paulo Vitor Damadurosa. None yet for Ray Sato. Could have won this weekend. White-black versus green-blue-red for these players. Let's get to meet Paulo Vitor Damadurosa. You've heard it here this morning. He is your returning champion. Can he go back-to-back? That's the big question this weekend. 67.2% draft win rate. That's pretty good there for Paulo Vitor Damadurosa. Up against Ray Sato. Ray Sato says draft is my wheelhouse. So I'm very excited to see him play here. 67.4% draft win rate, more than 11,000 games played.
It's a whole nother beast. You have to really practice it.
That's the big question here, Monty. Talk to me about both of these decks, how you expect them to match up against each other.
Yeah, Maria, Paulo's draft was a bit of a rocky one, but I still really like the black-white sacrifice archetype, especially with those two copies of Flesh Taker. I think he has a pretty decent shot because he has removal spells for some of Ray's creatures that really matter, and I think that's going to help him put on some pressure. On the other side from Ray,
I've heard LSV is really good.
That Teamer deck that looks pretty good, but it's missing some of those key pieces that we really saw.
Should make a sign like be right back.
Deck
I'm just gonna go grab another beer out the fridge.
Ray's kind of relying on these to seize the storms to be his end game, and I'm not really sure if that strategy is going to be good enough to get the job done when Paulo's just putting aggression on you. So I think I actually like Paulo better in this matchup.
It's really interesting, too, here to see this triple color build. Early in the format, people were like, absolutely no splashing, Monty.
Yeah, I think first the philosophy kind of started, we're not going to splash at all. And then some players started coming out and being like, but, you know, there be some fixing. Evolving Wilds,
Good common removal.
Rejuvenator. We see
Card draw.
Reaper adds any color of mana, and one of the cards that people started on unplayable and now is a key part of
It's
Splash
tough.
in the format is Jack-o'-lantern. There's
So
not
we're going
that
for
much
a
cost
left
to
this
run
time.
card. It
Belgian
works well for
Ritual.
mixing with some of the self-mill
Triple. No.
shenanigans
Ooh, this
that
is
we
a
see,
9%.
especially in the blue-green archetype that likes to branch out, and getting value from that makes your deck work smoother. So I can see why some players are becoming open to
Be
the
like
idea
a
of
lot
3 colors
darker.
in Midnight Hunt draft.
All right, super interesting stuff. Corey, I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Who's going to win here?
I think it's Paulo. I'm excited to see the goats
Yeah,
do some
cool.
drafting, but both decks looked really strong, like Monty was saying.
Finally,
so
some
this is
gameplay.
anyone's game. I just can't wait to start watching some matches.
All right, Monty, how about you? Who's going to take this down?
I'm leaning Paulo. I think his deck lines up better in the matchup.
All right, so that leaves me to break this tie here. We got Paulo Vitor Damarosa, and I'm going to pick him because he was my champion. So come on,
Course you
Paulo. Give me that trophy pet. Give me that trophy pet, Paulo. We're going to head on down to the feature match.
You guys
area
know
now
that,
with
see on
Marshall
How
and
Good
Paul
Games
with the call here for
channel,
round number
you
1.
can sell your pet on some websites will
And
buy
we're
that
in
code
round
off you.
one coverage here of the World Championship. Marshall
It's like
Sutcliffe
worth
with
150
Paul
bucks or so.
Cheon, and we've got booster draft here to kick things off. Paulo Vitor Damarosa was our featured drafter. We're getting a chance to watch him play his black-white deck against kind of a spicy one here from Ray Sato, Paul. He's got a 3-color
Oh.
deck that is splashing for red. And
Left.
I'm really curious to see how this
Ritual.
matchup plays
9%er.
out. Paulo
Left,
ended
yeah.
up on a
It's
little
one of my
bit more
faves.
of a mid-range control version.
And
of
it's like
black-white.
surprisingly
This deck
cheap.
does have decent fast starts, but
Good
won't
Belgian
be able
beer.
to do that consistently,
Like
you know,
mid-range,
start
not
with
too
the combat
expensive,
trick
you know.
end of things.
But still really
Even
tasty.
has Vanquish the Horde as
And
his
they've got
best
such a
leader.
range.
But if you look at the list from Ray Sato, he can grind. His deck
Yeah,
has
exactly.
a
You can
lot
sell it
of
on Great
value
Viking Games for like
associated
probably
with
about
it,
150
particularly
bucks for
coming
that
out of the
code.
graveyard
Just
in the
spend
form
it all
of
on packs,
flashback.
you know?
Yeah, I think if Paulo does want to kind of get this,
Although if I get
or
mine,
this
I'll probably
matchup,
keep it on the
he needs
account
to come out
for
with
the
a
channel,
really,
you
really
know?
quick start. Because if the games do go long, Monty touched on it before. Ray does have tons of flashback cards. He has access to those 2 Seas the
I think
Storms.
Gabriel Nassif,
which
I think
is
this
really
Grixis
hard to
list
beat kind of in the late game. So
might
Paulo
be
does have the
crazy
ability to
good.
have those starts. He does have the 2 Flesh Takers. He does have the Ecstatic Awakeners. But if he doesn't get off to a quick start, I might be leaning towards Ray Sato if the game goes long.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is we really need to see Ecstatic Awakeners in the opener here for Paulo to make that really fast start happen. And he found it just a little bit too late here. He draws one here on the second turn. He's going to run out the Occultist instead. Unblinking Observer is going to kick off the festivities here for Sato. But we're going to see that grind start now, Paul. No way out here for Paulo. Gives him a really nice turn
Normal left?
where he can
Okay,
play
there's
the
like,
Ecstatic Awakener and
ooh,
sacrifice
there's like
the Cage
6
Zombie,
different ones
get his
just in
card
my
back
supermarket
and
up the
grow
road.
the Awakener. And in the
Blonde,
meantime,
amber,
while he's hitting up that
dark,
hand here for Sato. Sato has an
IPA,
easy choice with
then they've got a
Seize
triple,
the Storm. The
and then
question
there's
is
this
what's
one, the
other
Ritual.
card that he wants to get rid of.
9%.
Interesting. He actually chose to go for the Nebelgas Intruder, which he could have played that turn.
Paulo's going to hold back on the attack here, keeping that Unblinking Observer at bay. Dawnheart Rejuvenator is going to come down, and that could open up the Seize the Storm for down the line. But right now, it's not doing a whole lot. Let's see if what Paulo's line is for this turn. I mentioned the Ecstatic Awakener line.
It's my
that's
jam.
certainly available to him, but he also has Bat Whisperer and Flesh.
Yeah,
Taker.
exactly. And that's the most of the matchups they're going to
And
get. It's just going to be
Paulo's probably
interesting to
gonna
see
wait
if they
till he
can
can
sideboard
find a window
effectively against
to
mono white
get
and mono
damage in
green.
before playing out
If
that
they
Bat
can't,
Whisperer.
then I
It
feel
looks
like
he's
mono
gonna
green
just
has a
probably
really good
either
chance of
eat
winning
the
it.
zombie token
I know I had a good
or
game,
the
picked
Occultist
2
to
different
grow
mono
the
whites.
Awakener
He
into a 4/4
used
to try
2
to get
different
the damage
emails
into-
and
to put the Bat
picked
Whisperer to
the
play
hero,
next turn.
his
But,
champion twice, and he
a
picked
giant
mono white
Drown
guys
Yard
both
Amalgam
times.
is going to be in the way, and Paulo won't be able to
I
get
wonder.
in there.
Nice one. Rotten Reunion in the main deck here for Paulo Vitor, and that is a card that he's going to be able to put to very good use in this matchup as Ray Sato is leaning really hard on graveyard synergies through flashback to kind of power him into the late game.
Lot of interesting options here for
US
Paulo. I mean, you see the pair of
almost
flash takers that
everything.
he can play this turn, meaning that if he attacks next turn, it might make blocks difficult. At the same time, I mean, he could just run out a
Reunion?
Warcraft Behemoth this turn, sacrifice that zombie token to try to put some pressure on the battlefield. The one thing Paulo does have to be mindful of is the fact that Ray Sato does play multiple copies of Revenge of the Drowned in his deck, so it could be kind of a tempo disaster if you do run out the behemoth this turn and then it gets bounced and you sack your zombie. So Paulo might want to just add more to the battlefield. So curious to see what he goes for here.
Yeah, only one card left in hand here for Sato, so, you know, Paulo's probably thinking, well, I've got 2 good targets anyway, so maybe I'll just run out the behemoth here. And it looks like that's what he's going to do, and it's going to pay off. There's
Epic.
no answer
I've gotten
for
some of those
Sato
codes.
now. He can stem the bleeding with Winterthorn Blessing. That does keep the behemoth at bay for multiple turns.
Quite a few
here.
guys in
Allows him
Texas.
to get a little bit
Edwin's
of
from
breathing
Texas
room,
too,
but
isn't he?
Sato would be kind of treading water at that point.
Yeah, and Sato, I mean, he's kind of he's a little bit out of gas here. He can go with the Winterthorn Blessing, but not sure if he's going to be interested in attacking here.
Be right back.
And he's what, 1 mana short? No, he can cast the Seize the Storm. Curious how big this is.
It's a 2/2.
That is
not really where you want to be.
Not very
Wow,
big.
Novice Occultist is a nice one off the top here for Paulo as well. He's got the double Flesh Taker. By the way, just a snapshot here. I mean, Sato's down to just Winterthorn Blessing, and if you look at Paulo's hand, he's on 6 spells here. So as far as running out of gas goes, things definitely in Paulo's favor. And a nice turn for him too. He gets to use up all 5 mana. After hitting for 7 with the Behemoth, he gets to follow up with Bat Whisper and then another Ecstatic Awakener.
Yeah, so now, I mean, Ray just has so many different things that he needs to try to deal with here. You know, he's got an evasive creature attacking him and also that 7/6. Now, he did find that Revenge of the Drowned, so he will be able to keep that Behemoth at bay for a couple of turn cycles here, but still needs to kind of find some additional pieces of action here because Paulo still has a full grip.
Yeah, Sato's going to need to get something going along the lines of Rise of the Ants or something like that where he can really start to dump a bunch of mana into those. And instead, he's just going to pass a turn back with Revenge of the Drowned available. He's been reluctant to use Winterthorn Blessing. It looks like Ray wants to save it for a moment when he knows it'll clear the way for some really impactful attacks.
Man, that Drownyard Amalgam is doing a lot of work here, though.
It is holding
It's
back
just-
a lot.
It's just Paulo has 5 creatures on the battlefield. 2 of them can potentially be 4/4s, and he just doesn't have a good attack with them.
In the meantime, he will chip in here with the 1/1 Flying Bat as well as the big hit from the Morkrit Behemoth and kind of force the issue here on Sato.
Yeah, I wonder if Sato's
big
gonna...
block incoming here. If he puts these 3 creatures on, it is enough to take out the Behemoth, and he would only lose 2 creatures. In fact, if he wants to lose 2, it's only the Rejuvenator and the 2/2, leaving him with the Amalgam behind. And
Yeah.
he says, look, maybe I'll just let this happen.
Yeah,
seems
I mean,
fine.
It's pretty tempting to go for the Revenge of the Behemoth, but, I mean, given the way that these blocks have been made, perhaps Ray is okay with this trade because, you know, given that Amalgam is still going to stay on the battlefield, that's going to still do a good job of keeping the Awakeners at bay.
Ray is toying with the idea of casting Revenge of the Drowned here.
Georgia, that's right. Whoops.
And he is
So wait, no, so then it's Billy who's in Texas.
Interesting decision point there for Ray Sato, because that was a trade that would also be acceptable for him, I think. You know, the Behemoth is a big problem for him. And getting it off the battlefield is pretty good. He probably figures, well, if that would have been good then, I can probably do this later, but I can also just set you back a lot by putting the Behemoth back either on top or bottom of your library, depending on Paulo's viewpoint on things.
Yeah, the other reason to maybe go for this here is if you do lose that Rejuvenator and a 2/2, you then all of a sudden start losing those additional creatures that would give you profitable double blocks with the Amalgam. You know, being able to double block with the Amalgam plus Rejuvenator is kind of the reason why Paulo's not attacking with these Ecstatic Awakeners.
That's right. All right, so Paulo decides he'd like to keep the Morkrit Behemoth, so that's going to go back on top
Kentucky.
of the library. In the meantime, only 1 damage gets through.
Man, I can't wait to
Paulo once
come,
again
boys.
gets to
I'm gonna
follow
hit you up.
Using up all of his mana.
I'm
He's
coming to
got
get
Sea
you.
Traveler into
Once this pandemic ends, I'm coming. My wife's already
Island
talked
on the
about it.
top here for Sato, not
I'll probably go to
what-
Cali, but I can
Yeah, and this Flesh
swing
Taker
by.
is really, really scary on this
We want to
board.
do a cross-country trip and
I
that
mean,
kind of
Sato
stuff.
could just
Bring my
potentially
son.
put all the creatures in front of it.
Man, I bet Sato would love another
might also
Greenland.
do, I mean, he is at 15. He's a little bit. He's pretty healthy here, but if things get a little dicey, he can stem the bleeding a little bit with the Winterthorn Blessing in his hand.
Very tough position here for Sato. Paulo Vitor has built out an impressive board. Remember, he also has that second Ecstatic Awakener that threatens to become another Awoken Demon. And that's another form of pressure and cards going into hand, as well as the Morkert Behemoth still sitting on top of the library here for Paulo as well. So this is, he's really giving Ray all he can handle here.
Cheers, lads.
So it looks like we're casting...
Yeah, if he's casting something, it's Winterthorn Blessings.
There it is.
And he is going to do so.
Oh, wow, getting aggressive.
This makes a lot of sense. It looks like Ray is looking at the situation here and saying, what this shows to me is a bit of desperation, right? Ray is looking at this board and saying, I am not going to win if this game continues in this way. I need to do something. And I don't know if you caught that, but Paulo's eyebrows went up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you're getting
and he's got
okay.
another backup in
and,
hand.
You know, to me, if I'm Paulo Vitor, that's kind of blood in the water. Like, I view that as my green light to start really trying to finish this game.
Yeah, I mean, I
can
imagine Paulo's going to go for a fairly aggressive attack here, get some damage in, and perhaps also fire off that Rotten Reunion, right? I mean, there's a really, really juicy target there in the graveyard.
That's sweet.
The Winterthorn Blessing, and you can also use it as a combat trick. Given that you have that Flesh Taker in play, that's just a free +2/+2 that you could give on the Flesh Taker while eating that very powerful flashback spell in Ray's graveyard.
That's right. Ray is lining up a block of Unblinking Observer on Flesh Taker, which would force Paulo to sacrifice something here. It also means that Paulo doesn't get to do both things.
Draw
he
card,
can't
gain
Ecstatic
life.
Awakener and keep his Flesh Taker
For
around.
sure.
He has to choose between the two.
Yeah.
But I think that suits Paulo just fine, for the reason that you mentioned. The Rotten Reunion in hand is very tempting here for Paulo Vitor to cast.
Swamp would be good. Oh, Swamp was a nice draw. This allows him to go Reunion into Flesh Taker if he wants.
Yep.
Get rid of the flashback card. What a beast.
And there it is, Rotten Reunion on the stack. That's going to take away really all the action here for Sato, who just finds a forest off the top of the library. He
Poor
just
Sato.
cannot seem to find anything, and he's going to pack it in for game number one here, Paul. Paulo Vitor Rosa just never ran out of gas. He still had spells in hand even after he won that game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and you know, Paulo just drew
Flesh Taker.
those really, really key cards. We talked about how it's so important to find the Awakeners and the Flesh Takers to attack through what Ray's trying to do, and he drew almost all of them. And, you know, Ray just, you know, couldn't quite get it going, needed to kind of find some of his endgame cards. Wow, he's got a Storm the Festival. I missed that the first time I looked at his deck.
Oh, wow.
But that is also, you know, a fantastic card. So, again, we talked about how Ray's deck can really... does a really good job of fighting once you kind of get to that late game.
They even have sideboards in draft, you know,
But
these
just kind of
guys.
find those heavy
Usually
hitters,
my
but it looks like
sideboard is
he's
just
actually
bullshit.
Sideboarding out those Seize the Storms.
Yeah, maybe the Rotten Reunion was a bit of a wet blanket on that strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Paulo's a machine, man.
It's interesting because I think that game was a bit of an outlier for Ray. That was the game where he ran
When
out
you-
of gas.
when you hear him
And looking
talking
at his
about
deck, it just doesn't seem likely for him to do that very often.
turn.
He just has a lot of ways
Just
to keep the
doing,
cards slow,
you know, when you
keep
watch him on
everything
his
out of
channel
the
and
graveyard,
he'll like do a play-by-play on like a deck, and
Okay,
you
game
just
number
hear
2
him
incoming here in our
go like
opening round
100
of the
different
World Championship. We've got
possibilities in
round
every
number 1,
possible
booster
direction,
draft.
just
That's
about
right,
like
playing Innistrad
which
Baseball
land I
Club
need to put
and
down.
Paulo Vitor Dominarosa.
It's like,
We got
wow.
to watch draft this deck. It's now up a game.
Guys on another
Sato.
planet.
Ray has easily the wildest deck of the pod here. You know, he's gone deep, 3 colors. He's trimmed down his splash here, but he is still splashing for Moonrager's Slash.
That's
And
a
this is
great
really
card.
his key
It's a
card.
great
Recoil Creeper
two-drop.
is the best card in Ray Sato's deck, and he has it on turn 2. Is there an answer?
He has an answer, but it's on turn
Vanishing
3.
Light.
And then Ray also looks like he sideboarded a Mysterious Tome, which is typically a card that's a little bit too slow against most of the decks in the format. But given that Paul is playing a slightly slower black-white, more controlling deck, an excellent card to sideboard in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you lose a game by kind of flooding out, running out of action, and Mysterious Tome looks a little better. This is a turn 3 Gale Drifter, though, and again, Paulo just going, okay, I need to get a card out of this Blade Brand. He draws Champion of the Perished, but, we pointed it out when he was doing his initial build. This is not a zombie-optimized deck here. The Champion, even coming out early, is
Got the borrowed
very
time on the
needy
flyer, for sure,
Paulo.
yeah.
Yeah, and Paulo, given the pressure here, is not in a position to cast a No Way Out just yet, and looking to at least just try to slow down what Ray's trying to do on his side of the battlefield.
I guess he'd rather take 3 to the face. Oof.
Yes,
That,
you can play the Mysterious
that is a good card, guys. I haven't played it enough on the channel. That blue card,
time there from Paulo
I don't know if you guys have seen that
he
thing.
had a choice on whether to hit Gale Drifter
Just transforms.
or the Creeper.
It's
He
like
decided
draw
on the
card,
more
tap down
powerful
creature,
upside
draw
card of the
card,
Creeper,
tap down
but
creature, like
he kind of
everything you want
signed
to do
up to
with
take a
blue.
bunch of damage from the Gale Drifter by doing so.
Yeah, Ray choosing to keep the heavy hitter here in the Tireless Hauler, and now has a pair of 5-drops. Really needs a land, though.
He did not hit. He's got Secrets of the Key, Tireless Hauler, and Candlelit Cavalry in hand. Meanwhile, Paulo is going to work on Ray Sato's hand. Back-to-back No Way Outs here for Paulo Vitor. He is just assaulting the hand of Ray Sato.
Yeah, and Sato with a decent start here, but the fact that he took a turn off didn't add anything to the battlefield, and now all of a sudden, Paulo's got a 3-3 Champion of the Perished here. He can even grow it even more, given with the Rotten Reunion that he has in hand.
Yeah, that Champion's going to get out of hand. He hasn't actually cast a zombie spell. It's all Decay Zombies coming down here for Paulo, but good enough
And
as a
draft,
champion.
it's so different, man.
I wonder if he's going to hit that Secrets of the Key now just to get an extra damage in.
I mean, anytime you can just get an actual flashback or disturb card with that reunion, you probably just have to kind of fire it off.
Especially if you're going to throw in a +1/+1 counter for your troubles, right? That's Rotten Reunion overperforming right there. So, all right, this is big though. Ray Sato finds the land, plays Tireless Hauler.
Oh, wow.
And he has a blocker. Oh, and Olivia's Midnight Ambush off the top of the library for Paulo is exactly what he needed here.
He can attack
Double
now. Ray
mind
can't
rocks.
block because there's an on the board trick, right? There's a Rotten Reunion in the graveyard, so Paulo can turn that Champion of the Perished into a 5/5. Even if he didn't have it, he could use the Olivia's Midnight Ambush to shrink the Tireless Hauler and kill it as well. So now Paulo does have the option here of just passing the turn, casting Olivia's Midnight Ambush, getting the Tireless Hauler off the board, and still adding to the board with that Rotten Reunion in his graveyard.
Yeah, let's see what he wants to do, because he also could play Crossroads Candle Guide if he'd like, and leave
Take
up the
the
Midnight
5,
Ambush.
Ray.
He's not going to be taking very much damage.
Yeah.
Really depends on what he sees as the best target for ambush. The Tireless Hauler seems to be the obvious one, but he also could just use ambush to kill Gale Drifter if he chooses to, as it is cheap.
Yeah, and this is a main.
No cards in hand here for Sato. No mana available, and it is day, by the way.
Right, so the ambush would not kill the Hauler.
Not quite.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, Paulo probably just thinking about kind of how this game can get away from him. And it might be through that flyer that's in play. Now keep in mind, not the most effective thing to use a removal spell on the Gale Drifter. Ray has no cards in hand, so likely if he just draws a land, he's just going to disturb it.
I mean, what he's thinking about is, do I Midnight Ambush and then play Crossroads Candle Guide to exile it?
Right. So you can play the Crossroads Candle Guide. The Tireless Hauler is a 4/5, right? So if you play the Candle Guide and just pass, you can just block the Tireless Hauler and give it -2/-2, right? And that
You could do that too. Yeah, that also works.
that would just get the Hauler off the battlefield.
This is an interesting decision point here for Domino Rosa, because I think it's exactly what you said, Paul. It's how do I lose, right? What's the thing that's actually going to kill me? And he's decided that he can ignore the Gale Drifter. You know, he doesn't block the zombies particularly well, and the Champion of the Parish is already bigger than it. But remember, there is that tome over there that is, going to be an alternate card draw engine / tapper here for Sato going forward.
Yeah, and by the way, this is also one of the main reasons why the werewolf strategy has not been performing particularly well, right? I mean, you play your big creature, and there's just a number of ways you can just get punished. Olivia's Midnight Ambush being one of the biggest ones.
That's right. It'll kill any of the vampires on their night mode. And of course, Defenestrate does exactly the same thing. And even Silverbolt will take out any of the werewolves.
It takes 10, next 11, next turn.
So with the Rotten
Guaranteed.
Reunion, Paulo can potentially put 11 damage on the battlefield here. Now we do have, of course, the tome that can tap down the zombie for a turn. But I think Paulo probably just wants to maximize on his mana usage here in case he draws a 2-drop next turn and pump up the Champion of the Parish this turn.
Drew Eaten Alive.
Wow.
Not a bad draw step here. I'm also
He's got
curious
full
to see
control,
if he's
attack
gonna
with the
send in one of
Decade,
zombies. This is
and
a
then
pretty
Eat
good
Alive.
opening to get in if he prioritizes the damage from those zombies. Remember, he doesn't have any siege zombies or anything like that to take advantage of these. The only thing that he can do with them is either attack with them or sacrifice them, and he's going to attack with all of them. 2, 4, 6, 8. Down to 4 goes Ray Sato, and he's surely on the ropes.
You should use Eaten Alive.
Get to watch all of these things.
Every
That's not
single
instant
one.
speed.
Every
That's right.
single one.
And it looks like we're just going to see Crossroads Candle Guide here come down once again. Pick at the graveyard here, Sato, but Sato needs to find Rise of the Ants or something like that, like now. And it's another forest. All right, but he does have the Mysterious Tome.
Yeah, main phase
Boy.
draw. Needs to find another answer, though. He needs
And
to
he
find a
finds
way.
Storm the Festival,
Oh,
which he
that's not
can't
enough.
cast right now. And that means that he's going to lose, assuming that Paulo goes for it. Vanquish the Horde off the top doesn't do anything here, but you know what does? Eaten Alive your Gale Drifter and hit you for 8.
GG.
And that is going to be plenty enough to get the job done here. Paulo Vitor Dominarosa takes one step.
Machine.
Really early step towards becoming a back-to-back world champion. Let's not forget, though, these draft rounds are critical. This represents
It would be sweet if he did it,
of the total
Paulo.
Swiss play as we learn.
It would be like one of those things, you know, like Michael Schumacher.
And that means that
You
these
know,
things, that each and every one of these
double
rounds
world
is
champ.
super
It
important.
just
You can come away
sends
with
such a
3-0
message.
out of the booster
I
draft.
don't know if
You're
any of you
actually
guys
in
watch
really good shape.
Dota, but
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that
OG is
standard
double
takes
world
up a
champs,
larger
and
portion of the event, but
freaking
limited is
ridiculous.
so important.
They'll
especially
maybe
when
never
we
get
to kind of
repeated
the later
again.
phases, and potentially some tiebreakers might kind of enter the picture as well. So that early
Damn,
start
back
is
to
big.
back
And
is
for
even
Paulo, I
crazier.
mean, that was just incredible. I mean, that zombie, the Champion of the Parish, when he took it, we kind of raised our eyebrows a little bit. We're like, you're black-white. How are you going to make this work? And then, of course, the world champion showing us, you know, you can still make this work. It's a premium 1-drop. Even if you get that 1/1 to be a 2/2, I mean, that's still a decent rate.
That's right. Yeah, it was really no way out that's shown there for our current reigning world champion. Paulo Vitor Dominarosa picks up the win in round 1 over Ray Sato. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have more coverage here from the world championship. Don't you go anywhere.
I don't think 2006 Paulo really knew that you could have a career like the one that I have right now. So it's definitely not something that I glimpsed way back when. You know, I played Magic and I enjoyed it, and I was kind of building a career and seeing where it took me. But I never thought that, you know, in 15 years I would end up being a big-time Magic professional. That did not really occur to me back then. No.
I wish I'd stuck with it when I stopped playing paper.
And
Although,
in 11 life, there's just nothing that Quizma can draw here, right?
I don't really think so. He doesn't have any untapped creatures, so it's not like he can Embercleave. Drawing a Goldspan's not going to do it. He doesn't have any blockers. He can play.
Oh, yes, I watched
that
this
can
one.
Get stolen by Kiora Best the Sea God or killed by Fire Prophecy. And I think that Kiora Best the Sea God, it's going to deliver Noriyuki Mori a World's Invite.
Unbelievable performance by Noriyuki Mori.
I remember watching this
tournament. Makes his way to the Challengers Gauntlet after having only been playing Magic for the last couple of years. He started in 2019, but he has played by double more matches than anybody else in the field. And now he has found himself a world championship seat. What an accomplishment for Noriyuki Mori.
keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. He's... Ooh, okay, Gab.
That probably put the
Gab,
nails
my
in the
boy.
coffin and put Nassif into Worlds.
let's see. Do we have enough? I don't think we have enough to play the Doomblade copy this turn, but you can.
Okay, this was
I
historic.
don't know how he wants to stack up his deck.
Right, because of Kefnet.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so now let's see. Do we do this now? Do we have enough? Am I wrong? No, I'm right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so we get to clean. Oh, right, it's 2 less. So single black, kill that. Sanctuary doesn't trigger because of Narset. So no, this
Turn 1 Delver.
plan everything correctly. Surprise, surprise.
This is just disgusting. Somebody call the police in here.
Yeah.
There's been a crime committed. In
I think I
this-
hear an ambulance in the background somewhere.
Did you maybe hear that? Okay.
I think maybe I hear that. Yeah.
And that's a good game there from Ray Sato. And that means that Gabriel Nassif is going to lock his seat. Congratulations, Gabe. He is going to move back into Worlds, try to improve on his finish from last year when he finished in the top 4.
So cycling the scattered groves to begin with. There's commits.
That's it.
Okay, commit to memory here. Can remove one of these flying blockers, and now
that's game.
Is that enough? That's enough now because of the 6-6 and the 8-8. So Andre Strasky finding the card that he needed to get himself into Worlds. Congratulations to Andre Strasky. What a win for him. Cycling into a last-minute removal spell in order to keep himself alive and
Insane, Billy. Those historic games are ridiculous.
At Worlds.
I'll have to eventually branch out into historic, but honestly, it's just like a huge investment, first of all, and it's just like, I don't know, standard's not always as good, because sometimes they do stupid shit, but the fact that it's constantly rotating and it's a limited pool of cards is what makes it interesting to me.
The entire
constantly
field, I'd
evolving.
say he's probably the one
Historic
I don't
just
want
feels
to
like
face
too
the
much.
most. I have a losing record against
Yeah.
Seth, which I don't feel
It's
that I have
ridiculous,
as
man.
much
There's
against
just
any
too
other
much to
player
choose
in
from.
all
They've
Jet,
got the
like
best of
Seth.
everything from
So I'm kind of
so
hoping
many
he does,
sets.
but he's very fearsome and obviously an amazing player in his own right.
Plus all this new Modern Horizons 2.
And that is Ely Cassis talking about Seth Manfield. They're definitely another player to watch out for in this tournament. And in fact, we're going to watch Seth draft here coming up in just a little bit. But first, Riley is with our winner, Paulo Vitor Damarosa.
I'm here with the reigning world champion, Paulo Vitor Damarosa, fresh off a round 1 win. Congratulations, Paulo. I imagine this is, of course,
Can't hear
exactly how you wanted your campaign to start this weekend.
Yeah, it feels pretty great. It's always very nerve-wracking to start a tournament, and starting with a win really puts a different feeling on the whole thing as opposed to starting with a loss. So it is one of the most important rounds of the tournament, I think, for your mental state. So happy I won.
Getting that momentum and making
Good point.
Sure you're starting on the right foot for sure. I want to talk to you more. I want to come back to a comment you made before the draft matches started. After you drafted, you said that your deck didn't look very good necessarily, but against the other decks at the table, it's probably better than it looks. Can you talk to us about that? Because overall, the card quality at the table wasn't great.
Yeah, I felt like overall we had weak packs. It wasn't like I was passing great cards in other colors. If you saw the draft, you saw that I stayed very flexible up to a certain point. Like I was just taking the best card that I could at all points. And I don't think I passed anything super great. So sometimes you have a draft and then you finish the draft and you're like, okay, whoever is in green has a busted deck, I can't beat this person. Or like, I really wish I was in red because there's so many good red cards. But none of those were true for me. I didn't wish I was in any other color, and I didn't feel like I passed anything particularly great. So even though my deck is just average, I would say, I would expect most decks in our pod to be around that. So it's a deck that I would be very unhappy with in a different pod, but given what I saw, I think it's okay.
Well, it's good to hear that you're happy with your deck at least, and it's good to see you off to a flyer in round number 1. Congratulations, Paulo.
So interesting always.
Mate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Riley, there, talking with Paulo Vitor Damarosa. We're going to bring Corey and Monty back into the conversation here because guess what? We've got another draft to watch. Yay! I'm so excited. Let's take a look, if we can, at some draft archetypes here that you're going to be wanting to watch out for at home because we're going to watch Seth Manfield draft here. Corey,
I wonder what he goes for.
Well, we just saw Black-White Sacrifice from Paulo take it down. Hopefully we're going to be seeing some of these blue-black and blue-white decks, my personal favorites. I love a good Organ Hoarder, but all of this is viable, and I know, Maria, you're probably excited to see some green-white humans.
Yeah, give me some humans, my 7-1 babies. Hey, Monty, what are you looking forward to here in draft?
Maria, if my hope coming into the day was we would see a Black-White Sacrifice deck, Flesh Taker, one of my favorite cards in the format. Paulo already delivered that for me, so I'm set. I can just sit back, watch the second draft. Maybe we'll get a blue-red spells deck. That would be pretty cool to see come together. But really, I just want to see what the other pod is able to put together.
Yeah, we had a very interesting first pod, so we'll see if we get another one here with our second pod. Let's take a look at the table here and find out exactly who is going to be playing, who we're going to be watching. Of course, is Seth Manfield, but who is passing to Seth, who is Seth receiving cards from. All stuff that's very, very important. And once again, just a
This is a
huge
crazy table as well.
here, Corey.
Mansfield.
Yeah, this table gets so much easier. This draft table should be a piece of cake for Seth. I'm totally kidding. These are all sharks once again. Amazing players. I'm super excited to see what kind of archetypes we end up with in draft 2.
And Seth Manfield, of course, known for being an excellent drafter, your 2015 world champion. Let's get to meet him a little bit better.
My name is Seth Manfield. I'm 31 years old from the United States.
I think watching Seth play has helped me take more risks. I'm usually very conservative and he's willing to take risky lines to win.
I respect him because his deck
Yeah,
choice it's always brilliant.
Seth Manfield's actually somebody that I greatly fear playing. Of the entire field, I'd say he's probably the one I don't want to face the most. I have a losing record against Seth, which I don't feel that I have as much against any other player in all of Magic as I do Seth.
その配信とかでもプレーをよく見させていただくんですけれども、見応えのあるプレーを何度も毎回やってるので。
Sato is a really good player. I think his psychological game is very strong. I've played against him a ton of times, and it's always a tough match. So he's always one of the favorites for any tournament he's in.
I think statistically, yeah, I'm one of the favorites, but that being said, that doesn't mean that much because it's 16 players who are all really skilled. We're talking about very small little edges to try to grab. So even if you are a favorite,
He's
going into a tournament as a favorite.
I think he's one of my favorite aggro
That's,
players.
You know,
and he's playing mono green aggro.
PVDDR
This
had
guy
played
could
in
take
a
it.
handful of worlds before he won the last one, right?
I think this guy could take the event. Honestly,
Double Siege, Rhino,
he's playing the same deck with Paulo, but Paulo is less of an aggro player.
You don't know when it's gonna come. Success for me in an event always comes down to A, my level of preparation, and B, my level of play. I can't control my result so much. I feel like up to this point I've done pretty well preparing. And in this tournament, where you're playing, 10 matches in order to decide how well you do, it's like each match, if you let one slip away, then that's what I'm gonna remember. I'm not gonna remember my result, I'm gonna remember, did I punt to someone in this event?
There is a look at Seth Manfield, to be feared surely on the battlefield, your 2015 Magic the Gathering World Champion. He's in the Hall of Fame, 10 top finishes to his name, plays from his gut. A really interesting player to watch play, and of course, one of the best playing today. And we are going to get a chance to watch his entire draft, every pick from every pack. Marshall and Paul are here with the call.
Thank you, Maria. That's right. We've got the next draft lined up for you here at the World Championship. This is our second table. We've got 16 players, so 2 8-player pods. This is going to be the second one, and Paul, we're going to be watching.
At some point, I have to go pick up my son, but I'll just leave it running so you guys can watch. You'll just see an empty chair, and then I'll reappear. It's like a 5-minute walk up the road, so
format tournaments, but
I'm back in time for the standard, that's for sure. And then I'm also going to probably disappear for a little bit during dinner. I'll go get some food in my belly, but then I'm in for the long haul. I'm going to stay up until this is over.
I've lost my fair share of matches to Seth. That's all I will say. So
the swing will keep going.
Especially in the limited portion, he's got to be one of the favorites to go 3-0 in the draft portion. So really, really excited to see kind of what his thoughts
25.
are on that.
I am too. I can't wait to get
Yeah, I've also got to go grab him. I'm not sure when. I've probably got a little bit longer than that.
Sperling,
Seth lost to Croaky and Croaky's best
Sato,
bonus
and then
20.
Mori
I don't remember watching that. Croaky's is a machine as well, though, man. I think he deserves to be up in here at some point, like in the future. I think he'll make it eventually. Although I think he's more focused on the streaming. He's less concerned about competitive play, but I think he's really good, Croaky's, man. It's insane.
Stretching, drinking his water.
Just happy to be here.
That's right.
At my 15th Worlds or whatever it is.
Hey, there's his water. I called
Let's
it.
do this,
All right,
bro.
let's get ready for the action here. Seth,
everything. I'm ready. I'm
open
sorted.
up something
I
awesome.
even got a
And
little summon deck.
yes, he kind of
All
did.
right.
Guardian Savior is a very nice card to open up here.
Yeah, just a fantastic card here. Just a 5-man 3/3 flyer. Get to the late game. Even if you get one creature back, it's an excellent card. But just the fact that you have that upside of being able to get 2 creatures back, excellent way to kind of start your draft here.
That's right. Other notable cards in the pack. Yes, there's Dual Craft Trainer.
That's a nice card, man. I wonder if he's going to go humans.
The Dual Craft Trainer, a little bit annoying to have to pass that card as it is in the same color as this this Bomb Angel that he's taking. But
there's also that.
You do what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, you take the Savior, you kind of hope the person you're passing to takes the Diagraph Horde, and maybe you're not fighting for white so much, at least immediately with your neighbor here. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got to start with taking one of the better rares in the set here in the Guardian Savior.
That's not a rare, buddy.
So Savior goes into the pile here for Manfield. What are the directions that he can go for from here? Black, white, green, white.
Well, that's a mythic.
The 2 best.
Yeah, black, white, green, white, even blue, white. I mean, imagine just getting back a bait hook angler off of this. You just get a little extra value, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is the type of card that really just you'd be happy to have this in any deck with white. Maybe you don't want to be Boros, but I think that's just more of a testament to the color combination than anything, right? You know, it's going to be a fine card in the red-white decks as well, so.
Yeah, I see Covetous Castaway and Revenge of the Drowned as attractive options. Blue-white is considered the best deck in the field, perhaps second if you like black-blue a little bit better. Wow, looks like Seth is actually looking down at Eccentric Farmer here, though.
Yeah, that is probably the other best option here. It looks like maybe Seth has just prefers the green-white Coven archetype. It is very, very strong. And also, I mean, Farmer does work well with the Guardian Savior, right? If you have a mild self-milling theme and you have a good amount of 2-drops in your deck, all of a sudden you can kind of get extra value with this Savior on turn 5.
So let's take a quick look at who's passing to who here.
Oh my goodness.
Pack 1, pick number 3. There's an Organ Hoarder in this pack. What?
That's the first Organ Hoarder we've seen so far.
It is. Nobody passed them.
Okay, well, you know what, Marshall? There's an uncommon and a rare missing. So they must have been some great uncommons and rares because
we're gonna have to go back and review the tape because I'm taking Organ Hoarder over most of the uncommons and most of the rares too. I can't believe there's still one in here, and Seth is definitely going to see that as a signal and try to snap it up. Yeah, you know, I was saying blue-white really kind of the preferred archetype, and getting an Organ Hoarder as a Guardian Savior. Pretty nice to start, though. I think Seth will be a little bummed that he took the Eccentric Farmer over either the Covetous Castaway or the Revenge of the Drowned that he had access to in the last pack.
Yeah. I will say, though, still, you got to tread with a little bit of caution here. Again, a rare and uncommon were taken out of that pack, right?
Cool.
So, you know, you have this Organ Hoarder. Just be a little bit careful. Blue may or may not be open.
Doesn't look like anyone's playing vampires. At least the 3 people before him.
Some more signals.
Those are that land you would definitely
don't really
take
want
it.
to ever put too much into one signal, but these are like data points that add up. Here's another pack with Shipwreck Sifters, Falcon Abomination in it. These are 2 very good cards, and Sifters is particularly good in blue-white.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. Seth is leaning more towards potentially being blue-white than blue-black. Of course, if you were leaning towards being blue-black zombies, Falcon Abomination is one of the better commons that you can have. But given that you have that Guardian Savior, Shipwreck Sifters is a premium blue common in that blue-white archetype.
It really is. It goes so well with the Savior. Not only is it a target itself, but it also helps stock up your yard. And then you can see that it's almost always a 2/3 in blue-white, which is why
Maybe
it's
consider.
just extra good.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an interesting pack with a Search Party Captain, a Storm Rider Spirit, a Consider, and a Celestis Sanctifier. cards that stand out. There's also Lunar Frenzy, which can steal a game. It's just in the color that people are trying to avoid, generally speaking.
Yeah. I think he wants to try to solidify himself into blue-white. So probably going to take one of the cards that you mentioned, and it looks like he went for the Search Party Captain here.
Solid little 4-drop for his deck. So right now, 2 white cards, 2 blue cards, and the Farmer's still on the table. You never know. Green is drafted less often than blue for certain, and then even less so than white in most scenarios as well. So, you know, that could have been part of the tiebreaker for that second pick from Seth, as well as, you know, I don't know if I want to jump right in on blue right away.
This is an interesting pick here. Because Seth can go for the Dawnheart Wardens, which is a very, very strong common in the green-white aggressive Coven strategy.
Uncommon even, yeah.
Green-white uncommon. Or he can just choose to stay the course here and take the second Shipwreck Scepters and try to solidify himself into that blue-white Spirits Disturb archetype.
I think I would just go with the Sifters here. You know, it feels like it's open. The blue cards have been flowing. There's a couple of playable white cards here with the Trapper and the Silversmith as well. So I'm really liking my position if I'm Seth at this point, and I think I would lean into the blue-white deck at this point. He agrees. He's going to take the Shipwreck Sifters, and this is trying to look really good here for Seth.
Yeah.
And right as I say that.
great start, but yeah, this pack just has
Great,
doesn't really
great
have a card
lore.
that you're too excited to play in your deck, so possibly just taking a Geist Wave here if you really find that you need interaction for, but
I mean, sorry,
like
Geist
Unruly
Wave,
Mob,
and I can't.
barely
my eyesight's
playable in
badly.
black-white Sacrifice. I can't imagine you want it in your blue-white deck.
Yeah, I'll just take a Geist Wave and move on with my life.
Yeah, Geist Wave.
Might have the old ways here for Seth, a card that has certainly more upside than Geist Wave, but
Yeah,
it
it's
is not in blue or white. So now we've
Okay.
got a little bit of a twist here, perhaps. There, you know, I maybe my eyes just go to the blue cards naturally, but I'm looking at that Larder Zombie. Look, that card has gone from a card that people thought was pretty bad to a card that you'll actually see on the battlefield pretty regularly. It is better than it looks.
Yeah. Again, this is a format where there's lots of little creatures that are rumbling on the battlefield, lots of 2/2s. So it's actually a fairly effective blocker, right? There's just a lot of people that are just playing cards like Bait Hook Anglers and Siege Zombies and such. So you just have this 1-drop in your deck that does an effective job of blocking. Meanwhile, even if you're blue-white, just being able to just get random disturb cards in your graveyard, every time you do, you're just drawing a card. That's how powerful that card can be.
We've got a U-turn happening here, Paul. He took Timberland Guide and then he wheeled Defend the Celestis and took that. So his last 3 picks have been green.
Might be bent.
Now he's in a bit of an awkward position because if he's green-white, fine. That's an archetype that you can draft. It's kind of a mid-tier level deck, if you will. You know, maybe the 4th, 5th, or 6th best archetype. But the Shipwreck Sifters would be gone. He'd lose access to Organ Hoarder unless he wants to splash it. And here he's got nothing for his 10th pick. He just takes a Harvest-Tide Infiltrator.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 0 disturb cards, right? Those Shipwreck Sifters are not really getting big here so far in his deck. So
he's going to pick up old Tireless Hauler here.
Yep.
Generally not where you want to be in the format. It plays off as just kind of a big, kind of vanilla creature that dies to most things. But I don't know. If you've watched Seth draft a lot, he tends to put together wins with decks that play cards like Tireless Hauler. He's going to pick up another one here. Right as I say it.
Yeah, and I wonder if now Seth is kind of wishing that he had taken the gold card instead of instead of the Shipwreck Scepters, because now, I mean, he's kind of waffling here, right? He's kind of in the. Go ahead.
I just want to take a look at the table here real quick, Paul, because we can get a look at what he's going to have coming to him in the second pack from Sperling, Hushinbet, and Nassif primarily. There's some bad news there. If Manfield solidifies in green-white, Hushinbet seems to be in the same pair. And if he goes for white-blue, well, he's got Sperling and Nassif who have solidified themselves in blue. So the 3 colors he's in are represented by the 3 players to his left. Not really where you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have, 5 players drafting blue. So blue looks like the color that Manfield should try to avoid if possible. And, I mean, if you look at it, again, we saw that 3rd pick Organ Hoarder. We're like, ooh, Organ Hoarder. But then we didn't really see a whole lot of other blue cards. So maybe it's one of those situations where Seth is going to identify that blue's not open, and he's going to go for the pivot here and try to go for green-white instead. Because, you know, sure, Tireless Hauler is not a good card, right? Might of the Old Ways is not a great card, but, you know, a lot of the cards that you're tabling that are somewhat playable are in green. So it looks like he's at least giving himself the option of trying to pivot maybe into that green-white Coven deck.
Let's see if he can do it here in pack number 2. This is really a critical pack for Seth, as he needs to figure out where he's at. He's kind of evenly split among his 3 colors, and that just won't do. He really does need to buckle down here and figure out exactly what colors he's in, particularly with these. And what is... Oh, he opened a Graveyard Trespasser. Really good rare, but it's in black. What about for his colors?
Contortionate Troop.
Odric's Outrider?
Yeah, so those are the cards that probably stand out. I'm looking at the blue cards, and there's a Gale Drifter, which you're not really happy first picking. Meanwhile, if you're Green-White Coven, Contortionist Troop can be really, really strong. So I think those are probably the option that he's looking at. I mean, you can't take the Graveyard Trespasser here. You're sad that you opened it and you have to pass it, but I mean, he's got a duress. So this would be a really interesting pivot if he chose to go with the Trespasser here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for that Troop. As you mentioned, it really does kind of fill in the gap on the Coven deck. Its flexibility with its power means that you can kind of slot it in where you need. Even early in the game, I mean, sometimes people just play it as a 1/1 because they need that 1 power. All right, there's another Odric's Outrider here, as well as Shadow Beast Sighting. And a Cathar Commando. Wow, look at that, a Bloodthirsty Adversary in the pack too. Some really nice stuff being opened, but just in the opposite colors of where Seth's at.
Yeah, I think if you're Seth, I mean, you're really just probably choosing kind of between maybe the green or white 4-drop here.
Yeah.
I see the Shadow Beast Sighting and the Odric's Outrider options. Odric's Outrider really shines in black-white, right? Where if you have onboard sacrifice abilities like a Flesh Taker, combat just becomes impossible. You're just like, okay, I'm just going to block and hope for the best because you're going to just put +1/+1 counters all over the place. But in green-white, it's simply just a solid card, and it looks like Seth actually just prefers having the value creature in that 4-mana 4/4.
See a Lunarch Veteran here that would go just fine in this deck if he'd like to play it. There's, you know, I have to say it, best card in the pack, Olivia's Midnight Ambush over there on the right. Again, a black card. It feels like kind of what we saw in the table graphic is playing itself out here. He's being cut. He's just having a hard time getting these cards. And, you know, he didn't open cards in his colors. He opened good ones, but just not in his colors.
Yeah. And now, I mean, we saw it earlier. I mean, Arne was firmly in green-white, right? And he's probably just taking all the cards here. And green-white is an okay archetype, but again, it just cannot support that many players in a draft. So you're seeing a lot of these cards that would have been decent get gobbled up. Now, Seth is going to deliver the same kind of beatdown on pack 3 for Arne probably. But right now, I mean, he's just not seeing a whole lot here.
Yeah, overall, this is advantage for Seth because he's the one who's passing 2 packs that direction. He's going to take a Candle Trap here, a removal spell that you can put in your deck, but it's definitely underperformed. Here's only going Bird Admirer, and wow, is he getting cut. I mean, look at this pack. There's one green card that you could play. There's also a Plummet. There's no white cards at all.
Yeah, and Burdenmire can be an okay card. Typically not what you want in green-white because you want to be a slightly more aggressively slanted.
I don't think I've ever said no to a Burdenmire, Paul. I just all that.
Yeah, but you draft slower decks.
I do. It's true. There's a Bounding Wolf, Might of the Old Ways, and then another Unruly Mob. Old Stickfingers makes an appearance here, but that's not in the colors here for Seth.
Seth currently only has 1 2-drop. He might want the Pestilent Wolf.
He went with the Bounding Wolf this time. Candlelit Cavalry to add to his overwhelming amount of mediocre 5-drops if he wants it. He could go a little lower on the curve with Ritual Guardian, and you don't see Sungold Barrage played that often. Maybe a card he could have for the sideboard if he likes. We are playing, of course, best 2 out of 3 here.
Yeah, and it could potentially be a necessary evil just because green-white, that color combination doesn't lend itself to too much interaction, too much removal. So he doesn't have a duel for dominance or anything like that, so might be interested in picking one up at some point in the draft.
It's going to take Howl of the Hunt, not a card that's performed well in the format, but, you know, I'm starting to look at cards like that if I'm Seth. You know, that is a high upside card. It's also a very high downside card if you get disrupted while you're casting a Howl of the Hunt. But, boy, you know, he's got kind of a deck with a lot of power and toughness and not really anything else going. This looks like a little bit of a flat deck here for Seth. He needs some punch to this thing. Yeah, though I will say, I'll say it again, he's pretty good at drafting decks like this and winning with them. He showed me decks before that I was like, well, I didn't look very good. And he's like, yep, 3-0, you know, day 2 of the GP or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this pack 2 was just an absolute disaster, right? I mean, he got no white cards, right? He got a Lunarch Veteran out of this pack and a bunch of just green commons, right?
And
so
not even the good ones.
Turn to nature.
Yes, so,
this is a really tough pack here for Seth, yes.
Yeah, now Seth isn't hiding a bunch of cards, so, you know, maybe if he trims it down to about 14 to 15 cards, it'll look a little bit better. But, you know, he's got some holes he needs to fill here. He's got 1 2-drop in his deck if he wants to go green-white. I really doubt that he's looking to go blue-green here. He hasn't seen any blue cards, and the Sifters doesn't really do that much if you're not playing a bunch of Disturb cards or Spirits. So, I mean, he needs a strong pack 3. Now, he is positioned to get those cards in pack 3. But right now, he's got to be feeling a little nervous.
Agreed. The Sigardian Savior that he first packed is looking fairly mediocre at the moment with just the Timberland Guide. He is going to need to do some work in pack 3 to support that card as well, to kind of make sure that it's running on all cylinders, because he's leaning pretty hard on some of his higher cards here. You know, when you have a Ritual Guardian, a Bounding Wolf, a Bird Admirer in your aggro deck, you know, you're not feeling great about things.
He wants, what does he want, like an Unnatural Growth? That would be a nice one.
Yeah, actually, with how heavy green he is, that would work pretty well now that you mention it. Homestead Courage is interesting in that it can really get you to Coven, but it looks like he's just going to take our old friend here, Paul, Crossroads Candle Guide, once again in somebody's pile.
I have seen more Crossroads Candle Guides in players' decks than it just in the last couple of hours than I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's true. And there's the last pick, Unruly Mob. Let's take a quick look at the table before we get into pack number 3.
So Gab's gone into Azorius.
Where the cards are going to be coming from, they're coming from Mori Sato Cassis, and that looks beautiful for Seth Manfield. In fact,
yeah, in case Sato went into
Rakdos. Hushenbet all the way around. He'll get all the green cards for the next 5 players going, you know, from his side here. The white, a little more contested with Mori and Pardee hanging in there, but this is, look, he is primed to pick up a really great package.
I want to see on his deck now.
Cards get opened this time around.
Yeah. One thing that I want to mention is just the fact that Keisuke Sato is the only red drafter at the table. Now, we talk about how red is a weak color. It's probably the weakest color. But if you're the only one that's drafting red cards, I mean, he's getting all the removal, all the uncommons. So really curious to see kind of how his deck ends up shaping up, because everybody else is fighting for those blue and white cards. We have 5 white drafters at the table, but Keisuke being the only red drafter, I mean, his deck's got to be really, really strong here.
Yeah, I bet you he's looking pretty good there. Again, some of it is at the mercy of just what cards get open. Right? Sometimes you have access to all of the red cards, but all of the red
saw
cards
that Adversary was like still in one of the packs. Maybe it hadn't gotten past him yet.
Oh, no.
Is this pack 2? Is this pack 2? What's going on?
This is pack 3, pick 1, Paul. He opened another Graveyard Trespasser.
What? Are you kidding me?
This time, though, a really good
must
card.
be like
Duelcraft Trainer is awesome.
Yeah, he's going to be really, really happy picking up that Duelcraft Trainer here, you know, and then hope to maybe possibly table that Timberland Guide. I don't think this is the type of pod where you're going to be tabling Eccentric Farmers. It's not going to be happening here.
Yeah, even if somebody's not going to play it in their deck, if it's that late in the pack, they'll just snipe it. All right, so there's Duelcraft Trainer. So step 1, very good, and it looks like that's going to be the death knell here for the blue cards. And let's see what he picks up next. Nice, another good uncommon with Hound Tamer here.
Yeah, so this is a great start to pack 3. We knew that kind of coming in, Seth will at least be well positioned. But of course, the cards still need to come. And so far, Seth has got to be ecstatic here with both the Hound Tamer and the Dualcraft Trainer to start out his green-white deck.
Really going to focus on the curve here at this point. He needs to shore up that early game. He just isn't doing enough. There's a Harvest-Tide Sentry. Perfect pickup here for Seth. That's what he wanted to see.
Yeah, Harvest. There's 3 green 2-drops at common, and this is the one that you want in your basically all your decks actually. Again, with the creatures being smaller in this format, a lot of the times this creature is just unblockable in the early game.
Also, I'll say that with 3 power on turn 2, it can also trade off pretty well, and that can come in really handy for the Sigardian Savior late in the game. This is another interesting choice. A Cathar Commando has to be tempting here because he needs these 2-drops and similar stuff to what we said being a 3-1. But he's going to go for the more powerful option with Search Party Captain because you can play it, for as little as 1 mana.
Yeah. Search Party Captain, just one of the best white commons. Oh my goodness.
Wow,
that is what you needed.
Mentor. That's the business here for Seth Manfield. He has to be so, I'm going to use the word relieved here, Paul, to see a Donhart Mentor.
Wow. These are some huge pickups here for Seth Manfield. I mean, Pack 3 cannot be going better here for Seth.
That's right. He finally hits Pack 3 pick 6 here. A little bit of a drop off. He's going to get a Soul Guide Griff. Perfectly playable card. Could even replace the Tireless Hauler in the deck if he'd like. But wow, what a pack here. And it is the green cards, by the way. You see that draft dynamic playing itself out. He got that Mentor 5th pick. It's just running around the table.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you just can't even really expect to see a playable white card, right? It's just probably all being soaked up by the other 4 white drafters at the table. But hey, look, he's still picking up a ton of these great green cards. But now we're kind of getting to the point in the pack where Arne is probably taking up some of those green cards. So
that's right. Interesting. If I'm in Seth's seat, I am just all about 2-drops now. Like, I want that curve. I want 1 and 2 mana creatures that I can put on the battlefield early. Right now, he has the Unruly Mob still in there. He doesn't want that. Like, this is I would definitely take the Cathar Commando here if I was in his seat.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense. I mean, take a look at his deck. He really does want to put those early creatures onto the battlefield. Double Search Party Captain. He's got a bunch of Coven happening as well. So, and even Defend the Celestis, which can be good, but you need to make sure you have that curve out, right? You need to go 2-drop, 3-drop into Defend.
Definitely. Yes, that is a really good point.
Pick Espresso.
Can manipulate not only combat, but also Coven. And it can just
gonna be drinking a lot of caffeine
topper if you can put that curve together. Oh, he did get a late eccentric farmer.
I stand corrected.
He came back. It looks like Arne wasn't interested in it.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, what a nice pickup there as well. Just a good, powerful card to make sure that he hits his land drops. Getting up to that 5 mana slot. It looks like he did cut one of the haulers here.
What did I miss?
He picked up that Soul Guide Griff. Here is Donhart Rejuvenator with no splash. Probably doesn't want to play it.
No.
You can see him start to trim already. Snarling Wolf has been an underperformer in the format, and I don't expect him to want it in the main deck, though it does seem to be the pick out of the pack here.
Yeah, I mean, it is another target to get back with the Sigardian Savior.
True, and as you mentioned, the Defender Celestis just wants a curve out, so it's not impossible that he plays it.
Yeah.
Wow, Neonate's Rush still in the pack here.
And I can't imagine
tapping at the window.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be playing all those 5s as well. But you know what? I will say, if you're Seth Manfield, that pack 3 salvaged the draft, right?
He got there.
Right.
Yeah, he really did, Paul. He needed that pack 3 to up his power level, fill out some curve options, and kind of get in there, and it absolutely did. He was set up beautifully, as we saw the graphic going around, and interestingly, look at Hushinbet. He's actually moved into red. It looks like Keisuke Sato had red to himself for the first 2 packs, but then Hushinbet said, okay, there's just too much of this flying around, and he ditched white and ended up going into red. We see blue-white for Nassif, blue-black for Sperling at the top. There's 2 blue-black players at this table, though, Ili Kassis as well.
Yeah, a nicer
I wonder
spread
which
here.
feature match they're going to
Again,
show
really
us.
Curious to see kind of what Sato's deck looks like. His deck's got to be pretty awesome, at least his red. Hushin been identifying that white was overdrafted, and I'm really curious to see what red card he took to make him pivot out of white. You know, it's got to be like a light up the night, or a Tovolar, or something in that vein, because it had to be pretty good for him to actually choose to kind of change from his initial green-white deck.
That's right. We got to see a close call there from Seth Manfield, but he ends up with a solid green-white deck to do battle with. We're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we'll be right back into the matches. Don't go anywhere.
The game has kind of become it's transitioned for me, right? Like, I used to play when I was a kid purely for fun. I would do Ravnica booster drafts. I would go to the local game store. I'd be hanging out, maybe play in a PTQ, do poorly. And now it's like, well, I am trying to figure out balancing my love for the game and actually doing this as a job, right? Because those are 2 different things.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I feel you, brother.
Extinction event here. We'll get rid of the blocking tokens. And the thing is, those scholars, even though they're tokens, they do have a converted mana cost. Because they're copies. They're not like regular tokens that don't have
They
value.
are odd. Yep, they cost 7. So here we go.
Yeah, Edwin, basically,
I'm not gonna curse
the house that I'm staying in here in Parma is like my wife's mom's boyfriend's house, and he's a lawyer. Like super old dude. He's probably like in his late 70s. He's like older than my father, and he's you know, not going to be too stoked. There I am in the lounge with my beer on his sofa, plugging into the big screen. So I'm in like his studio, which is good enough. But I have only got one screen, which kind of
exactly
sucks.
what he draws off the top of the library. Palaka Predation is going to take a look and get rid of Gigantha, sees the 2 giant killers in there, and there's the sub!
There we go.
CGB just posted a deck.
Fashion. That
It's
is
looking
meant
like
into the World Championship.
yeah. Hey Richard, I got your message, brother. Thanks for jumping on the stream. I got your message.
What a back and forth game.
I'm just today is watching World Champs Day. I haven't been looking at my chat too much.
Because he does not have a lot of wiggle room. He's got 2 minutes to go, and I think he
Yeah, but like, how about Monday or Tuesday, Richard? Let's set it up.
He's got Lord Drakis, he's got Prismari Command, he has access to Unsubstantiate in the graveyard.
Right after
Those
the
are the
Worlds
5
thing,
cards,
then
right?
I'm
So
gonna
he's
be
got
like
mana, doesn't
ready
have
to
a
do some new stuff, get creative. I'm interested.
It's going to be very
Hit me
close.
up.
His clock's running this whole entire time, but he knows this deck inside and out, and he only needs to do it for 4 more times to get this thing dead. He's at 1 minute and 30 seconds. He should have enough time to do it, but oh my god, my heart is pounding. And it looks like Riku Kumagai is going to be the nice one here. And scoop it up. That puts Rei Sato into the World Championship. You can see by the look on his face that wasn't the cleanest win for him, but he will certainly take it over his teammate Riku Kumagai.
There we go. I think after this it's going to be standard. I'm not entirely sure. There's such few players that I think they're going to show us every single match when it comes to the standard. I mean, it would make sense. Like, you know, sometimes when it's like 300 players, it's hard to show you all of them. Of course, they just don't have the time when enough streams or casters. But when it's just 16 players, I think they'll probably show us all the games, at least the standard constructed.
Rivals League, but I've known about Ely and have been like super scared to play against him.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of World Championship 27. Ray Bartholdi joined here by Corey Baumeister. We just got a chance to see Seth Manfield draft. Let's take a look at the table and find out where all of our players in our second pod ended up here. Corey, what's the big picture?
So the big picture here is we see people like Seth Manfield that had to kind of pivot right away when he was getting his colors really cut from him. There was a couple players that had to do that. There's some surprises when it comes to color switches at the end. And then there's some players that just stuck to their guns and kind of got rewarded to do so. So really interesting draft too, Maria.
Yeah, first draft was super interesting.
Yeah, I want
and
to
the
see
second
Sato's
one
deck.
really interesting too. So really cool stuff to see here, Corey. Overall, what do you think of Seth's deck?
So overall of Seth's deck, I
Vampires.
don't love it too much. I don't think it's that great. He was on his way to a really great blue-white deck, but all of a sudden got really cut. And I think Seth, for the seat he was in, did a great job drafting. I think if he didn't get off blue immediately, he was going to be in for a true train wreck situation. And let's be honest, I've seen Seth 3-0 with way worse green-white decks throughout his career. I think it's in his wheelhouse, that's for sure.
All right, let's take a look at the grade that we gave Seth Manfield for this green-white deck list. That's a C, right in the middle
Okay, we get to
of
see
the
the decks,
road.
boys.
Well, we're going to take a look at all of these players' deck lists and their grades. What did Seth, though, think about his draft? I'm interested to hear from him.
So I tried to be blue-white, and the blue cards completely dried up, and green was being underdrafted, is what it seemed like. So I opened a first pick white card, and that was just it.
And there we have Seth Manfield's thoughts on his draft. Up next
Yeah.
on the table, Matt Sperling
Exactly.
in blue.
But do we
black,
see
color pair that a lot
all
of
of
people
the
want to be in this draft
gameplay,
format. What do you
Poochie?
think of this deck?
I assume so.
Yeah, this one's really
Or will they
awesome,
have
Maria,
two
for
matches
Matt,
running
because if you
concurrently?
look around him, he did
Is
not
it even
open
live
black draft
or
either
pre-recorded?
left or
It's not
right,
very
so
clear. I
kind
know
of
these
got
are
flipped
the
up.
the
He
draft
started
matches are
off mono
pre-recorded.
blue, and then pack 2 he picked up just
So
a
we'll
bunch
be
of
watching the
blackers,
standard
never
matches
looked
live.
back, never deviated, and he's one of these players that really stuck to his guns and ended up with a very good deck. He's one of our B drafters.
All right, a grade for B for Matt Sperling. But what does Sperling think of his deck? Let's take a listen.
The card that I was most surprised and most pleased to see was a Graveyard Trespasser that I think I took a second or third pick, and that's just a card that I found to be very strong. It's really, really high floor, and it doesn't go very late in drafts. So even though I took it early, I was very happy to see it because I needed that kind of power level somewhere in the draft, and that's where I ended up finding it.
Sperling pretty happy with his build. Around the table, up next, we have Arna Hushenbet playing green-red, a color pair that you kind of want to stay out of in this draft format, Corey.
Yeah, this is the most interesting draft out of any
Burn
one,
down
in
the
my opinion,
house.
Maria. Maria, you would love the start of this. Arne started with Augur of Autumn, Briarbridge Tracker, Dual Craft Trainer, Dawn Heart Wardens.
I'm
Just
in.
a beautiful green-white start, exactly what you want to be doing. We're going to say, wait, why are there not any white cards? Well, let's take a look at the 5 white cards that are in Arne Hushenbest's sideboard here. Look at these amazing cards, and this was the big struggle for Arna to play white or red. I personally think the green-white deck looks a little bit better, but, you know, that's why I'm up here in the booth and I'm not actually playing. So, unfortunately, that's why we're going to give him a C- here, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh, really interesting there for him to make that decision to put the red cards in.
I want to see what Gabriel
Arna right now.
has managed to bring.
Yeah, I was very happy when I first picked the Augur of Autumn and then got past the Briarbridge Tracker pack 2. I was like, wow, nice. This is already good at going well. Two green rares.
A great start to the draft for sure there for Arna. Next around the table, it's Yellow Hat himself, Gabe Nassif. Let's take a look at his list here.
Ooh,
Blue-white.
Fishing Geist.
Yeah, blue-white, you know, a very strong archetype, one that I really want to be in, but this just really is not it. He did not get a lot of removal. His curve is okay. It's a lot of commons, you know, held together with the glue of one rare. Not a big fan of this deck. That's why we are going to be giving Nassif a C+.
All right, a good archetype, maybe a mediocre
Better than
deck.
Arna's?
Find out what Nassif thinks.
I don't know, man.
I was happy to table, I think I tabled a second Bliss Defiance and I got the Fading Hope plate, even though those cards are not amazing. I was kind of short on playables going into pack 3. And I was also pretty happy to, I think the one Shipwreck Sifters I had, I got it like not super early, but I guess overall, I would say I was really happy to be able to table some decent blue and white cards in the third pack to actually get to 23 playables.
Wow. Able to get to 23 playables. Wow, what a rough draft. Okay, Sam Pardee is next up around the table. Have we finally found somebody, Corey, that's happy with their deck?
Oh, we better, because it
Ooh,
is party
Jaren.
time again. Matt Nass better get that confetti cannon ready, because this is our best deck at the table. It is amazing, and remember when I was saying there's people that
A lot of
stuck
one
to their
drops,
guns?
but he's got
Sam
two
Pardee
rides of
stuck to his
Oblivion.
guns the entire time, got
One
really
right.
rewarded with
Eaten
a
alive.
really late right of Oblivion, and everything went Sam Pardee's way. It is an A deck in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, Corey. This deck is
All right.
There we go. An A for Sam Pardee. Let's find out what Sam
Let's see what
thinks.
Eli's got.
The card I was the happiest to get was the pack 3 pick 7 Rite of Oblivion. I was a little bit short on removal in my deck, and that was what I really wanted to have everything come together. And getting that with the second to last possible opportunity to see it felt like a big boon. I think I even did a little fist bump when I saw it.
All right. Fist pump for Sam Pardee. Ely Cassis
I don't know,
next around
David.
the table.
Let me know.
Blue,
What do you mean?
black. Let's take a look at this one. How does this stack up, Corey?
Yeah, this deck is awesome, and I want to bring some attention to the 4-drops. We got 2
Okay.
Organ Hoarders, and we have 2 Sage, which is just an amazing card. You just turn it to Knight, draw a card every single time, and we have 2 Flip the Switches. We have a bunch of removals, so
How's
Ely
that?
Cassis is essentially going to be playing a blue-black control deck, which is right up his alley. Once again, in the best color combination. We're giving Ely an A- as well.
Wow, really cool to see 2 drafters with A's right next to each other and both in black. Really says something about this format. Let's listen to Cassis now to find out what he thinks about his draft.
The most important card or cards in my deck are probably Organ Hoarder and Firmament Sage, and I got 2 copies of both. I'm pretty happy with Firmament Sage and how it out with a lot of the mechanics in the deck since I have a lot of instants, but Organ Hoarder.
I have a feeling my wife is drunk at the wedding. Ooh, a little bit of lag.
It's just the overall best card that everybody seems to agree on.
Okay.
Yeah, give me every Organ Hoarder you can. Next around the table, we've got Keisuke Sato drafting black, red.
Okay,
A person
okay.
said, you know what, I don't draft
Let me see
a
if I
lot.
can fix this,
Furiously
guys.
drafting
One
a
second.
tournament.
Yeah, maybe doesn't draft a lot. Ended up in one of the not so, favorable archetypes. Rakdos not being the absolute best. But Keisuke Sato has a bunch of rares, a bunch of mythics. His deck looks really good, and even
I know what'll fix
he
this.
drafted Adeline, which would have made it right to Sam Pardee's deck. So Sam's deck could have been even better, but I like this deck. It's a B+ for me.
All right, a B+. Let's hear from him now and find out what he thinks.
My deck is not good.
You know what? Short and sweet. I love it. And honest. All right, up next we've got Noriyuki Mori, another player who basically had to learn how to draft
All
for
right.
this tournament. Let's take a look at this deck. What do you
How's
think
that?
here, Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. And this was a really interesting one. So Noriyuki Mori was passing to Seth. Started off with a black card, and then all of a sudden just recognized
Better?
black wasn't really flowing. Moved
Nice.
right into blue-white. And remember we were talking about Seth a little earlier. He started blue-white, but recognized Noriyuki Mori has taken the cards, and Noriyuki
My
Mori
pleasure,
got
boys.
so
You
paid
should have
off
told
in the
me
next
earlier.
pack. Got all
I
of
didn't
the
think
blue cards from
my
Seth since he got
mic
out of the
would pick
color.
that up.
And then even in pack 3, we kind of thought it was just a hate draft when he picked up Catilda to stop.
I can
from
also
Seth.
hear that way
Ended
better.
up just playing
Can
it
you hear me
anyways.
fine?
And Noriyuki Mori's deck looks awesome. We're giving this one a B-.
I'm really interested to see how Catilda plays in this deck. Let's take a listen to what he thinks about his own deck.
I like my draft deck because bunch of good 4-mana creatures and many powerful rares. 3-mana creatures are not good, but despite it,
Thanks, David.
I'm happy with the whole deck in total.
And there's a look around the table of pod number 2 of draft here at the World Championship. Mani Devuti joining me at the virtual news desk with Corey. And yeah, let's take a look at our feature match. We said we're going to see Seth play this deck, and indeed we are.
Against
up
Mori.
against the person you just heard from, Noriyuki Mori. 10 top finishes for Seth, 1 for Noriyuki Mori. Let's take a look at Seth Manfield, your 2015 World Champion. Wants to do it again here this weekend. Seth Manfield, of course, a member of the Hall of Fame as well, has been playing for a long time in this game. A competitive bridge player as well, 69.6% draft win rate there. You can see on Arena, draft green-white. We just saw it happen. Versus Noriyuki Mori, take a look there, 58.4% draft win rate's been playing for just 3 years, but just look at that number of arena games played. That is absolutely
27K
not a
games.
lot of those. Draft said he had to learn how to play draft for this weekend. So let's take a look and find out how they did. Look at these decks here, Mani. Talk to me about what you think for this matchup.
Maria, I was not a big fan of Seth's deck. He definitely has some powerful cards. The Guardian Savior is excellent. And I do think that he is capable of winning. I have seen many times in Seth Manfield's career that a green-white medium deck, Seth is able to get across the finish line with it, but I just don't really like what he ended up with. On the other side, Noriyuki Mori's deck is, I like it. It's banned, but really it's blue-white with a minor splash for Catilda. Maybe not the best, but overall I like his card quality.
Yeah, and he's got the.
Is going to be absolutely.
He's got the dual land.
Green-white
But
medium.
he's got 2 dual lands.
Put together here, and while I do think Noriyuki has a few cards that aren't the best, overall I like the way his cards line up against Seth. So I'm actually gonna pick the Bant deck here in this matchup.
And remember, these drafts happened yesterday, so we've already had round 1 for these players. So both of these players 0-1 going into this feature match. All right, and we're going to see it. More magic coming your way, coming up in just a couple of minutes. Stay put. Don't go anywhere.
I play Magic so for about 8 hours every day because I really like it and I want to make it to World Champion.
8 hours a day. Good on you, mate.
What I think happens here, right, is you just see an attacker here for 4, put you to 8, play Epiphany, untap, play my Vorinclex, attack for lethal.
Incredible stuff from Stanislav Sivka. Boy, that duress last turn was super clutch. And now he has set up the victory. Down to 8 goes Sperling. Another turn, 6/6 haster plus the 2 creatures on board, or excuse me, the 3 creatures on board is plenty enough against a land, and Sivka gets the job done. Welcome to Worlds, Stanislav Sivka. Fantastic job. Sperling, not out of it. He still gets to come back to the last league weekend to fight, but as it stands, it's all Stanislav Sivka here in our playoff. Congratulations to him. What a win.
A seat at the World Championship beckons ever closer here as he takes stock one last time of what remains for him to do. He's so close. And this time, Jean-Emmanuel Deprin, he has chucked his well down into the bucket, but drawn it up dry. There is nothing left for him to do other than accept his fate. In comes the attack. A Drown in the Loch can take out the Phoenix of Ash. But with Spikefield has it in hand, I think we are going to see Yoshihiko Ikawa at the World Championship in October as he takes out Jean-Emmanuel Deprin, and look at his reaction. He is over the moon. Yoshihiko Ikawa with Jeskai Mutate is the winner.
8 seconds. Woo!
どうもいつも応援ありがとうございます。森のゆうきです。これまで、私は競技マジックを始めて、1年ぐらいでここまで来れたということで、日本だとなんでしょう、すでに強いプレイヤーというのがかなり勝ち続けているような状況ですけど、僕としてはもうどんどん新しいプレイヤーも、競技に参入するように なってほしいと思っておりますので、この機会に、頑張って、自分が勝つだけではなく、新しいプレイヤーも勝てるんだということを証明していきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back to coverage of the Magic World Championship. I am Ailey Loney alongside Cedric Phillips, and we are gonna jump right back into the action here. I know you want to see the best players in the world playing some Magic. Cedric, I gotta ask you though, who do you like in this matchup? We have one of the greats in Seth Manfield and one of the newcomers in Noriyuki Mori.
Potentially future great in Mori, who has shown a lot of prowess over these 3 years that he's been playing Magic. For me, look, it's risky behavior to pick against Seth Manfield. So if I'm forced to pick somebody, even though I don't think Seth loves his deck, and those blue cards didn't come, I still think this green-white deck that he's put together is pretty good. I do like Seth in this matchup, though I do expect it to be a fairly close one.
I am super looking forward to seeing this. These players were seated next to each other at the draft table, so fighting over a couple of those blue and white cards. Seth ended up in the Selesnya deck, while Mori is mostly Azorius, splashing a green for Catilda. So let's see if that card does actually show up to the party, and as I say it, there it is in hand for Mori. So pretty good start there for him. Got all his fixing down.
Yeah, totally fine hand here for Mori. Seth's hand is also acceptable.
Not sure who that is. Ooh, there's a Sigurdian service straight away.
Underway here in our second round of this fantastic tournament.
Oh, heck yeah. I have been itching to get to this weekend. It has just been such a great build-up. I get so hyped every time I see how these players got here, and I can't imagine just how stressed out, nervous, anxious they must be to be playing this weekend.
It's not a bad start here from Mori with the Devoted Graph Keeper. Also has a copy of Faithless Mending in hand. Catilda, a little awkward insofar as you do have access to green and white mana, but not one of each, so can't get that powerful creature onto the battlefield. But, you know, we're getting things started off pretty well here if you are Mori. Otherwise, with it looks like a little draw 2, discard 2, gain some life skipoos coming up.
Seems pretty good. Gale Drifter would be one of the targets if that is the way that Mori decides to go, as that, of course, can come back a little later. Granted, it's not as cool, but still pretty useful being able to play these cards twice, essentially.
Yeah, a little bit of value. You might just see a land and just pass, though, and that looks like what we're going to see. So Seth does have the opportunity to get Cathar Commando on the battlefield.
Yeah, this card has been interesting. You see a lot of people, you know, favor it quite highly, and other people are like, no, it's a 1 toughness creature. It's gonna die. But I think that the earlier cards have proven to be pretty darn effective in this format.
Might of the old ways.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to want some 2-drops to get the party started in this particular format. Now, you're not going to, you know, run somebody out of the game very quickly with 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. It can happen, but there's not an expectation there because there is a lot of removal in the format. But because you do have the potential for that to happen, you want to make sure that you don't get run over by just a handful of creatures as well. So you're going to see decks that do have plenty of 2-drops and 3-drops. What you're going to find here, unfortunately for Seth, is the lack of a 3-drop, and that's pretty simple as to why. No third land.
Unfortunately, Bounding Wolf won't be making an appearance unless we find a third land here for Seth Manfield. Also has the option of Search Party Captain. If a land is ripped off the top, gets cheaper with the attacks. But Devoted Graph Keeper is going to get in there for 2 more points of damage, and the follow-up here is Gale Drifter. Big little 3-2 in the air. There is land number 3, so Seth will be happy to see that.
Yeah, a little late to the party, but better late than never. So we'll see if Seth does want to do any attacking here, if he does just want to play Bounding Wolf. Looks like he's going to serve in here with the Commando.
Yeah, and in no universe is Gale Drifter ever blocking that 3-1, so there's some nice chunk of damage. Down to 16 goes Mori, and likely going to try and get the good old up dog, as I like to call him, Bounding Wolf. Sneaky Deek style, catch that Gale Drifter perhaps?
Looks like he's going to go for just drawing a card with Search Party Captain. Going to use Bounding Wolf maybe a little bit later over the course of this game.
Doesn't find a 4th land, unfortunately.
Yeah, Silversmith is a nice draw here from Mori. A couple copies of that card in his Bant deck. Again, just splashing for that Catilda. Curious if he wants to go that route or just use all of his mana this turn with Soul Guide Griff. That's a decision right now for Mori.
Soul Guide Griff is kind of like it feels bad if you don't get to hit anything with it, but in this format, flyers have proven to be very, very good. You know, in most
Yeah,
limited
guys,
formats, if
I
you
was
can
just
get an
saying
evasive
like
creature,
that.
you're gonna have a
I'm
good
gonna start
time.
cooking
So
up a nice
I am
pasta
keen to see
for
where he
us.
goes with this.
Such a nice guy,
Just
actually.
gonna keep it
Just a
simple,
bit of
just a Gale Drifter attack. If he's doing that, he's of course not going to play this monsters post-combat, wouldn't make a ton of sense. So there's a
lawyer
3/4,
type
not
of a
going to get the
dude.
value of exiling up to one card in the
But
graveyard,
he's
as
super
you
nice.
mentioned, but
He's gonna
now
cook
it's
me
just
up some
flying
food.
beatdowns, and that is a thing that green-white decks
But it's gonna take a little while. But then I'll just leave the
That's
stream
part of the
running.
reason I think you're seeing Seth start a Bounding Wolf as an example, because even though it's not the most potent of creatures, it does allow you to tackle flying creatures well enough. Maybe a little bit of an exchange there. So Mori definitely ahead as we are working ourselves into the mid-game.
Oh, for sure. Having 2 flyers in the air, being ahead on lands, looking very, very good here indeed for the Japanese player. Search Party Captain, is this going to get blocked or not? Might of the Old Ways is, of course, ever looming there in the hand of Seth Manfield. Let's see where he goes here, if we're holding up mana for the Bounding Wolf, or if we're going to Eccentric Farmer and try find land number 4.
Yeah, a couple of options here for Seth. Seth would have loved, of course, for the Soul Guide Griff to block, but there's really no reason for Mori to block there. Just take your 2 damage, use your life total as a resource. It looks like post-combat we're going to see a Eccentric Farmer.
Oof.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Yep.
Oops, indeed.
Could we make a petition to change oops to oof? That would be...
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, you need it.
A little bit more appropriate. This ends up being a really, really nice turn here for Mori, too. Gavany Silversmith's going to pump up the jam on these flyers. You get to play Catilda as well, so all the mana's worked out beautifully. 2 really good cards in the graveyard as well, and really no meaningful way for Seth to catch up. So game 1, Ailey, right in the books.
Easy peasy. Let's take a look at the sideboarding options that we do have here for these players. Now, just a reminder, this is round number 2. Both of these players are 0-1. I picked Seth Manfield to be my champion, so I'm really hoping he's going to pull one out here and get on the winning side of things pretty shortly.
Well, when you do pick Seth as your champion or just to win a match like I did here, you're generally in pretty safe hands. Unfortunately for him and fans of him, he did not find a 3rd land on time to kind of curve out 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop. Ideally, he was going to go 2-drop into Search Party Captain. That trigger probably draws the 4th land, so on and so forth. But you also saw Eccentric Farmer not cooperate there as well. But more importantly, Ailey, as these players sideboard, easy peasy, but no lemon squeezy?
No.
I'm a little disappointed.
It's all right. There's still 2 games to go, so let's see if Seth can tie it up here.
I missed it. What happened? Okay.
Or Mori, just taking a look at his sideboard. What is he going to bring in?
Yeah, flying is ridiculous in this set.
Quite a few cards here right now.
In draft, in my little limited experience.
You see him kind of analyzing things. One thing worth noting here, if you're taking a look at Seth's deck list, only 16 lands. Some players like 17 lands, some players like 16 lands. Seth has a pretty low curve, but he also does have 3 5-drops as well. Eccentric Farmer, 2 of those, looking to tie the room together as far as the land drops are concerned. You, of course, have to get the 3 lands first for Farmer to kind of do its thing, and then ideally it mills over your 4th land, and you're kind of doing your thing that way. But also, Seth doesn't have a ton of mana sink, so it does make some sense why he's just saying, I'm just going to play 16 lands because I don't have a ton to sink my mana into later in the game.
Well, let's hope the lands play a little bit nicer in this game, as we're going to get right back into it here at the Magic World Championship. We are in round number 2. Plenty of Magic still to happen today, as we're going to take a look at the opening hands here for both of these players. Well, 1 land for Mari, that's not great. Seth Manfield is happy with his 2 landers.
Disturbed is insanely good.
That's a lot better.
We saw Seth keep 2 lands last time. Didn't work out for him then. And it was also, just like last time, this time it's also a Search Party Captain kind of draw my 3rd land, Search Party Captain, that draws my 4th land, kind of chained together that way. So we'll see if it actually breaks right for him this time around. And so far, 0 for 1.
Yep, no 3rd land off the top. Timberland Guide's going to hit the board, put the counter on himself. And we're going to carry on right along as Ambitious Farmhand. I love this card. This card is great, because black decks typically suck at drawing cards. So if you can find your 3rd land with this, and you have a couple Search Party Captains, oh, you are sitting pretty.
Yeah, it does do a really nice job of tying the room together. Looks like Seth bricked off again. He'll do some tapping at the window, and Dual Crab Train is an incredibly powerful card if you can cast it. So we'll see if he does get to that point in the game. As you mentioned the Ambitious Farmhand, one of the reasons that card is so powerful, just like you said, is it does find that 3rd land.
He's got again
tying you to your 3rd land, ideally to your
Graph Digger.
Good later in the game as well. And as you can see here with Mori's hand, it's really, really nice. He's got something to do every single step of the way. Devote a Graph Keeper now, a 4-drop in Silversmith, a 5-drop in Soul Guide Griff, and a little bit of interaction in Geistwave.
And also finding a Gale Drift off the mill of the Devoted Graphkeeper, so he's going to be pretty happy with this start indeed. Cathar Commando, you're not a land either. But, you know, we're going to work with it.
This might be a runaway here for Mori, which is so big for him in a spot like this. You know, when we think of Mori, we think of a player who's been playing Magic only for 3 years. That's impressive enough that he's here right now. But he even admitted himself, he is not a limited mastermind. He is unbelievable constructed, and that's where a lot of his focus is. So this might be the weaker part of his tournament. And we're
I feel you.
Any win's good, but Seth, one could argue, is a better limited player than he is a constructed player. So to maybe steal one from him here, there might be some mental fist pumping going on here right now if you're Mori.
Yeah, I mean, Seth Manfield considers himself a better limited player. He's even said that he wished that the top 4 in this tournament was limited. So he feels pretty confident in his abilities, and we've seen the results to prove that he is one of the best. And sometimes, unfortunately, your deck just doesn't behave.
That is nice.
Well, it's got to start right now for Seth as far as a comeback is concerned. He can play this commando on the end step, and he certainly will. This third land's got to come right now for him to get back into this game.
Hey, now, you're not a land.
But he can Candle Trap.
Not a land at all. Not a land at all, Lunark veteran.
On
Mike
the plus
Sigrist
side.
invitational card.
Yeah, on the plus side, though, he can swing and hopefully yeet a land off the top here with Search Party Captains, so he's got that going for him, albeit not great.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if blocks are gonna be declared here, because remember that we all know that Seth does have a couple copies of Pump Spells in his deck, 2 copies of Might of the Old Way. So again, this might be a situation where Mori says, maybe I do want to block and force you to cast that card. Maybe I'll just take the damage, use my life total as a resource. Now,
Didn't want to risk the block. Mind games. He didn't have nothing.
Draw planes off of this, because then you
can
play Lunark veteran. Yeah.
It's something. It's a land. We're not.
It is a land.
It's fine.
Yeah, it is a land.
All right, slowly but surely getting there. Just got to make sure he doesn't die in the interim, as you know, Mori's start has been it's been absolutely blazing. He's just gotten the perfect start in this game number 2 here, and up against a blue-white deck, which is arguably the best deck in this format next to blue-black.
Probably blocked
Seth
to
has got to
3-4.
get super lucky from here on out.
Yeah, the difficult part here for Seth is he doesn't really have a lot of catch-up mechanisms. You know, it's easy to say that he doesn't have a card like a sweeper, but those are rare in most limited formats, so you can't really rely on that. So if you're Seth right now, the plan here might just be, you know what, I got to tender some blocks even if I don't want to. I got to
Yeah, because then the grafting can come back.
And maybe get a little lucky along the way.
Although it can't block.
Side also looks like
You can
drawing
only
land
block
with his hand.
flyers.
You know, running off of planes, running off another plane, so to be able to start double spelling and hope that Mori's deck is not cooperating at all. The tough thing when playing against a blue-white deck, kind of built around Disturbed, is, yeah, sure, let's say you trade with that Graphkeeper. Well, it's coming right on back to the
gonna
grave.
come back.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what makes it really, really tough for Seth to catch up in a spot like this.
Super tricky indeed, but Soul Guide Griff is going to add even more woes to Seth Manfield, as it's going to exile the tapping out the window. There is land number 4.
Yeah,
Just a lack of yeah, it's green. There's so many white cards in hand. Like you mentioned, he would love to start double spelling, but it's not going to happen at this moment.
Well, you know, I do like this because when you are kind of far behind, maybe your opponent overthinks things. Give yourself the opportunity to get a little bit lucky in a spot like this. So we already know, we can take a look at Seth's hand. There is no pump spell there. And Mori might be thinking, well, what are the ramifications of if there is a pump spell? That might be the way that Seth has to spend his entire turn, and I might be totally fine with that. So it looks like the Griff is thinking, Commando, I'm going to eat you alive. We're going to see if that actually ends up being the block, though.
The hungry Soul Guide Griff.
Doesn't have the same ring. Doesn't have the same ring
Guys.
as Hungry Hippo, but I'll allow it.
196
It's a
subscribers.
hippogriff, right? That's its
We are so close to the
Hungry
freaking.
There you go.
Let's trademark that.
We're almost there.
Get that
200
taken care of
subs
real
still
quick. That's a
away.
lot of money
About to
already.
be triggered, boys.
Soul Guide Griff
Thank
blocks,
you all so much for
a
the
good
support.
decision
It's been
made there
going
by
great this
Noriyuki
last
Mori,
couple of
saying, I don't think you've got it. May
of
suspect
days.
a second copy of Search Party Captain to come down
Hoochie.
here, but let's see
Thanks for
which
the sub,
way
brother.
Seth goes.
Yeah, and more importantly there with that block, that might be
198.
Mori saying, I don't care if you do have it. Because again, if you do
We're
have it,
almost
that might just be your
there.
entire turn, and I'm good with that. So you saw the block, you saw the damage
Thank you,
come
thank
through.
you, thank
12 to 9 in Manfield's favor as far as life total is concerned, but battlefield advantage, at least for right now, I think is all Mori.
Dual crop
Oh, for sure.
there.
I bet Seth would have loved to have seen the Ambitious Farm hand get in the way of that attack there,
Trap
just so that thing
and
doesn't
the
flip,
Ritual
because
Guardian.
there's a lifelinker on the other side, and it'll be, what, a 5/5 when it flips?
4/4 with the counter. Yeah. Now
Yeah.
we need a little bit of help with satisfying the requirement, because we got 2 2-powered creatures and 2 3-powered creatures, but all it takes is 1 draw step, so it's not the end of the world.
Ritual Guardian's going to join the fray, hopefully find another creature, which we see is available in Lunark Veteran, to enable the lifelink on it, get that
I think
Coven ability
that
going.
amount of new subscribers in one night
Taking a look at if Geistwave has
is
any interest
just
in clearing the path right now, you could just bounce the
something
Ritual
that
Garden serve in here for
needs
6,
to have
7,
a
9, 10, put Seth down to
a
2,
shot of grappa
4 lethal attackers.
in
Also,
celebration.
If you're not too scared on the crackback, right?
Thanks, lads.
You end up taking 4 points
We're
of
getting
damage.
so close.
It would take a lot.
It's a
for
huge
Seth to be able
milestone for
be able
me.
to kill in a
Having
situation.
just started with the channel,
We
I'm
could
really
just
happy.
see Geistwave bounce a Ritual Guardian,
Cheers.
serve in for 10. Excuse me, yeah, 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. Put you down to 2, and then Mori might just say, "Hey, do your worst." Could also take a more conservative
leave
approach
the
here
flyer
because
behind.
he is pretty far ahead.
Looks like 3 creatures are going to get in here for some attacks. Soul Guide Griff is going to hang back.
Yeah. 4/5. The
Just
Sound
in
Guide.
case there are shenanigans
the
afoot
green.
from Seth Manfield's side
Yes,
of things.
yes,
Oh.
yes.
Shenanigans be damned.
Let's go. One way. And then,
Yeah.
I mean, but the reason I
3,
like this
4,
is
5,
because
6,
you've got 2
7.
interactive spells, right? You've got Geistwave if you want to get this Ritual Guardian out of the way. And if a
What?
pump spell works itself into the equation, not only do you have Geistwave to kind of one-up that, but you also have Sun Gold Barrage as well. So you can conceivably say, I'll attack you for 10, put you to 2, pass with my mana up. Best of luck. Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. So I love this because he has 2 instant speed interaction spells that trump anything that Seth could do.
It's this turn on nothing.
He does it that.
should have
Might of the
blocked,
Old Ways
man.
is the card that he's kind of been,
3,
you know,
4, 5,
faking
6,
that he has
7.
in hand.
Because even if Seth does this, even if Seth plays Lunark Veteran pre-combat, right, and that's going to trigger Coven to turn on Ritual Guardian's lifelink.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll just bounce that, and I'll take my damage from the other creatures if that's what you attack with.
He's
and
got Geistwave.
finish you off in the air. So for Mori, things have gone right, and he has definitely played the game very well too. So A plus B equals C, and C in this case,
Yeah.
I think A-Lee is going to be a victory.
Wow, Seth down. First game.
Yeah,
It's
and you can even
GG.
see Seth.
Yeah, you
Seth
see
is
Seth,
frustrated
he's
down there.
like,
You can
yeah,
see.
sure.
He's just like, I can't really do anything. Like, right, I can attack with Ritual Guardian, pump it with Might of Old Ways.
He would have
That will,
played
I
the
mean, that'll
Gale
be plus 2,
Drifter
plus
if
2,
he'd
and it
had.
will draw a card because of Coven. But
You know.
again, Mori's got these interactive spells, and Seth. I mean, Seth is one of the best limited players of all time. He knows that Mori has something because he could have brought Gale Drifter back via Disturbed and didn't do that. So what do you have then? Right? Do you have nothing?
Yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? But unfortunately, Seth's instinct is correct. There is something afoot. Geistwave is going to send back the Ritual Guardian. That's not enough damage to get the game one and done here, and Mori's just going to make doubly sure that he is doubly indeed dead. So, 2-0 for Noriyuki Mori against one of the best limited players in this field. He's got to be feeling great about that. So
Seth had a
kudos
crap deck.
to
Poor guy,
Noriyuki
but
Mori.
that was crazy.
Yeah, you see 2 sides of that. For Mori, got to be thrilled again because when we think of him, and he's even said this himself, big time constructed player. So many arena matches of constructed, so few of limited by comparison. And for him, starting off 0-1, not great. Nobody wants to start their tournament off with a loss, but you say, you know what, I can bounce back. And then you get paired against Seth. Man, I'm just so good at limited. Maybe I can get a little lucky along the way there. And sure, a little bit of luck was part of it, but he also played a really, really nice set of games there too. And on Seth's side of things, someone who doesn't show a lot of emotion when he plays, you could see there, come on, I kept a 2-lander with Search Party Captain and a 2-drop. I'm just supposed to draw the 3rd land. Search Party Captain draws the 4th land. What's going on? Didn't work out the way he wanted to. So a tough loss there for Seth, for sure.
Well, it ain't over till it's over, so we will be back, my friends, with even more magic. It's the final round of draft after this short commercial break, so don't go anywhere.
I think what motivates me to do better at the game is the challenge that it brings to yourself. I almost like that boost to feel like if I can do better than I did last time, I can feel proud of that. I can feel that sense of accomplishment. I like the challenge, and I also like that self-discovery of seeing what you're capable of.
100%.
It's a really good feeling, clearly. I mean, I think we can all agree on that point. When you just like beat an opponent by outplaying them and outsmarting them with a sprinkle of luck on top, and it's a good game of Magic, and it's just like, oh, it's so good, it's so satisfying, it's so, yeah, rewarding. Okay, this guy's going, okay, oh, this is Paulo. Oh, okay, I was like, huh, another guy with 2 flesh takers, and then I looked at the name. That was Paulo's deck. They should get, okay, I guess they're going to give us all the results of the draft tables once they switch to standard, so it'll be interesting to see. I picked Gabriel Nassif, David. Mr. Frenchman, Mr. Yellow Hat. Kind of a safe pick. I'm a little disappointed, but kind of not surprised that they came with a control deck. Him and his team. The Grixis thing it definitely surprised me. I wasn't expecting there to be a Grixis, 25% of the decks of Grixis. Yeah. Paulo Vitor. The first time ever in 25 years of Magic that he's brought mono green aggro to a competition. He made a tweet about it. And if he specifically chose that, even though he's not experienced at that, it means he thinks that it's got the best chance to win. He's the current defending champion. The guy's a machine. I think green can take it. If they get the God Draw against the Izzet, I played his list on stream and I've shredded people. I got 100% win rate out of all the other decks that I played. With some luck, yes. But, yeah, you can't get safer than the current champ. Plus, the guy's a machine. He's just like I said already on stream earlier, he's always 3 steps ahead. He's thinking on your turn, he's thinking during his turn. Every possible potential direction.
Magic for me is a never-ending challenge. It is a never-ending puzzle that you always can work on.
Telepathy.
That you can,
they're playing
try
draft
to
now.
figure out.
It's their draft
and
decks.
Just puzzle solving or problem solving is so much fun for me.
The standard will come after this, and then it's 60 cards with 15 card sideboard. Unfortunately, I have to go pick up my son very soon, but it's just up the road, so I'm going to leave the stream running. I'm just going to pop off and grab my boy at his grandmother's house, and then I'll be right back.
Typically best deck in blue-black versus the color pair a lot of people try to avoid. What do you think of this matchup?
Top dog versus underdog. That's what we got here. We got Demir on one side, we got Gruul on the other side. A Gruul joke that the werewolves
is it just draft
green
today,
and red cards, not
David?
I know, right?
Limited. It's
Is there no standard whatsoever?
Why aren't
constructed, sorry?
better, I ask.
But there is an interesting thing about Arne's deck, which is it's really not all that werewolves related. You see those key cards there. Briarbridge Tracker, Augur of Autumn, Burn Down the House. If I'm gonna be green and red cards, I need some power, I need some juice. And he's definitely got some. Now, he's also got a tough decision because I see all reds alongside a bunch of greens. So
that's a horrible hand.
I mean, you're on the draw. You could risk it for the biscuit, but he doesn't like that. So we'll keep the second hand here, returning 1 card.
Okay, yeah, it's highly likely. We did see the...
What would you send back?
Well, probably just send back Burn the Accursed. The Accursed, I think. Snarling Wolf is fine. Duel is not my favorite. I mean, that card's 5 mana. Yeah, just go and send that back. Let's get rocking and rolling here. That Lunar Frenzy first draw set, that might come up.
Oh yes, that card can certainly win games for you out of nowhere. As both players are getting started, but if we look down below here, you notice anything missing from Cassis?
Oh, Cassis is missing them there blues, and Arna, well, he's got all the colors right now, and is drawing a 4th land as well. We'll see if there's going to be a little pump of the jam going here in just a moment with the Star and the Wolf. You see that Cassis at least does have some way to interact there with Olivia's Midnight Ambush.
Hey,
And now there's the
Yeah,
blues.
exactly, Leonardo.
Easy peasy, yeah. That's all you gotta do is just will it into existence.
I'm trying to find out the information here about, but yeah, I'm
but nothing that this
pretty
little
sure
pepper
you're
can't get
right
around,
about
as
that.
he can get nice and chunky if
I
he
think
so
it's
chooses. But then
just
of course
dropped
we see
today,
Cassis,
which is
who will
kind of
just be like,
sucky.
hey,
I was hoping
ambush
to watch
time, die.
Greg,
Yeah, and you
Mr.
saw
Moya,
Arna play around
Burning Tempest Gaming.
Olivia's Midnight
Welcome to the party,
Ambush
brother.
just the last
Yeah,
turn, right?
I fully
So if you think
thought
about that,
there
think
would be
about how Arna
some
may
standard
try to play
today, but
around
it
that
appears not.
for continuous
Just
turns
kind
over
of
the course
sad,
of
but
this
it's
game
okay.
now, right? Because he's
Get
played
the
around
draft
it,
out of the way, and then I
starting on
think
the
it's just
second
standard
turn,
from
and
tomorrow
so now
onwards.
basically his read is, I think you have that in your hand. His read is correct.
Greg,
now, will he
welcome
ever
to the
take
stream, brother.
down
Good
that
to
thought
have you.
process over the course of this game? That will be the question.
Nice draw there, and Silverbolt does a very good job against both of these creatures that Cassis has on the battlefield.
Yeah, you see
Does a
Pyramid
duel for
Sage.
dominance, but no coven at the moment.
Yeah, this Silverbolt, as you did mention, does a
Lunar
nice job of
Frenzy,
cleaning things up here a little
so
bit. Lunar
good.
Frenzy as well. You're
In
safe to kind
limited.
of do your Lunar Frenzy or pumping thing when your opponent is tapped out. So now if you're Cassis, you know that he has access to some sort of pump spell here. You know that he has access to Duel of Dominance in the deck as well.
Oh,
So
today we get
if
some
you're blocked,
standard.
if you do,
Nice.
what is it going to look like?
Yes.
Because you can always just take
That's good to
3.
hear.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm always so wary of blocking in this format. It's
That,
like, nah, you have
yeah,
a thing.
they
I'm just gonna hit
showed
you,
it at
you
the
hit me,
beginning
we'll
of
do
the
our
stream,
thing,
and
then
I
let's
was
see who
just
wins.
I
wasn't
never
paying
think about it 'cause
attention.
I'm always attacking.
Always be
I think if
attacking.
we go
Another thing I have
here,
to
sorry
concern
guys,
myself
I'll go back to the
Now, this is an interesting block because one could make an argument right now, right? By making this block, this says, okay, you have to pump your Snarling Wolf, right? And that's just a free kill on my Larder Zombie. But what that also might mean is that you pump your Snarling Wolf, you don't have a spell to play because you only have access to 2 mana, and then we switch to Night. Pyramid Sage draws a card. Yes, your werewolf transforms, but I've got an answer for that. Actually, 2 of them. So Cassis, I think, thought about that briefly, but does he really want to throw the Larder Zombie away? It looks like no.
Spellring Painter is going to take care of the Firmament Sage, so no card draw for you, even though it won't be flipping tonight with those 3 spells being played. Such a cruel thing to do, right? Oh, 3 spells, 1 turn, go.
Yeah, just dump them on down. Now this thing...
2 round standard constructed.
A little bit of value here with the mill. You've got flashback cards,
Okay.
disturb cards. There you
Nice.
Gale Drifter headed to the graveyard. So some
Confirmed.
value
We got
there.
some standard
Bruce
later.
6 got a big old butt, ready to
Booyah.
do some blocking here against these creatures. But this again is where this Lunar Frenzy might be working itself into the equation.
It's going to be interesting to see if Hushenbeth wants to go the line of Lunar Frenzy or get Briarbridge Tracker down and just
Yeah,
add into
David,
the
sorry,
battlefield
buddy.
and
That's not
overwhelm
my opinion.
Yeah, so this is the only
I'm not a
time
huge
you
fan
can
of
make
historic.
your combination
I
with
know
Lunar
Greg
Frenzy.
would agree with you.
And if you're Ely, you might just say, all right, I'll just put my 1/3 in front of your 2/3. If you want to play a spell to finish off my 1/3, because there's really not a spell you can have.
201 subscribers. We've done it. We've done it. Yee, I wish I had a freaking champagne bottle. some fireworks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always
Yes.
going to be less incentivized to use
Okay,
Lunar Frenzy
giveaway
on
will
an
be
unblocked
tomorrow.
creature.
First video of the day is going to be the
It's going to be
giveaway.
the Briarbridge.
Yee-hoo.
Ooh, nice draw here for Cassis.
That's
I need to find that
And
program that
this
randomizes
turn
people
might
from
just
the
be, I was thinking it might just be past the turn
from
with
the
2 removal
giveaway,
spells up.
so I can
Looks
assign
like it's
the
not going to be. It looks like we're gonna
prizes
play
properly.
Gives you a 3rd creature for Larder Zombie to start activating that. But you do have multiple removal spells at the ready. And that's a pretty good space.
Stoked, guys. Thank you.
It is at that. Arna not finding land number 5 yet, but keeps drawing gas.
Cheers.
And his deck seems to be
Each
costed
sub I
well
take a
enough that
shot.
he's able to keep playing everything that he's drawing with
I'll
those
be
4 lands.
dead by the end of
Now,
the
of course,
first
when you
round.
do think about blue and black decks in this format, you know the ceiling is incredibly high on them, but the floor is pretty high too. Most blue black decks are going to just be pretty good because there's a lot of removal at common, and we can't demonstrate that point any better right now than the 3 common removal spells that are in Cassis'
Yeah,
hand,
those
right?
are actually the 3.
Yeah,
The big
you got
3.
you got the big 3 right there, and so
It
this
dropped
is
2
what
Myth
kind of makes
Bombs
it so
in
difficult for these green-red decks.
Yeah,
in
I
this format.
agree,
It's like these
Leonardo,
green-red
but,
creature cards,
you know.
they're good.
I can understand why people would like
you know,
historic. And
these
honestly,
cards
if I
are all
had
totally fine cards, but these removal spells can really pick them apart. And
like
what I like that
loads
Ely
of money
did was,
sitting
like,
around, I
he
would just
said, I'm gonna use
fill up
life
my
removal
entire
resource.
collection and
I
just
can
buy
get a
all the
little thrifty
cards
with some blocks.
from
Maybe
all
some
the
things
sets
go
from
right tomorrow.
historic.
Maybe they
Then
don't.
I think it
But
would make for some
now,
pretty cool
if
content as
Arno
well.
wants to
But
do
I
some
just don't.
attacking, Ely can just go, all right, yeah,
I
you know,
don't
I'll
have
block
it in
with
me
your
right now to
pump spell.
brain
Good.
power. Just still
Right, like
dealing with my
it's
my
exchanges
3-year-old.
like that are going to be beneficial for Ely right now. And yeah, he took the first couple of hits, but at the end of the day, the dust kind of settled with him at
2.5-year-old.
13,
As
and that's
soon
really
as
not
he
so
gets a
bad.
bit bigger and starts going to school, then I think I'm going to start branching out
13
big
is
time.
still quite good. And like you mentioned, this
Okay, so
Drowning
if he
Amalgam
pumps it
does
with the
have a
Lunar
pretty big
Frenzy,
booty, so we'll jump in the way here of Briarbridge Tracker. This is going to entice Arna to use either Lunar Frenzy or just let the damage happen and finish it off with the Silver Bolt.
Yeah, now I'm curious
Silver
now because
Bullet.
okay, so you got your 4 damage through. Now Silverbolt can finish it,
Mhm.
and is Cassis happy enough with that trade? Because here it is. Clearly, he's fine with it. Now, I'm a little surprised we did not activate. We didn't activate Larder Zombie.
Yeah.
Looks like he missed that. Was very focused on the defense straight, and you can see maybe a little bit of frustration there, missing that free activation. Because I wouldn't be surprised if you prefer to have that land
back full screen
in the graveyard.
Whale Drifter is going to rejoin the battlefield as a 2/2 flyer. Still have Olivia's Midnight Ambush and Eaten Alive available, courtesy of the Unblinking
that's gonna be
Observer,
good.
so not all too bad drawing that land.
It might be a little sneaky right now that Olivia's Midnight
And
Ambush
Eaten
is
Alive
out.
is not
Spooky,
bad.
That's going to help assist
And
in casting
he's got the
that.
flyer.
Might look to some players that just a single black mana is available, but we know that's not actually the truth in this situation. So
I wasn't sure if I heard right the first time, but you call it Blinky.
Blinky!
That's so cute.
Absolutely.
Now let's see how Arna wants to attack this turn. Still not drawing lands. Does have that clue token he can crack, because the Briarbridge Tracker, the Briarbridge Tracker is not around anymore to benefit from it, so could try and find a land there. Where do you think he goes this turn?
Yeah, this is tough because the difficult thing here for Arna is, well, first of all, let's remember what I said a handful of turns ago, which is he playing around Olivia's Midnight Ambush the second turn of this game, right?
Arna thinks deep, man.
Leads me to believe that he may believe that Elise does have Olivia's Midnight Ambush in hand still. Now, we're gonna I think we're gonna see it. Yeah, we're gonna see a double block who we're trying to entice maybe a little bit here.
Oh, that's so cheeky.
Yeah, and we might also just be fine with, hey, double block, you pump your creature, make it a 3/3. Okay, cool, you're killing one of my things. We'll see how the dust does settle here. But step number 1 is Arne has Arne taken down I think you have Olivia's Midnight Ambush?
That costs 2. And you can Lunar Frenzy for 1x.
So that's going to resolve.
How much does Cassis value this Larder Zombie? Like, one of the things that we've all settled on is in this draft format, you really want to be doing something all the time. And that Larder Zombie is something that lets you do something all the time.
And then the
So he
Lambolt Harrier
still has Ambush at the ready, trades with the Snarling Wolf. Now here's Lambolt Harrier. Now we're going to see the removal spell here on the end step, perhaps?
Is it that threatening, though? I don't think so at this point.
That's not a bad draw here, because with this Bat Whisper, you actually get to turn this on, right? So you get to get in here for the Whale Drifter.
Nice.
Combat. Little trigger action, get yourself a 1/1 bat.
That's nice.
And still have up the ambush. So Cassis is being extremely, extremely patient with this removal spell.
Yeah.
Now it's just 3 in the air.
At this point,
every
to me,
turn.
like just judging by cards in hand, the board state, the mana situation, Cassis looks to be in the lead here. Would that be...
I love his situation. I love where he's at right now, because like you're kind of just like making these exchanges, but you've got the better of it. And if anything gets a little too hairy, all right, I guess I'll finally use like one of my removal spells to clear out a real card that you've drawn. So we're just seeing some kind of like general
so different draft
right now. I think the tough thing right now here for Arne is like, you know, this Voldaren Stinger that he has. In order to pump that up, it's your entire turn.
Yeah.
And that's what's also making things a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I agree.
Timberland Guide hits the board along with
it was so pushed with the whole werewolf thing, and ended up like everyone was just playing it the whole turn, the whole like first 2 weeks of rotation, and now it's just fallen off. No one's playing the werewolves at all almost.
Now, of course, the question
Feels
is
like the
how
disturb
aggressive
mechanics
Cassis wanna
better,
get
like
with
the
his rules,
spirits
though.
are better,
We know your
blah,
opponent
blah,
only has
blah.
one card left in hand. There is a clue on the battlefield too, as well, and a draw step coming next turn. So Arna could see a handful of new cards coming up, and the card that he does have in hand is pretty darn good. But there's really no, I guess I would say, rush. As far as
just
power
one.
level is concerned, I believe that Cassis has a more powerful deck, so he might be comfortable saying, hey, let's just play some
Another
turns.
land.
Yeah. Just a couple
just play
damage.
some
It's a 17-turn clock, Cedric. He's got this. Easy peasy.
Yeah, well, I don't like.
I like the
That's
stinger
too long.
as a one
That's
drop.
too long of a game for me personally. But
Oh yeah. Let's just swing with both things. But
Yeah.
yeah, we got time.
That's why I love watching
let's
it
see where
like
this
this,
goes. Lunar
Poochie.
Frenzy,
Like,
still the only card in hand for
the
Hushenbet.
like,
Does
it's
have the clue
completely
token
different.
to draw a card when he needs to.
You know,
And does
that's
he
probably
get
the
in
only
here
copy
with
of a
the Stinger
specific
and
card
the
that you might have in the whole deck,
how do
and
we
it's
want to
like,
go about doing things? It
don't
looks
just
like
rush it
Stinger
out. You're not
starting
going to
to feel
draw
a
another
little bit
one.
of Timberland
When's the
Guide
best
as well.
possible
You
moment
think
to
about
use it?
Pestilent Wolf in this particular
You know,
situation. You don't
much
really need
more
to turn on the
happy to
death touch
take
mechanic like you're just
trades
gonna
when
trading combat
attacking,
normally.
Mm-hmm.
But here come these little knuckleheads, and remember, we've been playing this cat
because
and mouse
that
game
gets
around
rid of
with you. We've been
something the
ambushed
opponent has
since
for
the
the next
beginning of
turn.
the
It's like
game.
incremental little
Hushenbet
bits
might
of
feel as
life
though
gain.
right now he can't do anything about it. Because first of
He's
all, it's
gonna
nighttime,
block with
Yeah.
the
so it's gonna be
flyer.
-13, but maybe just hoping. I thought you had it at the early stage
Well,
of the
okay,
game.
yeah, he's got
I
the
just kind of hope you don't have it now. But
Olivia.
well, sad
Minus
news.
13, minus 13.
Bad news bears. Here
But he
comes the
does lose the
ambush.
flyer.
-13 on the Evil Darn Stinger, so no more first touching for you. First striking, I should say. And here comes the trade between the Timberland Guide and the Flyer. So sports
Okay.
getting cleared out a little bit. Making way for some new stuff. Oh, maybe a Blood
baby.
Tithe Collector, perhaps?
Yeah, he's gonna draw with the
Fan me
clue.
down.
Hushenbet.
That is a powerful card. Now, do we want to get in here with this 4-2? I'd be surprised if
Yeah.
we do. I think we can just say, how about a little one in the air?
Thunk.
Just a little love tap. Boop.
Now,
Battlefield.
we
If an
will
opponent lost
almost
life this turn,
assuredly
each
see
opponent
Arna
discards a card. Oh,
sacrifice the clue in response to the discard trigger here. I imagine wants to keep the Lunar Frenzy.
Yeah.
So let's draw a card. Maybe we just draw a land and throw that in the graveyard.
Oh, that's not that bad. Yeah,
So
you don't hate discarding that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a decision right now, though, because, how good is this Lunar Frenzy really on
Yeah.
this battlefield, right? Because let's say
You
you
need
attack
small
a Pestilent
creatures.
Wolf. All right, I'll take 2, right? I'll take 2, I guess. Like, why would I block? I don't care. I'll take the 2 points of damage. I go down to 11, and then my Bat Whisperer is going to deal you 4. So I think the Lunar Frenzy, it's expired on this game. I don't know if there was ever a great time to cast it, but it looks like Hushenbet agrees insofar as no more need for that.
No more indeed. Pestilent Wolf going to continue the damage train here for Arna Hushenbet, and the follow-up
Sentry.
Beast sighting, which is quite a good one for Arna at this point indeed.
Yeah,
he's
Eaten
gonna
alive.
need to get pushy here.
I love killing
4,
this
5, 6, 7,
right
8.
now because now we're on a 2-turn clock, right? We got Arna at 16. You kill this, you just pay your mana.
Yeah,
kill
pay the
this
full
4/4.
mana.
And this actually feels like a beautiful turn to me, right? You get to use all of your mana. You get to say, I'm going to kill your 4/4, attack you for 8, put you down to 8, play land, play Blinky post combat. And now it's
Blinky.
just, what's your plan? Because you're already having trouble with the flyers, and you can't really confidently attack. So let's get it in there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Cassis doing the beatdown thing. Quite effectively. 4 creatures to 2. What
house
can
burning?
Arna do?
Another
This would've
land.
That
for
would've
pretty
been
obvious
awesome.
reasons. Yeah, it would have been a great time to draw Burn Down the House. Did not find that. Still going to be a good draw next turn, though. And now if you're Cassis, you can put your opponent on a 2-turn clock, right? You can just say, all right. I mean, you can do this as well, but you can just say, okay, flyers, put you to 4, kill you next turn. But I'm also good with this because what this forces a little bit of blocking too to clear up the battlefield. And now again, if you're Arna, now it's just, all right, I need to draw Burn Down the House, kill everything. I got nothing left over. How do we do?
It's Augur. I mean, it's really good.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. Defend the Celestis on the top of the library there for Arnis. That wasn't going to help either. But yeah, Cassis just firmly in the driver's seat from the get-go. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing things. That's fine. I'll just kill that. A little bit of trading there.
Okay.
Using all of his resources to his advantage and picks up game 1 quite nicely.
Yeah, and again, that's part of
Give
the
me
reason that
one.
people
Give me a
like
little
Black
second,
and so
guys.
so
I'll be
much
right
is those
back.
removal spells at common. We saw them all get used that game. Defenestrate, Olivia's Midnight Ambush, and Eaten Alive, all very powerful over the course of that game. Again, that's why people love black cards in this format, and that's also one of the reasons that Gruul struggles so much. Is yeah, the creatures are good, and sometimes they're extremely big, but they die all the same to most of those combo removal spells from black.
Yep. Especially to Olivia's Midnight Ambush. It's quite easy up against the green-red decks. If they are playing any wolves with Daybound or Nightbound, it's just like, oh, okay, well, now it's flipped. Now your thing dies.
Yeah. So a tough first game there for Hushinbeth, who I don't know if he loves his deck or not, like, on a scale of like 1 to 100, how he's feeling about things, because, he does have some powerful cards. Let's not make any mistake about it. He's got the Tracker, he's got Augur, he's got Burn Down the House, so, 2 copies of Shadow Beast Sighting. I mean, there's some cards here to like.
Guys, I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat.
Kind of
It's time for dinner. I'm just
pretty darn good blue-black deck.
next door, so enjoy the show. I'll be back right after some food.
Twitter good, but pretty good.
Let me just turn off my
With this
camera.
field, no one is ever going to get the absolute nut draft.
Boy, I hope not.
Because then something has gone awry.
Yeah, if somebody gets those blue-black decks. Whoo, baby.
Easy peasy, 3-0. Let's go.
Yeah.
And so Arne's taking a little bit of extra time here with his sideboarding decisions, just making sure he's happy with his main deck configuration. We were actually chatting yesterday after seeing which archetypes everyone ended up in. We're like, do you think he ever changes to a Selesnya deck? In specific matchups?
That's kind of a fun thing to think about, because the double striker is so man, that card is good. That card is really, really, really powerful, assuming you can turn it on. But even just 3/3 first strike in a format like this is really good. And one of the things that blue-black doesn't do all that well is block. Most of the time, because of those decayed zombies, Unblinking Observer is just a 2/1, 2/3, stuff like that. So it doesn't do a great job of blocking. Now this hand here for Hushinbeth, I like what we're doing here.
Oh yeah, I like both of these hands actually. And we have Augur of Autumn early. That's great for Hushinbeth.
Gonna be really important. Harvest Tide Sentry is a really, really good card against blue-black. As long as you can turn on its ability to be unblocked by creatures with power 2 or less. I mean, really, really, really good card in this kind of matchup. Generally, it could just be a 3/1 unblockable if your deck does cooperate. So definitely something to watch out for at the early stages of this game.
I wonder if we'll see an attack here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get in there.
Snap him off, Ely. Snap him off.
Get him.
I'm a little surprised. I guess I will say Arne does have pump spells, everything else, but if you want to use a pump spell to trade with a larger zombie, I'm good. So I'm not too surprised to see Ely tender a block there.
Spell Rune Painter hits the board. It's daytime, and Unblinking Observer is going to join the fray. Followed up by a Consider, so a really, really nice curve here for Cassis. Has something to do on turn 4 as well, either the Sage or the Bat Whisperer.
Gonna do some interloping in the meantime.
Oh yeah. I like this Vampire Interloper. I think it's a cool card. Sure, it can't block, but it's a flying 2/1. It's gonna kill you eventually.
Here's a powerful card.
Yeah, this card's rad.
Oh, okay.
Look
All
at
right.
the top of the library.
All right, so now the texture of this game is gonna change. Burn down the house on the top of the library, and that's something that you kind of want to build around and build towards. But the fun thing about when both players know that there's a sweeper effect in the deck list is how do you maximize it? What can you do to make sure that you get the full amount? And don't forget too, Burn Down the House has a different mode, has an alternate mode on it too that could be relevant in this game. So the texture of this one's going to change quite a bit here. This should be fun.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where this eventually leads to. Arne is looking pretty good right now with these creatures down on the battlefield, so it could be a possibility that we see those 3 little pesky devils being made. Maybe not right now, but you know.
Yeah, no, so yeah, it's a question of how do you want to use this card, because again, like this game, like oh boy, this game could get really interesting. This little game of cat and mouse. I got Burned Down the House, and what's this gonna look like? Yeah, like what's in my deck list. I know what's in my deck list. I know that you know. Like, how are you gonna play your threats? If you're Arne, do you want to keep committing more creatures to the board, like this Falcon Wrath Perforator, so that Ely feels like he needs to commit more threats on the battlefield. Like, what's it going to look like?
Oh man. Also, Burn the Accursed being revealed at the top of the library there, so.
Oh, question. Oh, okay, so we're making devils. Okay.
Heck yeah. Oh, I like it.
My question was answered pretty quickly. I mean, devils are good on this battlefield. There's 3/1 toughness creatures.
Yeah, you don't want to block these because they just kill your flyers.
You block with a Bat Whisperer, the devil's going to finish it off as well. So we're going to go the devil route.
These guys are basically unblockable right now for Cassis.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep swinging. Arne is going to go down to 13 courtesy of the Interloper and the Bat token, and Firmament Sage is going to join the fray and try flip it to Knights as often as possible to get some cards. Oh, Burn the Accursed though, looking mighty, mighty appealing on that Sage.
It is. How do you want to use Burn the Accursed in this game? Any reason to maybe shoot towards a flyer? Sage is, as you mentioned, a pretty nice target. You want to continue to extract value with this Augur as best you can. You know you're playing against a player that has copies of at least one Olivia's Midnight Ambush. Don't know if it's in the grip right now or not. So you kind of want to keep things daytime also.
Yeah.
So there's also that as the thing you got to think about. So with that in mind, you might be thinking, okay, I want to cast a spell. Okay, there you go. I want to do it on my own turn. This is also kind of a little cute too because it's going to trigger the werewolf, and now you have Coven. 3, 2, 1 means free wolf off the top of the deck.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
A little bit of value. A little bit of value. That 3 toughness creature being off the battlefield right now too also means that your devils can confidently attack. So we're going to see at least 2. Looks like all 3. So that's not a bad little turn here for Arne.
Not at all. Spellrune Painter and the Bat Whisperer are going to trade. It's okay. The 3 devils, basically unblockable, swinging in there, getting some more damage done. Down to 11 goes Cassis. Goodbye, puppy.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Hello, you. Well,
it would have been useful turn 1.
Yeah,
or you lost turn.
That one's in there if Arne is kind of sandbagging the burn down the house, or there are some other targets. We do see Shadow Beast sighting on the top of the deck, so there are some targets for that one. That one's kind of fun.
Cassis is basically saying, all right, fine, face race it is. Getting in here for 5 points of damage. Ushinbet will go down to 8.
Unless we want to block. Did we want to do some blocking? Okay, we are going to block. Okay. Finish this off. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world, because we are definitely racing right now, and Arne knows what's on top of the deck right there. So serve in here. Post-combat, you got 2 plays. Not 1, 2 plays.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Remember, blue-black, as good as it is, all that removal, which we've seen Healy cast over the course of this year. One thing it's not great at is blocking, and that's a horrible draw step.
Ugh. Flip the switch with no cards in hand for Hushinbet already. Presenting lethal, potentially? Depending on what he draws. Let's see if we see a swing here. Vampire Interloper cannot block, so that'll swing in down to 8. We'll go Hushinbet.
Yeah, it looks like this little 1/1 bat that was serving in a couple of turns we were trying to race. That looks like that might be on blocking duty. Might be eyeing up the perforator right now. Hushinbeth Ailey is in a really, really nice spot right now too, because lands are good draws and spells are good draws. Why is a land a good draw? Flashback on Shadow Beast sighting. So I wouldn't say he wants to draw another one after the 7th land, but he has drawn the 7th land to be able to deploy another 4/4. Though we could see the switch get flipped here. If he does want to go this route, but that's still okay.
Yeah, even if
still fun.
Cassis was like, well, whatever you cost.
It's getting countered.
It's getting countered just to stay alive here. And left with 2 creatures that cannot block. So that is going to be Hushinbet on red-green, picking up game number 2 here between these 2 players. Both at 1-0, looking to improve their record to 2-0.
Yeah. Good games between these 2. This 3rd one should be good. And what makes that game really interesting to me is, you and I are talking about how is Burn Down the House going to be used, because look, sweeper effects unlimited. You're always trying to set them up, right? Yeah, play another creature. How about one more? Okay, I'll play one, which means you need to play another one. And I'm going to clean them all up. And Arne very quickly said, you know what? Your battlefield kind of stinks against a bunch of 1/1 devils. Let's go this route. and it ends up being the correct decision. Those Devils were going to be very, very difficult for Cassis to deal with. Ultimately, wasn't able to, and so now we're headed to a third and final one.
So we've also been chatting about what it would mean to these players to be 3-0 at the beginning of the World Championship. Like, how much of a relief is that to come out of draft, which is pretty darn difficult, and being 3-0?
Relief isn't even the word I'd use. I'd use excitement, jubilation, pure joy. Look, these are the 16 current best players in the world, right? They've all earned. You and I have covered it. Everybody's watched it. I mean, these players have been amazing all year long, and now you're playing against each other. 3-0ing a draft to be one of the players that does that, one of the two. I mean, that's outrageous. For me, personally, if I'm in a tournament like this, if I 2-1, I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic, right? Because of the quality. No one's deck is going to be an A++. Everyone's deck is going to be kind of like a B minus or better, right? Just because you know that players are going to be hating cards because it's pod play and everything else, right? So to walk out of one of these drafts as 3-0, oh my goodness, I'd be jumping up and down at home if that were the case.
Well, one more game for these players to potentially get into that 3-0 position as Arne makes the last few tweaks to his deck. A couple cards coming back in. A couple cards coming back out. It's going to bring in the Plummet, perhaps, to take care of some flyers.
Yeah, you got that 3-4 trigger, make you discard a card. So, I mean, the 3-4 is pretty tough for Arne. Plummet, look, we could see a really high ceiling in that. We could also see it be the worst draw in his deck, depending on how things go. So keep your eyes out for that. But boy, this one, boy, I hope it's good because it's been good so far.
Yeah, it's been a great matchup between these two players. So let's jump in here to the decider. That is a stinker, Eli Cassis. Ooh, boy, that's better.
That's a little bit better. That's a
Blinky
little bit
again.
better. Yeah, this one.
Does he just have like 4 of these in the deck?
I got a couple. Got a couple of them. I think I like sending an island back. Looks like Cassis agrees with me. Or more so, I agree with Ely. Either way, island gone. Consider you got some work to do.
Oh yeah. Silver Bolt's gonna be the first thing on the stack, and there's another island, so won't want to see that.
Well, I think if you're Cassis, I'm curious if you're supposed to take that island out because you just kind of want to hit your land drops a little bit here. Now there's your swamp, so we are living good in the neighborhood.
You're a poet, you don't even know it. On the other side of things, no red yet for Husenbet. But still does have plays. Majority of his hand is green. Lambold Harrier, not the most exciting 2-drop, often doesn't make the cut in most decks.
Let's see, okay, the 3-6 now, the draw step. Okay, so if you're Arne, even if you draw forest, you're okay here because you just want to get, like, if you don't draw a land, you've got to play, which is great.
Yeah.
You draw a land and it's not a mountain, still okay because, Farmer can tie the room together, Briarbridge Tracker. I mean, you've got plays if you just. Right now, if you brick on your land, it's not the end of the world. If you draw your land, you're absolutely thrilled.
Oh, Blinky getting on in.
Feeling it.
Nice. Shadow Beast Sighting is the draw. Not great. Timberland Guide is going to pick up the mantle here and get some swings in, hopefully, as the 2-2.
Again, not the end of the world. Not ideal, of course. But not the end of the world missing your land drop there because you did have a play. You gotta draw it now. You gotta draw that land right now.
Nope.
Ely's ready to flip the switch, even on this little stinker.
Oh yeah, just like, wow, you have nothing else to do? Cool, bye. I'll have a 2-2, thanks.
And now if you're Ely, you'd like to draw a land, but even if you don't draw a land, it's okay because your zombie's probably gonna get in. That's gonna turn on the Bat Whisperer trigger.
Gonna see exactly that. Little Zambo's going to jump in there. Down to 18. Here comes Bat Whisperer and this pesky bat.
All right, now, come on, Arne.
You can do it. Not like this. Game. Behave. It's the World Championship. We want a good show. Bring the land.
Yeah. I still think has a little bit of time to get there because he drew Burn Down the House. So if you think of it this way, you say, let's say he draws a land this turn, even if it's forced. Let's say he draws a land this turn, play whatever. I mean, Bird Admiral is probably the best card he'll play this turn, right? Because he can actually block the flyer. So let's say he peels one off. He doesn't. But in the hypothetical world that he did, he'd play the 1/4 with reach. Then he can play a Cedric Farmer, tie them together, and then maybe he hits a string of running lands and burns the house down. So, look, it's not over, but it's getting real tough.
Yeah, that's looking mighty ambitious at this point, Cedric. I'm just looking at what Healy is drawing. We have a Drownyard Amalgam coming in here now.
Yeah, and oddly enough, we saw that duress there for Cassis be pretty poor in the last game. Now, mill 3 lands!
Cassis!
Well,
look at Arda's face.
Well, I was going to talk about the duress, but who cares about the duress now? Mill 3 lands is brutal by the amount.
I agree with you, Arda. He's just like, hands up, what am I supposed to do?
No, come on. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's unreal.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. Now we're going to duress to clear the path, take your burn down the house.
Oh my gosh.
Olivia's midnight ambush getting crazy. Yeah, look, Arda's face is amazing. What the heck? Why me?
I'm
Why?
sorry, that's hysterical.
Yeah.
That sucks so much, but that's so funny.
There they go. Yeah, yep. You know what? Just gonna take a moment. That's what Arda's gonna do. I'm just gonna walk away.
I don't even know what to say. Cassis. That was so rude. That's the play of the tournament so far. It's just like, you know what? You haven't played a land. I bet there's lands on top of your library.
Might be a couple over there. Let me take a little look-ski poo. Yep, there they are. There they are, and there they go. That's brutal. I mean, look, the chances of Arda coming back in that game are slim and none, but it would have to actually have been just land, and have him be 2 red, for burn down the house, and everything would have to break his way. And as you saw over the course of that 3rd game, Ailey, they did not break his way.
They sure did not. So Cassis improves to 2-0, looking for that coveted 3-0 spot. I agree with you, Arna.
Yeah.
What the heck, indeed. I didn't do nothing. We'll be right back after this short break.
Healy is a teammate of mine, and he's amazing. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he won the whole thing. I think him, PV, a couple of my favorites.
I learned to play Magic when I was about 4 years old. My dad played, and I wanted to, play the awesome game with dragons and knights on the cards with him, and it was a big motivator for me to learn how to read. I kind of taught myself to read so that I could play with him.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 27 draft this morning. Such exciting stuff, and exciting right now because it's the first time we're going to take a look at our standings here in our 16-player tournament and find out how everybody is doing so far. 4 players undefeated: Andre Strasky, Sam Pardee, Eli Cassis, and Yoshihiko Ikawa, all sitting at 2-0, putting themselves in excellent position to get into our top 4 on Sunday. Remember, draft is so important here in this tournament. Rough stuff for a start for Seth Manfield, sitting at 0-2. Well, this morning we're getting to know some of our players a little bit better, and one of those players is one of our undefeated players, Yoshihiko Ikawa, sitting at 2-0, a veteran of the game. Let's get to know him a little bit better. All right, we've got standings here. Apologies for some technical difficulties there. Once again, just want to highlight our players here starting off the tournament undefeated is a huge deal, because it's going to matter when we get to tiebreakers later on in the tournament. And of course, everybody wants to start off their tournament on the right foot. We've got an interview now from Riley with Noriyuki Mori, who we saw win last round. Let's hear from him right now.
I'm here with Noriyuki Mori, who has just beaten Seth Manfield to get his first win on the board today. Congratulations, Noriyuki. Tell us about the match and how it went for you.
Thank you. I'm happy with that score, but also Seth was suffering from screw, so my deck was good, but also, you know, it's because my luck, so I want to, you know, win next game with my scale and deck.
Well, talk to us about the deck and maybe how, after you drafted it, did you think it was very good or very bad? And then now that you've played with it a little bit, do you still feel the same way?
Yes, so yeah, I like my deck because good 4-mana creatures and good rares. 3-mana creatures were not good, but I like that deck, yeah, in total.
And are you feeling confident heading into the third round? Do you think you can get the 2-1?
I want to say yes, but I'm not good at so limited related to structures, so maybe.
Well, look, even if limited isn't your strong suit, you're doing very well here at 1-1 all the same. Noriyuki, thanks very much for joining us, and best of luck in the next rounds.
Yes, thank you too.
Thank you so much, Riley, for that interview. I love Limited. It's such an awesome format to watch. And right now, Mani is going to talk to us about patience in Limited and why it can be so important, and why I have no idea what that means. Patience, come on, attack all. Come on, Mani.
Thanks, Maria. For this clip, I'm actually looking at a piece of Game 1 here from Arna Huschenbeth against Eli Cassis. Now, coming up to this point, we've seen that Eli has had these removal spells in his hand, the Eaten Alive and the Ilaviz Midnight Ambush, for quite a while. Just hasn't been using them, showing extreme patience. And the point at which we're coming in is combat on Arna's turn, where he's attacking with his wolf. Now, Eli is choosing to make a double block here, and let's see what happens. Arna orders his blockers, pumps the wolf, and passes priority back. Eli just lets this resolve. Let's pause here. Now, Eli has some thinking to do here because he has some choices. He does have this copy of Olivia's Midnight Ambush in hand, and it is nighttime. So even though the wolf is now a 3/3, Ely can remove the creature at any time. However, something Ely is well aware of, thanks to the open format and deck list known to the players, is that Arna has some tricks in his deck. Notably, he has this Lunar Frenzy, and he has a pump spell for +2/+2, and he has the mana to cast them. So Ely has to take into consideration, do I want to lose a creature here through this double block and just let this through, or do I want to use my Olivia's Midnight Ambush on the Snarling Wolf? Now, he doesn't really want to lose the creature, but what Ely understands is based on how Arna's played up to this point, he is very much representing a combat trick. So as long as Ely holds onto this removal spell, he's holding all the power and he is blanking this Lunar Frenzy. So ultimately, Ely decides, I can let a creature go here. I'm going to hold this and just make sure that I'm going to have the power. So as we watch the rest of the clip, something that we see is it plays out perfectly for Ely. Arna doesn't feel comfortable using the Lunar Frenzy to try to save his creature, which means that Ely just lets it go, loses the creature, keeps the ambush, and you see Arna just going back to that Lunar Frenzy and the frustration of, I haven't been able to use this all game because Ely has just been holding up removal the whole time. This patience was what led to Ely being able to snowball the game in his favor, and ultimately we saw Arna actually discard the Lunar Frenzy without ever having a chance to use it because of how Ely played that game.
Monty, that was such a cool insight and great look there at that limited gameplay. Patience, everybody, and not being able to cast that Lunar Frenzy was huge because that's one of the reasons that Arna put red in his deck in the first place instead of white. Oh, just incredible stuff. Okay, thank you so much, Monty. We're going to talk about our next feature match that we have coming up here. We've got round 3, and we got to play for 3-0. Ely Cassis versus Sam Pardee. 1 top finish for Cassis, 4 for Sam Pardee. Let's get to meet our players a little bit more. Ely Cassis, longtime grinder. Take a look at him there on your screen. His first PTQ he played when he was 13, and he has never looked back. 63.9% draft win percentage. Sam Pardee, it's party time. He's played Worlds before, and he should have gotten negative pro point. Didn't do too good at that World Championship, so he's looking to do better this time. 65.5% draft win rate there for Sam Pardee. But let's take a look at these decks. Now, these are 2 of the decks we thought were really good here, Monty.
Yeah, these were definitely, in our opinions, the best decks at the pod. Looking at them, not in comparison, I really like Sam's deck a bit more, but Ely's deck is pretty excellent. He has a lot of removal, and the big draw is the card advantage. The 2 copies of Firmament Sage that play so well with the rest of his instant speed tricks, as well as the 2 copies of Organ Hoarder, what most people consider the best common in the set at this point. And I think especially against Sam's deck, which is aggressive but not overly so, this removal and card advantage is going to come up big. So I do like a lot of what Ely has brought here. On the other hand, looking at Sam Pardee's list, there's a very notable card here. It's those 2 copies of Rite of Oblivion. If Sam is able to use those effectively and just kind of grind out Ely's most important creatures like those Firmament Sages, he can withstand the card advantage that Ely has brought. And card for card, I do still think Sam has the ultimately better deck. He has the Mythic Rare in Jaren. He has some of the ideal endgame creatures. So I think overall, I'm going to stick with our analysis from the draft and go with Sam Pardee for this one. His deck just looks great.
All right, Monty is going with Sam Pardee here. Corey, what do you think?
I'm going to have to disagree with Monty. I really think Ely has the advantage here. I think the blue card advantage is going to yield him a little bit more longevity in the matchup. And honestly, it's really just Organ Hoarder that I think gives Ely such a slight edge, just being able to play a body that Sam doesn't want to use a premium removal spell on, and then you just also get another card out of it. So, but of course, this is a very small thing just because both decks are so great, both players are amazing, and mainly I just want to disagree with Monty here.
Corey, I think you just actually want to give the win to Organ Hoarder. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You finally are on to me.
All right, we'll see which of our three players can get the 3-0, Organ Hoarder being one of them. Coming up after this break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more from the World Championship.
Oh, I love Sam Pardee. He's probably the nicest person I've ever met, and yeah, I just miss hanging around with Sam Pardee because of the COVID-19 situation. I'm really sad I don't get to see him very often.
I learned to play Magic when I was about 4 years old. My dad played, and I wanted to, play the awesome game with dragons and knights on the cards with him, and it was a big motivator for me to learn how to read. I kind of taught myself to read so that I could play with him.
Hello there, and welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we've got the last round of draft coming up here, Paul. This is huge. The players who can emerge with a 3-0 record from the draft portion will have a big advantage going into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really nice, gotta give props to the folks who graded some of these decks, because we have the rank A deck going up against the rank A- for 3-0 here.
Yeah, whoever did that is extremely smart and
very smart
looking as well. Take a look at Eli Cassis, who finds himself at 2-0 in the finals of his pod. He's got blue-black in the hands of Sam Pardee. It is black-white also at 2-0. One of these players will emerge from this match with that clean 3-0 victory in the pod, and we're going to find out who it is right now. Tough opening hand here on the bottom part of your screen.
Much better.
There we go. Eli Cassis with the one-lander says that's not going to do it, but this one's good.
Is
Curious
Sam
to see what he ends up putting back here as well?
I was looking at Sam's head, which was a pretty clear mulligan, but he was thinking about it for a bit. He had a similar situation with the one land there.
Sam is he's willing to take risks sometimes. Sometimes he does some pretty high-risk plays, but it looks like he's going to take the low road here and go ahead and mulligan. That means that both players are going to be on 6 to open this matchup, so it's all even. Yeah. Not a great hand here for Cassis, but he'll be happy that he has action. He's got the lands to cast his spells. He's got a removal spell and 2 creatures, and look at that, even a 2-drop to kind of get things rolling.
Oh, excuse me. I had not seen that Sam had already mulliganed, so that made that decision even more difficult. It looks like
that was
Sam,
on 6 to 5.
Yeah, Sam is on a mull to 5 here.
That's tough. Both of them have 2-drops, though. Cathar Commando here for Sam Pardee. He's going to offer the trade for the Observer, and Cassis says, no problem. I'll take you up on that offer. Shady Traveler's the follow-up play here for Pardee, as the turns are happening very quickly here. Arrogant Outlaw now for Ili Kassis, so 2-3 versus 3-2, but there is more menace on the side of Shady Traveler. Let's it gets in for 2 as Vampire Interloper and Gavany Trapper falls up. It's hard to ask for much more from Sam Pardee on a mull to 5 here.
Yeah, and the hands right now are kind of playing out themselves, right? Sam just kind of playing everything that he has, but this is going to be really tough for Sam to fight. Vampire Interloper, typically very good with kind of this aggressive start, but that 1-1 bat's going to get in the way, but...
Look at that! Homestead Courage says my Vampire Interloper is going to get right past that bat. Thank you very much. And it's also going to pick up Vigilance here for the turn, so 3 damage coming in. Vigilance, not super great on creatures that can't block, but hey, there it is. A land off the top now is going to give Ili Kassis options on Drownyard Amalgam, Firmament Sage, or he could cast Defenestrate if he'd like to take care of one of the ground creatures.
Yeah, and Sam's going to have to lean very, very heavily here on the Vampire Interloper, but currently as it stands, Ili doesn't have an answer for this Interloper. I mean, he thought that 1-1 was going to do the trick, but now, I mean, if you look at his hand, he's got a Defenestrate. Doesn't kill flyers, though, so this Interloper, Sam's probably going to go all in. I wouldn't even be surprised if Sam chooses to maybe even put another counter on this Interloper to get damage through.
Yeah, after mulliganing a bunch, Sam is doing exactly what you need to do to win a game like that. He's used up every bit of his mana for every turn past turn 2 here, right? He even used up the 2 on the Trapper after casting Homestead Courage last turn. Wow, and he's even drawn Eaten Alive here as well. He's going to go for Homestead Courage. He is going to spread the love here, though. He's going to put a counter on his Shady Traveler, which will let it keep both the Arrogant Outlaw and the Drownyard Amalgam at bay with no other answer. Now, as we know, Paul, that is not the case. The Defenestrate in hand could very easily kill the Traveler.
Yeah, and we're definitely in a racing situation here, but Ili does have a lot more power here on the battlefield. And Sam, if he wants to try to race by tapping things down, I mean, that's eating up all of his mana, right? He's not able to do anything else.
Don't think that game plan is going to work for him, particularly because Corpse Cobble could come into the equation here as well. It's really annoying to be able to respond to, say, a removal spell. A tap, not so much, as Sam's doing it on Ili's turn anyway. But yeah, creating, you know, in this case, he could sacrifice the Bat Whisperer and kind of upgrade it into a 4/4 with Menace, for example.
Well, yeah, and especially because it looks like Sam's going for the Eaten Alive here. And so I imagine Ili's just going to respond with a Corpse Cobble and just turn whatever creature's about to die into, it looks like here, a 3/3 Menace creature.
Yeah, that's right. The Drownyard Amalgam gets targeted, but Corpse Cobble is going to provide some value here for Ili Kassis. Sometimes you just upgrade Decay Zombies, and look at this. Organ Hoarder off the top to add insult to injury, and it wasn't quite enough there for Sam Pardee on the mulligan. Ili Kassis picks up game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just kind of an instance where Sam just, you know, we saw the mulligan to 5, and also just kind of the way that the cards lined up, you know, Sam just wasn't able to put on enough pressure there.
You got to like it that Sam made it a game, but he just could not overcome. Interesting, of course, as well, is the notes on what role the players played, right? There was a turn where Ili Kassis said, oh, we're racing, and it was right after the Homestead Courage got cast, and he said, okay, well, I'm changing the way that this game's going to play out, and he started applying some pretty serious pressure, and he was able to draw nicely as well to back up that plan. But still, you know, that's really important. If Ili sits down and thinks, well, I'm the control player, and, you know, my opponent's mulligan to 5, and I'm just going to grind him out and sit around and block and try to play a defensive stance there, that might have gone poorly for him. He could have given Sam enough time to find a way to kill him, but he recognized immediately, nope, pedal to the metal, and got the job done a few turns later.
Yeah. You might have seen him potentially play it out a little bit slower had he had an answer for that Vampire Interloper. But given that Sam was just piling counters onto it, he had to kind of shift gears and go on the offensive.
Tough hand here for Kassis. He's going to keep it. He has Novice Occultist and Corpse Cobble, but he needs some action. Hey, a 3-drop's just about perfect there. Arrogant Outlaw off the top of the library. Candlegrove Witch is going to kick things off for Pardee, who finally had a hand he could keep. There's a Novice Occultist, but it's not going to do much here against Candlegrove Witch, which is going to come crashing in. No blocks here from Kassis. Sometimes you do see people jump to just get the card out of the deal, but he's got action now. His draw steps were basically perfect, Paul. He drew a 3-drop and a 4-drop to follow up his 2.
Yeah, and that was big because he was hoping that maybe Sam doesn't have a follow-up, and now he gets to get in for 1 and then cast the Arrogant Outlaw here for the drain for 2.
That's right. That little bonus really matters, especially if this one ends up becoming a race like it did before. But the turn 4 Gavany Silversmith, after that Cathar Commando came in on end step, means that now Pardee has 7 power that he could attack with right now, at least 3 of it in the air with the Candergrove Witch, which is what he opts for.
Yeah, it looks like he wasn't interested in trading the Commando for the Arrogant Outlaw there. But now, I mean, he does have that consistent 3/3 flyer on the battlefield here. However,
that's right. Gale Drifter comes down and puts the clamps. We've got a very close game here in game number 2. The players exchanging resources. But look at this, land into Eaten Alive for the full price here for Pardee. That takes down that Gale Drifter for good and means that the Candergrove Witch continues to pound in, and Defenestrate off the top here for Cassis is huge. It can actually kill the flyer on the other side because it only has flying with Coven.
Yeah, I think Ely might the only thing is he might be just considering when to cast this Defenestrate. He's almost certainly going to use it on the Witch. I mean, there might be a small consideration for targeting another creature.
Right, because one of the things that we do see is that you can take people off of Coven.
Right, exactly. But with the Unruly Mob here on the stack, I can't imagine Ely's not going to go for Defenestrate here. You don't want to give that Unruly Mob an extra counter if you can't help it.
That's right. Yeah, that would tip the scales. It was a close call for Cassis either way, and he decides, yeah, we're good here. Let's just go ahead and kill this Witch. But that means that Sam Pardee is going to get aggressive. With the Unruly Mob sitting back now, trades look a lot better for Sam.
I wonder if Ely is considering sacking both of his creatures, or I guess even just the Outlaw to make a 3/3 to get in front of the Gavany Silversmith here.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and he has to consider the Occultist as well, because he wouldn't mind getting a card. He's out of action at this point.
That's true.
He's just got 2 islands, and he is going to sacrifice all of them. He finds no way out, which is going to get a card. It'll nab the Baneblade Scoundrel.
Right.
But in the meantime, he does get to eat up the Silversmith, but he does take 4 damage as well. So down to 9 he goes as the Shady Traveler hits the battlefield. And wow, he finds himself in a position like he did last round where he's going to have 2 creatures of his 3 that can't block.
Yeah, and this is a much tougher situation to race with. Sam still just has a nice attack here. Ely just kind of is put to the test here. Does he want to trade this 4/4 for this 4/2? If anything, we might even see Ely use this Corpse Cobble here, sacrifice the 2/2 that's in play, and potentially even the Interloper to make a 4/4 to jump in front of that Unruly Mob that's in play.
Yeah, if he doesn't find something better, we're going to see that play for sure here, Paul, because he needs to. And look at that. That was Nighttime coming into play as well. And Stalking Predator is now a 4/4 with Menace. And this is going to be a real problem because Ely can only make 1 creature that can block here. That's all he can do. So he's under immense pressure. And look at this by Sam Pardee. He reads it. He says, look, Corpse Cobble's a blowout with the Unruly Mob. I'm just going to hit you with the Predator, and you can't do anything about it. And there's a Blood Tithe Collector that he found off the top as well. Things looking really good for Sam here in game number 2.
These players are playing so fast.
I love it. I absolutely love it when players play like this. Oh, he really needed a removal spell there did Cassis, and instead he finds a land off the top, and Sam Pardee's bopping his head over there because he knows that that's game number 2 going to him. He says, that's a little more like it. Just give me 7 cards and I'll find a way to win.
Yeah. Sam definitely wants to kind of be the proactive player in this matchup. If the games go long, Ely does have more of those card advantage engines in his deck with the multiple copies of Firmament Sage and those Organ Hoarders. But Sam's deck is definitely capable of that. He's got a great mana curve. He's got a solid amount of removal. If he draws one of those Rite of Oblivions, that can go a long way to remove what's on the board. And also, he's got a nice little mythic rare there in Jaren in his 3-drop slot.
Not too bad. Yeah, Jaren hasn't quite shown up yet for us, but if he does, he could have a big impact on the game as well. Wow, another tough one here for Cassis. Obviously a bunch of good cards, but that's easy when you only have 1 land. And now he's got Flip the Switch, Drownyard Amalgam as the keep with a bunch of lands. What does the hand look like for Pardee? No black mana just yet? Oh, nope. Spoke too soon. There it is.
Nope. He gave the thumbs up. He gave the thumbs up.
He knows that this is a hand that can easily take him to that 3-0 victory and start his World Championship bid off in great fashion because now he's got the 1, 2, 3 punch, and that is very tough to beat.
And I just want to point out the super heads-up play there by Sam Pardee. They are aware of each other's deck list, main phasing the Cathar Commando. It has flash, but realizing that Ely has flipped the switch in his deck. 2 copies, in fact, and playing around it and just main phasing that Commando in turn 3.
Wow, really great stuff. Here comes the Commando yet again. Now, is Sam committed? Yes, he is.
Wow.
He says, you know what? I'm going to strand that flip the switch in your hand. This is some great stuff here from Sam Pardee. He had Covert Cut Purse. He has Vengeful Strangler. He even has a Vampire Interloper that he could cast, and he just says, nope, I'm going to make you do something. And look at the play he has here. He's got Gavity Trapper to tap a creature, and he's not going to play into Flip the Switch.
And Cassis not even playing out this Amalgam here, really just hoping to hit something with this Flip the Switch.
Well, he's going to have to settle for a Covert Cut Purse, which is a card that Sam Pardee, he says, okay, fine. You know, you can get a little bit of value here, but he's looking at his hand, I think, and recognizing, wow, that is a lot of lands. Yikes. This is a potential situation. Wow, 2 more lands going to the bin off of the Amalgam as well. Meanwhile, Sam Pardee would love to see a land. Oh, but he finds Gavany Silversmith. Is that good here? It could be in a little bit.
Not quite. Sam really wanted to find a black source that would allow him to go Vengeful Strangler into Rite of Oblivion, potentially. But, you know, he gets to play at the Strangler. He's going to play it a little bit slow. He can tap something down with the Trapper this turn. And then next turn is going to be really, really great because he can go Rite of Oblivion, kill something, and then the Strangler will also kill the other creature, which in this instance would be probably that Disturbed Whale Drifter.
This is pure brutality for Ely Cassis. He just drew another land for the turn. He's got 3 lands in hand to go along with 7 on the battlefield. Meanwhile, it's the opposite for Sam. He's drawn 4 lands total. He has 6 spells in his hand.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be really tough for Ely to get out of this. And of course, he draws his Vampire Interloper. This is just unbelievable. The exact type of spell that he doesn't want. You know, this is where you're going, just give me any spell. And then you see that one and you're like, not that one. That's not the one. It can't block. It will not help him get out of this mess.
Yeah, Ely does have a couple of filler cards, and that is a card you would consider filler in kind of a more controlling blue-black deck. But keep in mind, you know, this is a really high-quality draft. You're not going to get those ideal draft decks every single time. Everybody's going to have a couple of filler cards in their deck, and, you know, Ely just happened to draw the exact wrong card in this instance.
Sam Pardee cruising to victory here. He sacrifices his Vengeful Strangler. That's the best card in the library there for Cassis. He finds Organ Hoarder.
Hope. Okay, and now you can
get Bat Whisperer online?
You can get Bat Whisperer because you can attack with the Interloper this turn. I imagine he's going to take that.
Hey, that's a lot of board presence off of 1 draw step if he can get it. Pardee still has a lot of ammo left, but still, this is exactly what needs to happen if Cassis is going to come back.
And look at this, he even gets to put a free Corpse Cobble into their graveyard, which could also potentially be relevant later.
Yeah, he could upgrade the zombie to become an actual blocker at some point.
Oh, is he just...
And it looks like he's going to stack the zombie and the Interloper to make a Corpse Cobble token. This also saves him 1 damage from the Strangler trigger.
Yeah, that did seem like the best opportunity to try to get a 1/1 token off the Bat Whisperer.
That part he did give up, yes. But he kept his life total a bit higher, and there goes the rest of his hand from no way out, and that might describe exactly the situation that Ely Cassis is here in game number 3 of round number 3 of our opening draft here.
Oh my goodness.
Got another land off the top. And that's going to do it. Sam Pardee secures the 3-0 in booster draft before we transition over to standard and locks up a fantastic record as we head in. Really impressive there. Remember, it was the bad luck for Sam in that first game with the mulligan, the double mulligan, I should say, but he kept it in and boom, ends up finding the victory there in the 3rd game.
Yeah, I mean, that was just kind of one of those games where there was not a whole lot that Ely could have done, right? I mean, he kept maybe a mediocre hand and never really kind of ended up going well for him. The one thing I do want to highlight in all of that was that there was still some high-level Magic there, where both players really mindful of that counterspell and kind of going back and forth and playing around it. So that was a fun interaction to see, at least.
Really cool stuff. That's going to do it for this round, but we do have more action. We've got two other 2-0 players, Strasky and Ikawa. We're going to bring you action from that match right after this break.
Yeah, I think biggest achievement is probably winning the MPL. I think it's definitely hardest because you get to play against the best players in the world, and you play a lot of rounds against the best players in the world. Like, you can win a PT and play against not the best players in the world. You know, you can get lucky with your pairings, but here you just can't hide. You're just gonna play Paulo 5 times a year. You're gonna play Seth. You're gonna play Nassif, Yui, Reed. You know, everyone, all the good players. So I think winning the MPL is at the top for me.
Andre Strasky is another great friend of mine, and I visited him in the Czech Republic.
What's up, everybody?
PT, and I was really happy to see him do well and qualify, and his explosion onto the Magic scene has been wonderful.
And welcome back to coverage here of the World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for coming along. We are in the last round of our booster draft here for the tournament, and we've got our other 2-0 players lined up. That's Andre Strasky, who ended up drafting black-white, facing down against Yoshihiko.
I've just finished dinner.
Blue-white. Now,
Purdy went 3-0. Thanks for the heads up.
We really liked Ikawa's deck and gave it an A-. Andres was a little bit more in the middle of the
I've had
pack,
food.
but still
I have to
a-
run down
a
the
very
road,
good
pick up
deck,
my
a
son,
very
be
serviceable
right
deck,
back. I'm
especially
hoping to
given
make it
the
back before the
relative power
standard
level of the
starts.
draft table. And these
Looks
two
like
find
I'm gonna
themselves in
make
the
it. We're
finals.
still
So
in
this
draft.
is to win the pod, Paul. One
So
of
yeah,
those
guys,
players is
thanks
gonna
for
pick
your
up that
patience. I'm
extremely
almost done
coveted
with
3-0
all
out
my
of the booster
duties,
draft.
and then I promise
And that's just
I'll
going to
be
give you such
I'll
a
be on
huge
the
leg
stream
up
for
in
the
the
rest
rest
of
of
the
the tournament.
night.
Starting out with that 3-0 means, you know, your standard record doesn't
I'm
need
gonna
to be
leave the
that
stream
great,
running.
really, to kind of make it into that top 4.
As I
Because
said
keep in
now,
mind, I mean, this it's
many
going to be 5
times.
rounds day 1, 5 rounds day 2. Getting
2 more rounds of
that
draft.
3-0
Okay,
start
thanks,
means, I
Poochie.
mean,
Thanks,
you know, you
brother.
can potentially only have to win 3 of your next standard matches to kind of make it in.
Yeah, this is an absolutely massive match for our two players. Let's get underway. It looks like a pretty decent opener here for Strasky. He's got the ambitious farmhand there, as well as a bunch of other good curve stuff. Okay, he draws his worst card here with Hedge Witch's match. What
Yeah,
are you gonna
boy.
do? On the other side, Ikawa, a little bit of a slower hand, but yeah, no white mana. Maybe leaning on flip the switch a bit here. This is a little sketchy for Ikawa. Ooh, finds a Falcon Abomination. That'll do.
Yeah. So yeah, solid starts for both players here
Just
now. We're gonna see
go
Strasky
pick
going with the
up
attack.
my
I wonder
son.
if Ikawa's gonna maybe go for a block
Alright.
to kind of. I guess no, never mind. That would not actually affect the search party captain at all.
Brother, you're
And I wonder if
so welcome.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I wonder if
Slurp
Andre's going to
TCG.
choose to go for the captain now.
I'll be right
or
back, guys. I won't be
potentially
long, I
wait
promise.
for a
Then we
later
can
turn
start
and try to
cracking
get
some
an
beers
even
and
bigger
talking some
discount on
standard.
that creature.
So yeah, just
Exactly
be patient a
He's
little
gonna
bit
run out
longer.
Celestis
and I'll be right back.
Sanctifier before
Whoop,
passing
whoop, whoop.
the turn back. Another island off the top, though, for Ikawa. He would like to find a plains at some point here, but you know what? A land isn't the worst. He's still working up towards that Storm Rider spirit.
Yeah, and given that he didn't find a plains, we're going to see him kind of sit on that flip the switch. We're going to see an activation here from the Celestis Sanctifier, and I'm just curious to see if Ikawa wants to attack here with the Abomination. I mean, he's going to want to leave that Beta Gangler back for the Sanctifier. Oh, never
cancel
mind.
that order. So this is a big trigger, though, for Strasky, as there's nothing that Ikawa can do here to stop it from becoming Knight. And this means the potential for Strasky to start to get ahead a little bit. At least, hello, Intrepid Adversary. He says, I'll keep that one, thank you very much. It's good card filtering for him there.
Yeah, Strasky does need to be mindful of the fact that Ikawa has a counterspell. So I think in an effort to kind of play around that, he's likely going to go for the Search Party Captain into the Ambitious Farmhand.
This is going to be effectively a must counter here for Ikawa. He just can't afford to do nothing for this turn. Plus, Captain's a good card.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're in a racing situation here. Every little bit counts.
But now Strasky can follow up with Ambitious Farmhand. Start farming the competition here. Goes and gets a plains. And you can kind of see how things map out here for Strasky as he slowly starts to work his way up to a big Intrepid Adversary. Beloved Beggar off the top.
Yeah, Ikawa needed any land to put up a relevant play, but a white card would... any white card would just be an awful draw here. Any land and you get to play that Storm Rider Spirit, and obviously with the plains you could run out that Search Party Captain as well, so...
Oh, gosh, poor Ikawa can do nothing but smile there because he recognizes that he just cannot cast a spell as a result of that draw step. Only having access to blue mana here is really hurting him, and he doesn't even have enough to cast a Storm Rider Spirit. Really tough here for Ikawa.
Yeah, now that he's used his counterspell too, I mean, he doesn't have an answer to that Intrepid Adversary in Strasky's hand.
Yes, very tough. Another thing that we should note here, Paul, is the Ambitious Farmhand currently is slated to be able to transform as well if Strasky wants to dump some mana into it, and that's going to make racing almost impossible here for Ikawa.
Yeah. Yeah, that can have lifelink. The Intrepid Adversary also has lifelink, so...
Oh, God. Yeah, that's really tough.
This is the best Sanctifier I've ever seen. Like, that was it 3 triggers in 2 turns?
It's
or
just
something?
triggering the whole time. You know, its triggered ability isn't amazing, but it certainly matters. And, you know, I'll tell you who would absolutely kill for one of those triggers is Ikawa. Would love to have that luxury.
Yeah, I mean, it is similar to being able to scry, right? So it is that. And of course, if you manage to hit a disturb card and put that into your card. Yeah.
So let's see what Strasky wants to do here. He has a lot of good options available to him. He can just cast the Soul Guide Grift. That's a totally fine play here. He can sink some mana into Ambitious Farmhand to kind of firmly put the race back in his favor. But he does have to consider, look, if you're Strasky, you have to assume that Ikawa has at least 1 or 2 white cards in hand, right? So what's the second or third card is the decision that he has to make there. And looks like he's going to line up some attacks here.
Yeah, and keep in mind, you know, we're looking at this match face up, right? We see everything that's happening, and we're thinking, well, let's just run out this intrepid adversary. Obviously, that's the thing to do. That would be really, really strong, right? But the thing is, I mean, when your opponent passes with 4 islands up, there's all kinds of great bounce spells in the format. Ikawa has Revenge of the Drowned, so he's trying his best to play around whatever Ikawa could have at this juncture. And this is a trade that Strasky is more than happy with, given that he's got that Soul Guide Griff in hand. So now he can just play the Soul Guide Griff, get that Bait Hook Angler out of the graveyard, and also just slow down Ikawa's offense with the Flyer, now that he's got the bigger creature in the air.
Come on, Ikawa, find a Plains. No, it's another white card. And that might be a nod of resignation there from Yoshihiko Ikawa, saying, okay, this just might not be my game. A blue castable card would have been acceptable. Even if he found an island, it would at least open up the possibility of Stormrider Spirit, and somehow he found another white card. And you know what? It was a nod of resignation. He's going to pack it in for game number 1, and Andre has to feel like he got away with something there. Just a non-game from Ikawa after the first few turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ikawa has a great deck. And you know, to be fair, like Strasky did have a really, really great draw that game. So had Ikawa drawn the lands that he needed, it would have been closer. But of course, we don't know for sure who would have gone out ahead there. But of course, always unfortunate to see a game decided because you can't find that source of mana that you need.
Yeah, very tough start there for Ikawa, but he seemed to take it in stride as we head into game number 2 between these two players. Strasky tantalizingly close to a 3-0 start. It's such a buffer, you know, because the thing that you have to remember about these tournaments is that there's 16 players in them, and 4 of them make it to the top 4. So that's actually a pretty big percentage of the field. You know, if you go back to like a set championship, you know, there could be 200, 300, 400 players, and only 8 of them get to play on Sunday. Here, it's a pretty big percentage. You don't need to have an insane record to make top 4. So starting off with 3 wins, if you're even remotely confident with your standard deck, you're already starting to think about, hey, I can kind of stumble through standard and make a top 4 here.
Yeah. And I will say I have played with both of the decks that these players have submitted, and big fan of both of them.
For their standard decks?
For their standard decks, yeah. Ikawa on a mono-white aggro strategy, and Strasky on a teched out version of the Is It Epiphany deck.
Boy, that's even more pressure, Paul. You're saying that they really have a chance with their standard choices too. Ikawa's taking a look.
He's like, I didn't draw lands last time. Do I really want to bottom a land?
Well, he's already mulliganed once here, Paul.
Right.
So, yeah, he's going to go ahead and keep this 6. That looks totally fine. And wow, the hand from Strasky looks beautiful if he can find a swamp.
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of my natural instinct would be to bottom Plains, but I don't know. Maybe he's got some nightmares from what happened in that last game here. And considering the veteran on the bottom, wow.
He wants that. I'm surprised to see that. I'm really surprised because the veteran also tends to buy you extra time, and if he's worried about not having land number 4 for Organ Hoarder, you know, he could probably hit it. I'm surprised to see him put a castable spell on the bottom with Lunarch Veteran. At any rate, he did. He's got 2 lands on the battlefield. 1 of each color, thank you very much. Passes the turn back to Strasky, who plays Lunarch Veteran. Then a land number 2 for Ikawa. And here's land number 2 for Strasky, and he's got the 1-2 punch. Lunark Veteran into Vampire Interloper. He's going to get aggressive here.
Oh, and look at, I mean, Ikawa off to such a slow start here, and Strasky just has such a nice aggressive curve here, right? I mean, you go 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop into potentially adversary if maybe Ikawa, taps out for his turn.
Man, a Lunark Veteran would have been really nice here for Ikawa. He could have traded with the other one and then made a blocker for the Interloper. That decision might really come back to haunt him here with this very slow start. And he's only going to be casting 1 spell a turn for the next few turns, given what we see from his hand. And he's going to be taking some damage along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fortunately, he will be able to run out this Organ Hoarder. So if anything, it should be able to trade with one of Strasky's creatures here. Still taking 2 in the air, of course, from that Vampire Interloper. But yes, that bottoming that Veteran, it would have done so much work, right? I mean, it would have potentially traded, or at least Strasky wouldn't have attacked. I mean, it just would have been really, really big. And now, I mean, Ikawa's life total is just going to continue to go down. Strasky's got that Siege Zombie that can also start draining away. And then probably just going to be sitting on that adversary until he can maybe even potentially hit 6 mana, right? And get that double pump.
Look at this. Strasky's going to pass the turn, not make any play this turn to respect flip the switch. And that's a huge benefit for Ikawa, who now gets to cast Organ Hoarder without having to face an additional creature.
Wow. I mean, so this is the other side of the spectrum, right? You respect your opponent for keeping a hand that probably had some kind of interaction in the first 3 turns, right? It's like, why would you keep that hand? And then playing around a counterspell, but that could also have bought Ikawa the time he needs to turn this around.
Wow, Ikawa with a really nice hit off the Organ Hoarder. He finds a Cathar Commando, but he puts a land that he kind of didn't really need and Devoted Graphkeeper in his graveyard, which has Disturb. So really great stuff there for Ikawa. You know, you start to get the feeling that if this game goes long and he can deal with his adversary, he could win this. By the way, the window, the door, whatever, everything's open and Andre's walking through it. He's going to slam Intrepid Adversary, pay once for the triggered ability, and now he's crunching for 5 damage.
Yeah, and Ikawa's agonizing over whether or not he should block this Veteran. He does have a Revenge of the Drowned that he can cast on the adversary next turn.
And maybe set up a little blowout.
Right, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Also, right now, the Organ Hoarder's currently the only thing holding back the adversary going forward. He may just need to take a hit here from the Veteran. It doesn't feel good.
But he also you also have to kind of respect the fact that Strasky, right, if he passes with 5 mana up, is going to know that something is up and likely will not allow himself to get blown out by a potential Revenge of the Drowned.
Good point. That's true. Yeah, he gave up a lot with that Organ Hoarder. You know, he could double spell this turn with Search Party Captain and Cathar Commando, but instead he's going to just go for Departed Soulkeeper. That's the Devoted Graphkeeper out of the graveyard, by the way. So now he has a blocker. And currently there's no removal here for Strasky, so maybe a tiny bit of breathing room here for Ikawa if he can trade off for the Interloper.
Yeah, I mean, Strasky's only option, the only aggressive thing he can do is just attack with the Interloper and trade with the Soulkeeper. So, yeah, I mean, Ikawa's doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get hit by both, right? Because the Soulkeeper can only block flyers.
Right, but Ikawa does have the Cathar Commando to ambush the Intrepid Adversary.
Yeah, do you think that, how aware of that is Strasky? Looks like very.
How many does he have? I know, oh no, Sam Pardee is the one that had 3.
Okay.
Ikawa has 1 copy of Cathar Commando.
It's getting a lot of respect right now if Andre, he does not attack with his adversary. He recognizes how important that card is. But again, this is another conservative play from Strasky, which will pay off for him here, but it also has the effect of giving Ikawa a bit of breathing room. Still, not a lot of it. As you can see, the Siege Zombie coming down here, and Strasky can pat himself on the back as Cathar Commando hits the battlefield.
I mean, but just look at this board.
Yeah,
Yoshi,
the Intrepid Adversary is so strong.
Right, and then Strasky can just get additional value, get a free Lunarch Veteran from the graveyard if he chooses to attack with that Dauntless Avenger.
That's right. Siege Zombie activation on end step here as Ikawa passes the turn back. He's got Stormrider Spirit and Revenge of the Drowned at the ready, and he's going to need to get full value off of both of those over the next couple of turns, or Strasky's going to be able to just grind him out here.
Yeah, I imagine Strasky is going to play around basically all the flash spells here at this point, if he can afford to.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been his MO this game, hasn't it?
Yeah. And Ikawa just hoping for a small misstep here to get a little bit of breathing room.
He's going to play this Lunarch Veteran pre-combat so that he gains an additional life. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I think Strasky, but just might choose to do nothing here.
He's just going to lean on Siege Zombie a little bit.
Right. He's like, you got 6 mana up. You can have all kinds of nonsense here. I'm gonna just play my cards.
And then there was also the Interloper too, Paul. So he was going to get a trigger off that either way.
Right.
But it looks like Ikawa wants to stop that. He's going to go for Dauntless Avenger with Revenge of the Drowned. So that'll effectively take 2 creatures off the battlefield. It comes Bereaved Survivor again, and it will be back on the top of the library. Strasky likes that card, and he wants to keep it. His hand is a little weird. It's Sunset Revelry and Bladebrand. Both of them just effectively cycle in this situation, and he's just going to put the Bereaved Survivor in hand here and then pass the turn back.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get too much more value out of that Sunset Revelry, so he's just trying to at least get that 1 card back before it just does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I think if he did find himself in a situation to get value off of it, it probably would mean things haven't gone well. So
right,
get your card and move on with life. That's what he's going to do. And look at this. Yoshihiko Ikawa is going to battle here. Looks like a no-block situation for Strasky sitting at 24 life. The life total aspect of this isn't super relevant. What's really happening is Ikawa wants to get this search party captain on the battlefield for cheap, it looks like.
Yeah, I wonder if Strasky is just contemplating blocking the 2/2 here. It's like, what could you have? If you have some way to interact with my adversary, that'll be really, really bad for me. So, opting to just take the damage.
Okay, zombie down. Down to 19 goes Strasky. And now we're going to see Search Party Captain. And this is important. Like, Ikawa really needs to keep hitting here. And he didn't. He hit a land off the top. So now he has a choice of leaving up Stormrider Spirit or casting Falcon Abomination. And that's a pretty obvious answer there. Down to 11 he falls thanks to Siege Zombie. Here comes Bereaved Survivor. Ooh, Candle Trap off the top as well. And it is currently not active. Even though he's got 5 creatures. They're all either 3 or 2 power. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, and with that Bereaved Survivor in play, Andre, has been playing a little more conservatively, but now he knows that he can just kind of attack. Bereaved Survivor will flip, and he's got that Bladebrand to trade up if a Stormrider Spirit does choose to block a smaller creature.
Yeah, Andre's really putting on a clinic here this game, playing around everything. Yeah, there was a couple of plays that ended up punishing him for it, but he also calculated I can take the hit if he doesn't have it, and that's worked out really well for him. He finds Search Party Captain off of Bladebrand. A couple of creatures are going to hit the graveyard here, but the Dauntless Avenger is a major problem. Like, Ikawa needs to find an answer quickly. Okay, Drownyard Amalgam's interesting. He also can cast both of these cards this turn, Paul.
Wow, okay, so the Drownyard Amalgam is a huge body that Strasky can't attack through. Now, there is a Candle Trap that Strasky does have, but he currently doesn't have Coven, as you pointed out. He's got, 2 4-power creatures and a 3/3. He can choose to get the Lunarch Veteran into play, put a 2/2 onto the battlefield. If he draws a land, he'll be able to do all the things. He'll be able to get a 2/2 onto the battlefield and also play Candle Trap and activate.
Probably would signal the end of our match here if he's able to peel a land here. He isn't, though that wasn't bad either, Paul. That's a Gavany Silversmith off the top. That's going to be a 3/4 in play that's going to add 2 more counters to things. Effectively 5 power he just drew.
Yeah, and a great mill here from Yoshihiko Ikawa, at least, if he can survive. Hitting a beloved beggar off that Drownyard Amalgam.
Definitely. Surviving seems difficult. Remember, Candle Trap still makes it so that he can attack here and keep his creatures around. Now, they may not be able to get through for damage necessarily.
So much value. And
Huge power coming over, though. And I gotta say, the Dauntless Avenger really doing work here for Strasky. This is the second time that he's been able to transform that card this game. And now you see why. The Interloper crashing in, offering to trade off with the Abomination. But, yeah, really tough spot here for Ikawa. He just hasn't been able to keep up.
yeah, and now he just doesn't have fantastic blocks. He really wants to be able to use that Cathar Commando and get that Candle Trap off the battlefield, but I don't know if he can afford to here.
All right, we're back. Whew.
Yikes.
Okay, it's still draft.
Really tough blocks here for Ikawa.
I didn't miss much.
He's going to give up both his Falcon Abomination and the Cathar Commando, and no, it won't get activated. That's just to get the survivor.
How's it going, everybody? What have I missed?
He can have any chance at all
Andre,
to come back. He draws a land. He can play the beggar. How are we looking here?
This is just lethal if
Game two.
Strasky just chooses to attack with
That was
everything.
quick.
I mean, you
made
bring
it back
the
quicker
beloved
than I
beggar
thought.
into play, but that's two blockers. If you attack with everything, it's just over. Not to mention, you can return the veteran and just exile the Amalgam for even more insurance here.
Andre Strasky marching his way to a 2-0 victory here in the finals. He has been relentless.
So excited
with
for
this
Standard.
deck, really
Standard
giving no
coming
wiggle
up
room
next.
to Ikawa on a slow start here in game number 2. And that was after he really put it to him after he didn't find his other color. And Ikawa says, "You've got me," and we've got our second 3-0 drafter. That's Andre Strasky picking up the win. Congratulations, Andre. The perfect start to his World Championship.
Yeah, and you could really tell just from watching Strasky play this game, he is dialed in. He is dialed in. He came to play, and he just really played this game beautifully, played around everything that he could, because he knew that he was also in a position where he was so far ahead. He just didn't want to, leave himself vulnerable to the types of cards that Ikawa could have there. And just the amount of value that he was able to get off that Dauntless Survivor and Sanctified, just even those cards where you're like, this card barely makes my... I mean, he just fully maximized on everything. So, again, I mean, given what I'm seeing here from Andre, at least in the draft portion, I mean, everybody needs to watch out.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody needs to watch out. That sounds like the kind of thing Andre would say, doesn't it? All right, well, we've got some more action to bring you here. We've got Gabriel Nassif versus Matt Sperling. Game number 2 coming up right after this.
Okay, so there's still one more, sounds like, match, and then we're going to jump into some Standard. And from what I understand, the Standard is live, and this is pre-recorded from yesterday.
All right, game number 2 here between Gabriel Nassif and Matt Sperling. As we come in, Matt Sperling finds himself up a game. Not surprised to see these two duking it out here for the 2-1. If they were been in the finals, I wouldn't have been surprised either. These are two of the strongest archetypes, blue-black versus blue-white, and they find themselves, against each other here, trying to see who can pick up that 2-1 to end the draft.
It looks like we have a mulligan here from Nassif, down a game.
I just returned the Clarion Katana.
Yeah, curious to see what he tosses back.
Just one of the Cathars, it looks like.
Yeah, makes sense.
Perfectly fine hand.
Yep.
It's got
Could
a
be
2,
the
3,
Castaway.
4. Perhaps valuing just going 3-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop higher than the curve out.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to be a bit more proactive and he doesn't see himself losing his Covetous Castaway, because Covetous Castaway is pretty underwhelming if your opponent's kind of playing a more controlling deck.
Yeah, and take a look at the hand here from Sperling. This makes Covetous Castaway look horrendous. Double zombie, Scob Wrangler, even the Hobbling Zombie just tacks into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Larder Zombie, kind of a late riser too, right?
Mhm.
It's the type of creature, when you first saw it, you're just like, okay, well, I mean, obviously I'm not going to put this in my deck, right? It's a 1-mana, 1/3 defender, but given how the format's shaken out, it's really been impressive because of just how valuable it is to be able to just put those disturb cards into your graveyard, and even its body. Just 1-drops are good in this format, and that really hasn't been the case in the past in Limited.
That's right. There's a bunch of good 1-drops in this set, and they all see extensive play. We saw some in the last round as well. Here comes Hobbling Zombie after the Scob Wrangler. Wow, what a 1-2-3 here from Matt Sperling. Now he has the options on keeping attackers back using Scob Wrangler or activating Larder Zombie to start manipulating the top of his library. What a beautiful spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely. And at this point, I imagine Sperling is going to be more interested in just kind of sculpting his hand. Not a whole lot of damage coming in here from Nassif's side.
Interestingly, Covetous Castaway coming in as well for Nassif. That's an easy block with the Hobbling Zombie, but then you kind of unlock the Disturb side of it, and it may be better just to take the 1 damage rather than mess with it. And look at this.
Wow.
Even the Morning
Respect.
Patrol's going to get in. Matt wants to keep that Larder Zombie on the battlefield.
Yeah, you know, I would have guessed that Matt might have been interested in just blocking with the Larder Zombie there. If Nassif has a combat trick, you're okay with that, right? You have the backup Larder Zombie in your hand.
That's right. You also get an activation before it goes away. Clarion
Right.
Cathars hits the battlefield on the follow-up here for Nassif, but the hammer comes down, Larder Zombie number 2. And this is also probably part of the reason why is that now Matt can leave up Defenestrate, and now we'll see if Nassif wants to throw a bluff attack in there, because now Sperling can punish him for it.
Yeah. And with that Vivisection in Matt's hand, now I think he would be pretty happy to trade that Hobbling Zombie here, probably for the Cathars, and then cash in that zombie for 3 cards.
Interesting, the other Larder Zombie doesn't block the Covetous Castaway.
He's worried of Blessed Defiance.
Interestingly, Nassif actually found his combat trick now with Blessed Defiance.
Yeah.
And he's going to use it on the Morning Patrol, and this is tempting for Matt. It does have Disturb, so it's not, you know, a complete blowout, but getting a 2-for-1 on board is a big tempo swing.
Oh, yeah.
And works well
Leaves
in his
him
favor.
the kill, because he can disturb this one.
To kind of complete the blowout as Morning Patrol hits the graveyard.
Yeah, and this sets Nassif back so much, right?
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, he was expecting a flyer, and now he just has these ground creatures. These are 2/3s that can't even attack through the Larder Zombie. So Sperling can afford to just take the turn off here. You know, normally in Limited, people have talked about how Vivisection is just not quite as good because people are putting so much pressure on the board. But right now, this is the perfect opportunity here.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him run it out. The Scob Wrangler sitting over there is looking very good as well. Blue-White doesn't have very many ways to take care of a Scob Wrangler. It's one of the weaknesses. And, you know, if a big flyer shows up or something like that, it could be a major problem.
Yeah, and that is kind of typically how these blue-white decks have been kind of beating on the Dimir decks in the format. It's just going over the top, right? You
That's
know,
right.
the blue-black decks can kind of grind you, go to the late game because they have cards like the Larder Zombie, but they do have difficulty with flyers. And the blue-white Disturb deck is just never short of finding ways to kind of put flyers into play.
Little bit unlucky there for Sperling that he didn't have black mana left over for Rotten Reunion, as it's given Gabriel Nassif the opening to use his Morning Patrol in the graveyard for its Disturb cost. There was really just that window because Sperling probably would have nabbed it if he had black mana instead of blue left over after the Vivisection.
Yeah, but still a great turn here from Sperling. Finding that land means he can double spell this turn if he wants to.
Yeah, I think he does. That gives him the 6th creature on board, 2 from the Falcon Abomination and then the Shady Traveler. So now he has double activation on whichever one he wants from Scob Wrangler and Larder Zombie.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt's at a healthy 16 life. He's going to be able to activate Larder Zombie every turn while also tapping down that flyer. And then take a look at his hand too, right? He's got a Dreadhound, which is a fantastic card in this spot, and Rotten Reunion, where if you just make 2 tokens in conjunction with that Dreadhound, that's another tap or another activation from that Larder Zombie.
Paul, do I detect some jealousy here? Are you a little envious of that seat?
I mean, he's just doing everything that I want to be doing in this format, so yes, very jealous.
It does look good. And he's got some heavy hitters to follow up. Another Falcon Abomination alongside Rotten Reunion. Pretty good. But he could also go for Dreadhound if he'd like and really start to slam the door. Dreadhound, an interesting one here. I think that Matt wants to try to play it on a turn when he also has
Gotta do
Rotten
the
Reunion.
caffeine reload.
Leave the door open for that. But otherwise,
Gotta
he's
put a
gonna
little
start
bit of
chipping
drop back
Gets in
in
for
with
two
my
with Falcon
caffeine because,
Abomination.
you know,
This one's
life is
really
beautiful.
falling away from Gabriel Nassif.
Oh, and you do not want to see that.
Wow, this is for
if you're a
Scry?
Nassif fan. Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. Fading Hope on a Decay Zombie that doesn't actually take Sperling off of being able to activate twice. Again, either the Wrangler or the Larder Zombie. That was for Scry. I mean, this is desperation now for Nassif.
Yeah, I mean, the important number here is, of course, having multiples of 3 creatures in play with those cards. But, I mean, Nassif just can't find a way to push through damage at this point. And Matt just just getting further and further ahead in terms of card quality here, as he's allowed to basically, scry every single turn.
It's getting worse as well. There's an Eaten Alive off the top of the library now for Sperling. Excellent against, well, it's just an excellent card, but particularly good against these Disturbed decks since it exiles and make sure that whatever you get is gone for good. And now Dreadhound hits the battlefield. He even hit a couple of triggers off of that. And this is going to be really, really difficult for Nassif to come back from. In fact,
I think
he's throwing the good game at Sperling and scooping him up. Matt Sperling's going to finish 2-1 with blue back from his table. And I got to say, he's got to be really happy with that, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
it's standard time.
Like he just kind of has exactly the deck that you're looking for going in. Although it might be a little bit of a bittersweet victory because, of course, Matt Sperling was on the same testing team.
I was rooting for him for sure. He's my
there were
champion.
4 of them in that team, so you're inevitably going to run into each other. But of course, all these players, I'm sure, wanted to be well positioned going into the standard portion because they've submitted a very spicy deck for that port.
That's right. So a great win there for Sperling. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have more coverage of the World Championship. Please do stay with us.
This is actually one of the delightful parts of a match when you know you've won it.
Okay, we've already seen this replay. I hate it when they play them over again.
It does. The best is if you're a control player and it's going to take like 6 turns and you just get to run it out. Here, though, Sam Pardee can see the finish line coming up, and he's really close to it because he has a dominating board presence here. And Arne, wow, and there's the Seeka's Chariot now off the top of the library to keep it going. Although, are we just going to see Sam go for the win right now? It looks like he's going for it.
It is party time. Sam is going for it. He's going to do his best to just get as many creatures on the board. You get as many +1/+1 counters off of his Showdown of the Scalds. And Arne can block 2 creatures, 6 damage goes through, and that's game for Sam Pardee.
Wow, congratulations to Sam Pardee. Puts his hands up in the air. What a season for him. Picks up a set championship, and now he'll be playing in the World Championships as well. Congratulations, Sam.
Hey, Moonwatcher. Welcome back, brother.
Perfect indeed. Here we go.
It's so hard to whiff
This
this
was
many
the Winota
times.
bullshit.
There's a Winota. Sweet. Let's get that one swinging in. Why not?
We've seen this replay already, guys. Don't let us watch the same ones over and over again. The whole weekend.
Lovely.
Indestructible Kenrith.
Here it
Marty
comes.
cannot believe it. There's
Oh,
the
double
blade
striker. There you go.
Naya Winota was
That is
so
going to
busted.
be it. Here comes Elite Spellbinder 2. Sees the Shadow Skull smashing in hand. We'll get rid of that. Red mana still available. Here comes Minsk and Boo.
I'm so glad I missed this phase.
And a final whiff, but more importantly, Kenrith is going to give everything trample and haste. That is double striking trample damage flying at Mari Quizma's hand. There's the good game. Keisuke Sato is going to the World Championship. Arne Huschenbett, a
And
clean
we've watched this
2-0
one
here
already.
against David Inglis. He is going to lock up his spot in the World Championship. Just a few more checks before everything goes swinging in. A bunch of treasures made. We're going to create some more cats. Why not? And it's going to be easy as that. What a victory here for Arne Huschenbett.
Masterfully
goodness.
played.
Yeah, just found everything he needed. His deck did disgusting things, and that is going to lock up his slot in the World Championship. Great game there from David Inglis, but it's all about Arne right now. And look at his face. Look how happy he is. That's what it means to these players. He cannot believe it. Oh my goodness. I got goosebumps.
I know, same. I was just gonna say I got complete chills.
Yes.
There's nothing like.
Yes, Arne.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of World Championship 27.
Maria Bartholdi
Lots of
in the
action for
hizzle.
you this morning. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where our 16 players
Okay.
are after 3 rounds of competition and draft this morning. Well, only 2
Andre
players
leading
can
the
remain
field.
undefeated, and indeed that's what we see here.
With Sam
Andre
Pardee.
Strasky and Sam Pardee leading the tournament,
Paulo Vitor
both at 3-0.
tied
Yuta Takahashi
with
and
the next
Keisuke Sato, tougher start to the morning for them.
5
They are
guys.
0-3 players this morning. And kicking things off in draft, getting that good record is an awesome start to the tournament for our first 2 players there. Those are all of our 16 players here at the World Championship.
Go,
Well,
Paulo,
Riley had
go.
a chance to talk to Sam Pardee
Boa,
with
boa.
his win to get that 3-0 start. Let's hear from him right now.
Okay. Jeff is rooting
I'm here
for
with
Sam.
Sam Pardee, one of our 3-0 drafters. Congratulations, Sam, on the win so far.
Apparently
And
he's
as
good friends
we
with
were
Deb.
chatting about this before the interview, this World Championship going a little bit better than some of the ones in the past, eh?
Yeah, the last one I ended up going 2-12. The last one I played, so happy to be 3-0.
Oh,
Happy
nice.
to have a good
Okay.
start, and I think I'll
Don't forget to leave it in the
a little behind
comments.
in constructed.
We're going to do a little extraction
Well,
on
let's
Monday.
talk about constructed.
See
You're
who
playing
got it
mono
right.
green as we head into the rest of the Swiss rounds. Of course, you will be playing standard. Talk to us about, first of all, your deck and also your expectations
Ole,
for this,
ole,
first
ole.
So I tested with Paulo, and we played a ton against Izzet and Mono Green, right? Like those were the two decks to beat.
Yeah.
We couldn't find anything that we thought was reliably beating both, and so we sort of went with if you can't beat them, join them kind of approach. We ended up on Mono Green because we thought it was slightly favored against Izzet, but now we see a quarter of the field has brought Grixis, which I think is a little more tailored to beat Green and might give them a little bit of a better shot. And the Izzet players also have some sort of extra hateful cards. The 4-mana thing that makes 2 treasures seems really good against Green. So,
yeah.
I still think the matchup's close. I still think I would rather win the die roll than switch sides in the matchup, I guess. So I think it's that close, but a little worse than we were hoping for, I think.
Well, I mean, even if your standard portion is a little worse than you're hoping for, I don't think you could have asked better for a 3-0 perfect start to the tournament here. Sam Pardee, congratulations so far on crushing the draft, and best of luck to you in the standard portion.
Straya, mate.
Thank you so much.
Good on you, mate. Good on ya.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, and we're going to welcome in the crew here at the virtual News Desk because we're going to do something really cool here in case you missed any of the action this morning. Throughout our drafts, we're going to take a look around the table at the players' deck list, their records, and the grades we gave them earlier this morning. Mani Davuti, Riley Knight, and Corey Baumeister hanging out with you, talking about draft here before we transition into standard for the later portion of the afternoon. So first things first, let's take a look at our first pod this morning where we watched Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa draft. There you can see all of the players in the pod, indeed their colors and their records. So first thing is Paulo. We're going to take a look at his deck list here. He went 2-1. Corey.
Yeah, Paulo with that pretty average deck, but he was hoping the rest of the field was pretty average as well. He was right, picked up the 2-1.
2-1 for Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Let's take a look at our table once again and find out who's next as we kind of review this morning. We've got Yoshihiko Ikawa.
I just watched Italy play football against Spain. We got beaten, and the stadium was like half empty because of COVID. It just looked so weird.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-1.
I'm used to seeing the Italian tifosi losing their shit on.
Yeah, I think
the
Ikawa's
stadium.
deck
And it was
definitely
just
had the power level to be a
so mute and
when you're facing
toned
an
down.
like Andres, if you don't draw the right cards, this deck definitely can stumble.
All right, that's a look there. Let's take a look around the table and find out who we're going to see next It is Stanislav Sifka drafting some Rakdos to a 1-2 record. Definitely not where Sifka wanted to be. Let's take a peek at Sifka's deck that he put together here. Stuffed Bear in the main, Corey.
Yeah, Stuffed Bear, not my favorite. Red isn't my favorite, but still got at least one win out of it. Got to be pretty happy about that. What do you think, Riley?
He just had so much removal, but didn't obviously have the pressure to back it up. I mean, with Moonrager, Slash, Play with Fire, Infernal Grass, so much else, but then, I mean, he's attacking with, like, Stuffed Bear, so I guess the 1-2 speaks for itself.
Yeah. Oh, Stuffed Bear. You poor little boy. I mean, it was just Fat Bear week, so he didn't win, so he was a little bit sad. Ray Sato.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not a huge football fan. I only watch when my country plays, you know? Italy's playing against
really excited to see
Spain.
How this one worked out.
Then I get swept up in the nationalistic fervor, but I'm not much of one for sports, to be honest. If I do watch sports, I kind of like the Formula 1 Grand Prix, car racing.
Yeah,
a little bit of tennis is pretty good,
here in this draft.
But I'm mostly into esports. I watch Dota and I watch Magic the Gathering and I watch some Counter-Strike.
To a 1-2. Maybe not what we were expecting here, Corey.
Yeah, remember what I was saying? He's going to get a 2-1 at least. What I meant was a 1-2 at least, of course. That is.
Yeah, I know nothing about
Two Organ Hoarders let me down. Pretty bummed about that one, but
Jordan,
you know, still at least got
10
one.
years ago.
Okay, so rough start to the morning for young.
Well, I used to play it a lot in school.
A lot of people really
then everyone just grew taller than me. I'm quite short, and I just stopped out of the basketball scene.
Drafting
I'm pretty good at surfing.
Take a look at his deck here.
I surf really well.
This Strasky deck, we didn't talk a lot about it. It didn't look that great to me, but it got the job done. What do you think about it, Riley?
Those are my sports.
Look, you know, it's really interesting to see. He was fighting PV for the white deck, the white-black deck. He ended up with some of the, you know, some of the uncommons that you want to see there. But I think it just speaks to the testament of him and his skill as a player. The deck is fine. It's not a 3-0.
Live, of course, is better. Imagine we could be in the stadium like it was before COVID, you know, with an audience.
All right, let's continue our journey around the table. Up next, we have Jean-Emmanuel Depras with a 1-2. And we saw this deck, Corey, and we did not think it was going to perform.
Yeah, that's why I said the Formula 1, because I watched it with my father.
Scratching the bottom of the barrel for playables, but Brutal Cathar was the important thing.
Get in front of the TV with my old man, crack a couple beers, talk shit. It was like a bonding thing on Sundays.
We thought this was the worst deck at the table, but Jean-Emmanuel, one of the best limited players at this table by stats and by his peers. So I think managing to get the 1-2 here, he's going to be happy about it with this deck.
All right, around the table we go. Next up is Yuta Takahashi. That is our 0-3. Well, let's take a look at what an 0-3 deck looked like at this table, Corey.
Yeah, this did not look like the 0-3 deck to me. There is so much power at this deck. Arguably one of the better decks here. Moonveil Regent maybe just had some problems with mana. And once again, we got to remember that everybody at this table is amazing at Magic. So someone's got 0-3, and unfortunately it was Yuta Takahashi.
All right, that's a look
One mountain. I might have gone with two myself.
What about the trades that we gave these players along with the records? Let's check ourselves. All right, here, Corey, how did we do?
You know, we didn't do the best, not the worst. I think the Yuta Takahashi B going 0-3 was really unexpected.
Sorry,
to
Nick,
all of us,
that kind of sucks.
Merkel's deck looked so good to me, and only
but yeah, like you said, somebody had to go 3-0.
Maria.
All right, not our best. We'll see if we can do better here with draft number 2, because of course we had 2 pods going this morning. So let's take a look at pod number 2 and find out what happened at that draft earlier this morning, along with records, what colors all the players chose.
I love the thing. My problem is
for this draft 1 and 2.
My father and I started watching during the Ferrari.
Not a start for Seth.
Michael Schumacher against Villeneuve and Mika Hakkinen.
Not great on that one. Getting the green white
those
deck
are the
that
days.
just didn't come
Now,
together.
like,
Kind
the
of got
cars
hate
are different.
drafted
There's a
out
whole
of
new
the
bunch
blue
of
white deck
drivers.
that Seth
I'm
really
not
wanted to
behind
be
Jensen
in.
Button.
At least won the last one to not be in
the
the
new
0-3
guys. So I
situation.
missed
But
like
yeah,
1 or
this
2
did not come
seasons,
together.
but
Oh, Seth
I still
Manfield.
enjoy it,
All
and
right.
I still follow their
Rough
Twitter,
start to
and
the tournament for
I
him.
keep
Next
up
around the
with
table,
the
Matt
scores and stuff.
Sperling.
I just
In
don't
blue
watch
black
the whole
went
race every time. I just like
with
pop in and out and
build.
watch
Let's take a look.
the end. It's gotten a bit boring.
Yeah,
and
this
the
deck
cars
is really nice. A solid
don't make
blue-black
as much
deck.
noise
Monty,
as
was
they
a
used to
2-1
either.
about
It's
right
horrible.
for this deck, or what do you think?
Yeah, I feel like it was. We didn't think this was the better blue-black deck at the table that went to Ely, but I feel like Matt did a great job with a deck that has a lot of powerful cards, and just got a record he's really
Ferrari.
happy coming out of limited.
Ferrari.
Very good to know there for Matt Sperling. Around the table
Plus,
we go. Up next,
you know,
Arne Huschenbett in this red-green
I was
deck
there
that
when
went 1
Senna
and
died
2.
on
And you
TV.
said,
I was
remember,
watching it
Corey,
with
that
my
this was
father
the most
live on
interesting,
television.
draft for you.
I remember it clearly.
Yeah, this one was really interesting to
Crazy
me.
stuff
It was
went down in that sport
green-red,
as well.
and I kind of thought it
Before
was
I even
supposed
was
to be
into
green-white.
computers, I
Riley,
was a
were we
little
just
kid.
fishes for thinking it should be green-white the whole time?
Oh, look, I think Huschenbett had a really tough seat to draft. I think he did the best that he could. Maybe he should have picked
Hello,
up,
little
maybe
boy.
he should have started with a different color combination. It is really tough to say.
Hello,
At the
little
end
boy.
of the day, though, I mean, the problems that Huschenbett faced here, he wasn't able to overcome them. A 1-2 result, disappointing for him. Disappointing. I know
Say
he
hi
will
to
have
the
wanted something
audience.
better, but you know, he had a real
Here's my little one.
this time around.
All right, there's a look at Arne Huschenbett's draft. Around the table, we have Gabriel Nassif up next. Yellow hat, 1 and 2 in blue-white. Oh, not so great there for
Off you
Nassif.
go.
Let's take a look at the deck list here. Corey.
Yeah, this is about exactly what I expected from this, and we just saw him fall to Matt Sperling, and looking at the deck, you might have thought that Nassif scooped a little early, but he could not beat a Scab Wrangler with this deck ever, you know, and that's what Matt had, and it just, yeah, it wasn't too great of a deck, unfortunately, for the man with the yellow hat.
I think Gabe tweeted, you know, like he was at least happy to get a win off with this deck.
They'll
So
fight nobody, man,
thumbs
I'll
up
be
there. He was able to salvage something here. And up next, we've got our undefeated player at the table, Sam Pardee. We found our 3-0 drafter in black-white, Corey.
It's party time. We said it from the beginning, Maria. This one we absolutely crushed. We thought this was the best deck. Pardee played it just absolutely beautifully and got the 3-0.
Sorry, guys.
Huge congrats to Sam. He's been on fire lately.
Family duties.
Absolutely has been.
Let me
And
know
he's
if
so
the,
calm and
it's too loud.
confident when we see
The
him
sun
play.
noise in the
We gotta
background.
love
I'll
it. All right, up next, we've
I'll
got
put the mic on low.
2-1. Here we go, blue-black deck. What do you make of this?
Yeah, this is still just a really strong blue-black deck. Wasn't able to quite finish it off, but just one game away. What do you think, Riley?
I think this deck came together really well. Heaps of interaction, double Organ Hoarder. I mean, I think Cassis could have easily got a 3-0 with this list in the abstract, but coming up against Pardee, I mean, there's no shame in
BrewLab in the house.
And I think he's going to be still happy with a 2-1, I think, here.
All right, there we go. That's
Yeah,
a look
Buddy
at
Kello was
each
so
list.
good, man.
Up next,
Mr.
we have Keisuke
Rubens.
Sato.
He's
And this is a
such
player,
flair, that
unfortunately,
guy.
who went 0-3, drafting red-black. Take a look at this, Corey.
This is interesting to me because there is a lot of rares and a lot of mythics. Is this crazy that this was the 0-3 deck money?
I don't think so. It's definitely, there are some clunkiness to the deck. We saw Keisuke himself say, my deck is bad. He didn't like it. It's unfortunate that it played out to 0-3, but not overly surprising.
All right, there we go. Keisuke Sato, our 0-3 drafter. Up next, Noriyuki Mori, going 2-1, a player who self-admittedly said,
Noriyuki
you know, I haven't played
Mori.
a lot of draft before
I think
this
he's,
tournament. I had to learn for the World Championship.
He's gonna be one of the next greats.
Well, I think he played blue-white to get a little
Shredded,
experience
man.
before
The guy's
standard, where
machine.
he is, of course, playing the blue-white deck.
Just learned
so
how to
wanted
play
just
draft
make
now,
sure it was the
and he
same
still got
as
a
his
2-1.
constructed deck. And a huge prop to Noriyuki Mori on going 2-1 at this tough of a draft field when he hasn't been playing for that long and hasn't drafted a lot. This was impressive to me.
All right, let's take a look at our grades. We didn't do so hot with table number 1. What about table number 2 here, Corey?
Well, I think we pretty much crushed it, basically. Our 2 A's
Yeah, PVDDR was
both did
2-1.
the best. They were the 2-2-Os. The one
Alongside
kind
many of the
thing
others,
we
there was
got
like a
wrong is
chunk of
Keisuke
guys on
Sato being
2-1.
the 0-3. We thought that deck was pretty
Like
good, but
6 or 5
overall,
players.
I think we kind of did it this time, team.
All right.
The draft is draft, okay? Not the real,
We're getting
the real.
one thing right today.
fun
Hey, everybody,
happens.
welcome back to the desk. And Corey, thank you so much for hanging out with us and being our draft expert here at the Virtual News Desk this weekend. You're going to be talking to the players through Standard, which I know you're a huge fan of.
I'm a huge fan of Standard, and I just want to thank you so much for having me at the desk. I love it here. You guys have air conditioning. You guys have cue cards. You guys have phones. I mean, this place has everything.
Corey, I hope you didn't break your phone there for that joke, throwing it over your shoulder. No, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Thank you so much, Corey. We'll see you later
Little
this
bit of
weekend in
cringe
Standard,
from
talking to
Corey.
players about the list they chose to bring this weekend. Now we're going to take a peek once again at our tournament standings before
No,
we
Jeff,
head into
we do
our
have
Standard
2 rounds of
portion
Standard.
of the tournament, which indeed is the rest of it. Find out where we're at after 3 rounds this morning of
Okay.
draft. Andre Strasky, Sam Pardee starting out undefeated. Keisuke Sato and Yuta Takahashi, a rougher start to the morning for them, both starting out 0-3. Of course, anything's still possible here. And as we transition into standard,
Talking about the Australian guy,
what decks the
what's
players
his name?
brought, Monty.
Yeah, Maria,
Mr.
the big bad of the weekend, Outruns Epiphany. We see 8
Mr.
copies right at the top.
what's his name?
Epiphany
Knight.
4. Is it Epiphany
Riley Knight.
4? Next,
Riley.
we have some aggressive
Yeah,
decks.
how are you, Riley?
Aggro, mono white aggro.
Australia, mate.
And the singleton Azorius Temple brought by Noriyuki
Couple
Mori.
bees.
And then we have a couple of one-offs. Is it Dragons, Temur Treasures? So
Ooh,
a lot of what
talking
we
about
expected,
beer.
but overall,
I think it's
bit of
about
a
that time.
diverse field for only 16 players.
Yeah, Riley
I'm
Knight.
so excited to see this Azorius
This legendary
Tempo deck
mustache.
in action. Just seems so cool to bring it to this tournament as a one-of. And as we get ready here for Standard, it's time for our first feature match, our head-to-head here coming up for round number 4.
Okay,
Who
who's
are we
gonna
going to
be?
see do battle in the feature match area? Well, I'm going to let you know it's the players who are undefeated. Surprise, surprise to no one. We've got Sam Pardee and Andre Strasky. Sam Pardee is piloting a mono green deck. Andre Strasky on Is It Epiphany are 2,
Perfect.
3, and O's.
Perfect.
Monty, when you just think about this matchup, do you have any thoughts as to which deck kind of
Nice.
has the upper hand?
Maria, I do think traditionally mono green is supposed to be the favored one. However, we heard Sam talk about, well, the lists that have brought the unexpected windfalls. They're pretty good against green, and that's Stan Sivka and Andre Strasky's list. They've brought 4 copies of unexpected windfall. So when you came into this field prepared for green and you bring that tech, it's a little scary if you're in Sam Pardee's seat.
Yeah, you've been talking to the players, Riley, here in this tournament, and now we're heading into Standard from draft this morning. Do you have any feeling like what that's like to kind of make that rough transition?
Well, I think one of the things that's really on people's minds here, is not only obviously how they've gone in the draft and that sort of stuff, but one of the things that's cropped up when I've been talking to these players is the role that this Grixis Epiphany deck will play. It is a bit of a dark horse. Most of the testing of the players that I've spoken to focused on mono green and Is It, and like Sam said, there weren't many people who could find a deck that comfortably beat both. Grixis, I think, is a little bit of an, as I say, a dark horse, an unknown factor here, because it does have matchups in both of those against both of those decks that really upset the apple cart. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grixis make a deep run at this event in the hands of the 4 players that are piloting it. It has
if they get the right card,
plurality of answers to a lot of what the format
yeah,
is.
But there's only one-offs of those
Card
answers.
selection, and that's the really important thing. It plays all these weird one-offs because it can dig for them. It can discard the ones that it doesn't need.
Yeah.
It can find the right tool for the job. Plus, its sideboard options also really tighten it up against some of the weirder lists, in case they come up against Temur, in case they come up against blue-white. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Maybe I don't know. I'm not going to be the one to say that they've broken the format with this Grixis Epiphany list, but I think it's really surgical. I think it's really well placed, and I wouldn't be surprised to see one I would say 2 copies probably in the top 8, just given how it matches up against the rest.
I agree
I
completely.
do have to say, that deck is scary. That's one word I would give to it.
Yeah.
Definitely scary. But let's talk about our feature match here this round. Sam Pardee, Andre Strasky. We're going to make some predictions. Yes, predictions are back at the desk. And we're going to see who comes out on top this weekend with the best predictions. Sam Pardee, mono green. Andre Strasky, Is It Epiphany? Monty, who are you going with and why?
Maria, this is a battle of kind of unstoppable forces. Sam Pardee has won the last 2 events he's played. Andre Strasky, I believe, announced his retirement after this event. So really, I don't think either of them can lose. I'm going to go with Sam Pardee, but it's a really tough choice.
All right, how about you, Riley?
No, look, I'm 100% backing Andre Strasky. He's pulled this con before. We all fell for it the first time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Andre Strasky, he says he's retiring. He's going to win the whole thing, and that's going to be the end of it. I reckon he's going to beat Sam.
Yeah, well, I can't fault you. Your logic is flawless there, Riley, but I'm going to go with Sam Pardee as well. It's party time. I want to see the cash cannon. Let's go. But yeah, that's our feature match. Everybody, round 4 coming up. Standard coming your way. I'm very, very excited.
Finally.
After this break, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more action here from World Championship 27.
And now you're getting ambushed by Rook.
Now I can go grab a beer. Be right back.
Absolutely ambushed here. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is so close to victory here. He is very likely going to have his merfolk when robber killed. He's going to be able to get in for 6 and knock Kumagai to 1, and he's going to ask a very potent question. He's going to say, do you have a way to deal with both of these creatures or not? Because if you don't, and there's a drown in the lock off the top of the library, that has to close the door on this, as Riku Kumagai can't resolve multiple spells this turn under any circumstance. And I guess he has to just go for Cub Warden, and there is Fine Disdainful Stroke to counter it, and that's going to clear the way for lethal. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat is back at the World Championship. Congratulations, Jean-Emmanuel.
Eight damage coming across, nothing that Thompson can do about that. His life total is halved, and now facing lethal, Jan Merkel. One combat away from locking up his spot at the World Championship. Goldspan Dragon on the top here.
Oh, baby.
Thompson.
Oh, yeah. Let's go from the freezer.
Holding on for dear life, but I don't know what there is left that he can do. Jan Merkel
Oh, no,
played a
man.
blinder.
That's late, brother.
Dropping just one
But that
game
makes the beer
in this best
all that
of
more
three
sweeter
series
when you finally get
for
it.
our final here. And he is poised to claim that seat, to stake his position at the World Championship 27. Goldspan Dragon, the play. And Essence Scatter will prompt a concession for Gavin Thompson, and Jan Merkel is going to the World Championship after an incredible performance.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a nice work. At least there's beer in the fridge. Oh, man.
Welcome back to the Magic World
Oh.
Championship. It is round 4. We are
How could
into
you? How
standard,
dare you?
and Cedric, we are kicking things off.
I'm Italian,
with
but I'm
what
not that
have become
Italian.
the
I'm more
two
South
big
African.
bads
Break
of
the
the
pasta.
brand new
Put the
standard format
pineapple
since
on the
rotation. Said
pizza.
goodbye, Eldraine. No more Bone Crusher Giant stomps to the face.
Oh,
Tell me about
darn.
this matchup, my friend. Oh, darn. Oh, I'm so sad. I cry all the time. We're going to
Let's
take a
start
look
with-
here. Yeah, Sam Pardee, tell me about Mono Green.
Okay, can and will do beatdowns. Let's
Okay, so
talk
it's-
about them. Not as aggressive as
Poochie,
Mono
you're
White
Italian too?
aggro, of course. We'll get to that, I'm sure, at some point over the course of this weekend. But Mono Green, I'm gonna call it straightforward.
American
even
Italian?
though it is
Nice.
a little bit more complicated than that. At the end of the day, this deck's looking to beat down and win via combat damage, right? But you got tricks aplenty, be it Inscription, be
Yeah,
it
there's lots of
Blizzard
Italians
Ball,
in
be
South
it
America and
Ranger
Brazil
Class,
and in
be it
Argentina.
Ren in 7 as
Pineapple
well.
jalapeno.
The nice thing
Nah,
about
I
this
just
deck
like the
is that this
Hawaiian.
is the kind of aggro deck that has
Pineapple
lots
and
of
ham.
options and can play very
Mwah.
long. So, if this game goes 5, 6,
I told that to my cousins and stuff. They'll like disown me.
Coming. Now, when you're playing against an Epiphany strategy, you'd prefer to get the game over with pretty quickly, and that is what Andre Strasky is playing. The dreaded Is It Epiphany, a deck that everybody
here we go.
knew coming into this tournament.
This is a
was
slightly
going to be
different
popular.
variant.
Now,
There's
you
no
see
egg,
a
there's no
little bit of
dragon,
an
there's
unorthodox
3 burned on the
take on
house.
this deck list here because there's a little bit more removal than maybe most were
And then
expecting.
he's
But when
running
you think
4
Mono
of
Green's
the
gonna be a good deck, you're going to want to play
unexpected
more ways to
windfall.
handle creatures, but more importantly, unexpected windfall.
He's got the
Really
Field of
good
Ruin,
name for a card
which
because
is
it was
not
unexpected
common.
coming into
Almost
the
no one's
tournament.
running the Field of
4
Ruin.
copies, Ailey? 4? You better
I
be
know,
right about
right?
that. You better be right about
Three
that decision,
Juarez.
Andre. Because if you're wrong, it can come back to bite you. But in this particular matchup,
No.
the acceleration, the color fixing may
Bugbear,
matter, but
damn.
more importantly, the acceleration,
Just two-
the drawing of the cards,
all of the
getting
Stone
you
Giants.
closer to Epiphany quicker. That's what's going to matter here against Mono Green.
Yep. How do you prevent getting hit in the face several times? Well, you just
Yeah,
never
of
give
course you
Mono
can,
Green
Leonardo.
another turn. So that is what this deck is trying to do in the hands of Strasky, Hushenbeth, and Sifka. They, of course, tested together. And Sam Pardee
Ooh,
is going to
tamaki
want to get
with
this
cream
game
cheese.
won and done as quick as possible before there's any shenanigans with Elrond's Epiphany, Galvanic Iteration,
That's where I draw the line. Oh, a little bit of
Divide by
lag.
Zero, and the like. So let's
That's where I
get this
draw the
game
line, Moon.
underway. Take a look
No
at these opening
cheese
hands.
and fish. Just Cannot be.
I'd say good
Sushi
opening
and
hands here
cheese.
for both players. If you're Strasky, let's talk about what you're trying to accomplish over the course of this game. You're looking for interaction early and often. You're just trying to buy time, epiphany, boom. Maybe a second epiphany, boom, and run away with the game that way. If you are Pardee, well, you're a deck without any 1-drops, but you do have 2-drops like Sculptor of Winter, and you're looking to beat down that way. Now, this might look a little bit weird, right? Casting an Un-7 on turn number
Fading Hope
2.
is so frustrating.
What's the big deal? Well, scrying 1 is always nice, but you just want to keep mono green off balance. Again, buy time, then big turns with Epiphany. That's the plan.
Yeah. One strategy I've seen everybody who's played Is It Epiphany against the aggro decks is just keep the creatures off the battlefield as best you can.
See, like,
because all of their
they
removal
really need
spells,
to
if you have
fix
a creature
the
which
client
the
so
Is It
we can
Epiphany
see
deck
both
doesn't
players.
really have, all of their removal spells are
Somehow.
dependent on their creatures sticking around. So
We couldn't
the
see
more you
what
keep them off,
Strasky was
the less they ramp,
thinking about
the
in the
less
scry there.
hurt your face is going to be subject to.
Yeah, you see multiple copies of Fading Hope. That's a card that you're going to want to get familiar with over the course of this weekend to all of our viewers, because
the
these
talents
folks that are playing blue,
for the
even
brawl.
the non-Epiphany decks, are playing a lot of copies of Fading Hope. And again, you're seeing, this is annoying, Sam Pardee with like a kind of just an affirming head nod of, yep, okay, there's the second one. Great, so now the battlefield is still clear. Strasky still
Iteration.
at 20, and on an empty battlefield, drawing a card like Expressive Iteration, pretty nice draw step. So you see the game plan, and it's working thus far.
Yep, this is pretty much what he wants to be doing in the early stages of this game.
So
As his
annoying.
chariot is going to get sent back to hand.
So
Divide by 0
annoying.
allows teachings of the Archaics to be brought from the
And he
sideboard,
top
and there's
decks
an
the all
Alrund's
runes.
Epiphany off the top of the library. So Strasky is setting himself
I
up
hope they
quite
ban that
nicely
card.
for
Please
several
ban that
turns
card.
coming his way quite soon.
Yeah, things are looking really, really good here for Strasky. Everything are going according to plan right now. And it's worth mentioning right now, too, that has drawn a copy of Test of Talents. Very poor card in this matchup. Great against the other blue decks, right? So doing a little bit of hedging here this weekend is Strasky with that main deck copy of Test of Talents. And again, not great in this particular matchup. Yeah, it can come up a little bit against Inscription and Blizzard Brawl, but for the most part, a whiff. But his draw has been so good thus far, doesn't really matter that he's drawn it.
Yep, he's got something to do every single turn that it's going
just
to come back to him,
foretell.
just deciding whether or not to leave up the Dwyer Disruption or to foretell Elrond's Epiphany. That's going to get sent into foretell. It'll be castable next turn. So Sam Pardee can't
Plus
really
the
do too much
Sculptor.
about that. He's going to dump some dudes down on the battlefield, and fingers crossed that he gets a turn again.
Now he's got
Yeah,
lands.
now he's finally got something to stick on the battlefield, a 4/4 and a 2/2. Remember, these mono-green creatures, they hit pretty hard, right? Old Growth Trill, 4/4. Faceless Haven on the battlefield, 4-power creature. Kazandu Mammoth can be a 5-power creature. Werewolf Pack Leader, Chariot, like this mono-green deck.
And he's
it
not
deals
running
damage in
the full play
chunks,
setup.
and a lot of
The
it.
snakes can
so
bear.
if you're Strasky, again, you're just
Post
trying to
board.
bob and weave, keep these
He's
things
only
on the
got one
battlefield, as we
in the
saw
main
the
board.
first handful of turns, until you can start copying Epiphany. Now he's got one over there on Foretell, but he needs a Galvanic Iteration to go alongside with it, or maybe chain some Epiphanies together. He hasn't found that just yet, Ailey, but maybe that's what that Memory Deluge will allow for.
Yeah, so you can see him pondering here several options available to him. Ideally, this deck would make use of that Galvanic Iteration. That's the new card that's been added in here to allow one Elrond's Epiphany to become 2. So you have 2 turns to find the 3rd, potentially the 4th Elrond's Epiphany. That's exactly what this deck wants to do, just to get away from everything.
It's worth noting, as another chariot has been drawn here, again, for this Epiphany build that Strasky is playing. So, we're not talking Doomblade
67.
here to keep these creatures off the battlefield.
It's all over the
for
place,
good.
but
We're
it's the
talking
most
about,
we've
okay,
ever
little
had.
bounce here,
So,
little bounce there. Come
thanks,
on,
guys.
dropping cards, resolve
Good
an
to have you.
iteration,
Welcome
resolve
to the
memory
BrewLab.
deluge, all that sort of stuff. Because, hey, the damage is starting to add up here now. Here's a chariot. Now, do you want to divide by 0 this? Or do you say, all right, that's fine, I'll cast Deluge? Looks like it's going to be divide by 0.
Jessica's Chariot is hotly contending the best card in standard spot with several other big hitters, and Divide by 0 is going to make sure that doesn't hit the battlefield just yet. Let's see what Strasky gets from the sideboard.
Don't worry about
He's going
it.
to go for the discard and draw instead, finds a land off the top of the library.
Okay.
Here we go. Here's some bangers. Werewolf Pack Leader. You got Faceless Haven at the ready.
Ooh, Demon Bolt.
Can eliminate at least one creature right now. This is kind of a new addition to these Epiphany strategies. Really good to copy, right? You foretell this on turn number 2, then you play Iteration, and you copy your Demon Bolt and bang, blow up 2 creatures. Hasn't surfaced this game, but that's kind of the idea behind that card.
Galvanic Iteration's been a little bit stage shy at the moment. But we'll find it. If there's anything this deck is good at, it is digging through the library to find all these key pieces to get the game plan going.
Yeah, we may not be getting galvanic iteration right now, but is it time to perhaps get a little bit more expressive? I think that's a question that Strasky might be asking himself right now. Or is it time to finally fire off this Islands Epiphany? Now, again, when we think of Epiphany strategies, we think about, hey, I want to do this twice. I want to copy this. I want to chain this together. I don't want to just cast one and hope for the best. I really want to start chaining them or cast them when I'm ahead to get further ahead. So we'll see if it's time for Andre to actually do this, or is he maybe going to go towards Memory Deluge or just hardcast a Demon Bolt? It looks like Demon Bolt's going to be played.
And the Troll.
So many options.
Werewolf Pack Leader is a bit of a spooky card.
Because they know they're not playing
the battlefield, because that's a card draw engine.
Husky. So get rid of the card draw.
That, without Ranger Class down, that would be one way for Sam Pardee to pull even like Strasky's
Jeremy,
doing a great job of preserving his life.
The girl, her name is
16, but he's going to lose a chunk.
Oh, we're getting a bit of lag there. Her name is Alias V. She's from South Africa.
And he doesn't have anything to do
originally
against Essex Chariot, so...
Similar accent to mine.
Looks like the Cadillac has arrived. Now, we take a look at the
She's from Johannesburg,
over there.
from Cape
Well, there's a
Town.
Field of Ruin on the other side, but one may be able to make the argument of, guess what? I'm going to untap and activate the Face of Saving to force you to Field of Ruin, which means you can't cast another spell. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, so it's just going to be a Mammoth, and let's get into the red zone.
Go, little mana dork. Well,
yeah, I believe so.
Dork. You can do it.
She's doing
pretty well. That Sculptor of Winter. So now it's time. Now it's time to look at the top four and see how we do if you're Strasky.
See if we can take a look here. Hopefully, what he's looking at. What does he bring to hand?
Maybe. Okay.
Oh, burning down the house.
Did we find Burn Down the House and Galvanic? Well, that's not.
That's gross.
That's pretty good. That's pretty nice.
Oh, it might be time to I don't know. Where do you go from here? It's so tempting to take 2 turns in a row, but you know, you could just murder an entire board of creatures.
Is a disaster.
Yeah, so this is an interesting spot, right? Because if you do the turns,
runes first, then
you do the turns thing that takes you down one avenue. If you burn down the house, it takes you down another. But you burn down the house, there's still a chariot out there. There's still a Faceless Haven out there.
Yeah, and you've lost your birds.
I think our question might be answered here. It's time for a couple of turns.
Oh baby.
All right, sit tight, Sam. You might be able to knit a sweater in the time that Strasky takes to take his turns. See, we've got 4 birdies, and mono green sucks at blocking in the air. So, you know, if the draws line up here, Strasky could have a pretty good several turns, and maybe Sam is dead at 20. We'll see.
Yeah, remember, this is the freebie turn, right? Because you got another one coming after this, so this allows you to finally cast that Expressive Iteration, get a little bit deeper into your deck, try to find another copy of Epiphany, which you did. So there's that.
And then we can do the gross thing of Flashback Galvanic, and then the new iteration gets copied.
Yeah, you can do that. You can, of course, have some interest in Burn Down the House to make the Devils to get into the red zone and to deal some damage that way, too. So it's all starting to add up here. And, yeah, it's getting ugly.
I just spent a month in Portugal. Some of my best friends are Portuguese.
It's looking pretty lights out to me.
I've spent a lot of time in Portugal. I've never been to Brazil. But
maybe you might get another turn, but with Galvanic Iteration being the draw, there are no more turns coming here for Sam Pardee. There are no more turns. Party time is currently canceled.
Yeah, here comes another one, just like the other one.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Strasky, do it again.
How busted is this bullshit?
Yep, Sam knows. He's gone.
Enough.
What a load of shit. Get rid of that card, Watsy, if you're watching. No more.
That's exactly what it's supposed to look like, right? Little bounce, buy some time. Yes, Demon Bolt does kill things, but Fading Hope is so efficient in this matchup, and also the Scry does matter for, again,
what a beating.
Draws, making sure you hit your land drops, finding your Epiphanies. And then from there, you just need Galvanic Iteration, and the rest of it kind of takes care of itself. So if you're new to Is It Epiphany, this is exactly what it looks like in game number 1 against Mono Green. Remember, too, Sam said, you know, either side of the matchup, it's debatable, right? He thinks the matchup is extremely close, though he does feel like Strasky did bring some more tools to the matchup that give him a little bit of an edge. But Sam was like, look, for me, it's about winning the die roll. If I win the die roll, I feel pretty good about things. Well, he's going to be on the play here for game number 2, so I'm curious to see how things are going to unfold.
I spent like 2 weeks in Lisbon.
I don't know if Sam actually made any changes there to his sideboard.
It's a horse.
He just hit submit so fast. Let's see how this game number 2 shakes out here. A couple of good options for this mono green matchup coming in from Andre Strasky. And if he has any start like he did in the first game, this is going to be a mighty quick 2-0 against Sam Pardee.
Well, you see a pretty good opening hand here for Strasky. Smoldering Egg, couple divide by zeros. Of course, he needs a third land. Beyond that, things are looking okay.
Turned on the
He
mic
doesn't
so you guys
have,
didn't.
you know, Fading Hopes or Demon Bolt.
I hope it's not too
last
late.
time, but he still might be okay because Smoldering Egg, that 04, can buy a lot of time, and Sam's start is not particularly fast.
Yeah, no, this isn't great. Tangled Florahedron coming down as Tangled Veil. No third green for the Old Growth Troll.
Yeah, this is a brutal start, and that's a little bit of the trade-off of playing Faceless Haven, right? Faceless Haven, an incredibly powerful creature land, but there is a little bit of a trade-off there, insofar as it is colorless. And also, one of the trade-offs with this deck is, you know, that snow mana. Well, it's not all snow mana. Zandu Valley, Tangled Veil, Faceless Haven, bit of a non-bow.
Yeah. So as good as Faceless Haven is, it's not going to be doing all that much right now. Here comes Old Growth Troll, and it's going to jump straight back into hand here as Divide by Zero says, no thank you. Smoldering Egg is going to get counters on it, and just you wait until it gets 4. We're going to have a dragon that pings the living daylights out of everything.
You guys didn't hear my
Worth
sound,
noting
but
as well, this is a matchup too where it doesn't make any sense for Pardee to keep in removal like Blizzard Brawl. So once that Smoldering Egg does transform, one could argue that it's there for good. And that means that the 4 damage coming across in the air, the pinging, all that stuff, not really going to be able to be stopped by this mono green strategy in sideboarded games. So you love a Smoldering Egg in a spot like this.
Welcome,
you like
Dumpy
Smoldering
Dubs.
Egg is kind of, you know, it's not a 4 of so much. You can play a couple copies. You don't really need to draw a second and a third one. But that first one, really good, especially.
You already kicked the door in.
Hey, you know what I said about a dragon?
Yes.
We might be getting one here. Strasky was thinking about Unexpected Windfall.
And I won't.
Oh no, he's not going to do it.
I mean, you can make an argument that it might be time to turn up the heat a little bit here.
What, and then burn down the house, right?
No, just Unexpected Windfall. Just and just kind of get busy that way. This is kind of interesting because
that's going to activate the egg straight away
on the surface block.
It's 7 of those Ember counters.
There is the Divide by Zero to protect in case of a pump or a Snakeskin Veil. There's that cheeky combat trick that Strasky's going to be aware of, but feels confident enough here, also with a Demon Bolt, to take care of this Werewolf pack leader.
If he activates it with the Unexpected Windfall and makes it into a dragon.
Advantage.
Okay.
His hand is beautiful. Here's Old Growth Troll again.
Maybe this time it will stick.
Discard the Environmental Sciences, probably.
I mean, sure, there's no Shark Fisherman or anything like that. But that's kind of what it feels like every time you're playing against a blue player. It's like, do they have it? Does this resolve?
Yeah, this is the unenviable situation to be in too, because Strasky's kind of like, hey, you know, I kind of decide what I want to do. Maybe yes, maybe no. It's like, all right, now Windfall.
Dragon time. Woohoo! Let's go. Here comes the Ashmouth Dragon. It does love to ping things every time a spell is cast.
I'm on board with that, Moon.
Let's see if we start delivering some beatdowns here.
A little bit more mid-rangey.
Let's see, access to 6 mana. Hasn't played a land yet this turn, so access to potentially 7 mana. There's a lot you can do with that with regards to Demon Bolt and Divide by Zero if you want to foretell or not. Burn Down the House I don't think is going to work itself into the equation just yet, but it's always a nice thing to have in your back pocket in case anything goes too wrong. So Strasky right now, as you see him kind of sit here a little bit, trying to figure out how to navigate things, because I think he's got a pretty sizable advantage at this exact moment, and he just wants to make sure he can take the most.
This is one thing I appreciate about watching the best players in the world. They will take their time. They will deliberate. You're not going to see any rushed, unless they've planned it out 3 turns ahead. You're not going to see any rushed turns.
No, take your time. You got plenty of it.
Plus that Burn Down the Houses.
Werewolf Pack Leader looks to be the target of this Demon Bolt. Ashmouth Dragon.
Here comes the Snakeskin.
Dealing 2 points of damage to the Old Growth Troll.
And then he can.
Yeah, is this when you want to?
This is so cheeky.
Divide by
when
Zero.
You actually want to burn the Snakeskin Veil? Is it time to finally do that? Remember, Snakeskin Veil is a thing.
New Sam.
Like everybody knows that it's a thing now at this point, right? You're not going to take anybody by surprise. So you got to imagine that Strasky knows that's a card that he needs to think about, and Sam also knows it's a card that Andre needs to think about. So.
Man, that was actually a really, really nice play there from Sam Pardee, not using that Snakeskin Veil, preventing another 2 points of damage being dealt to the Old Growth Troll.
Yeah, just kind of hanging tight. Looks like they're going to see another troll here. Man, these things are big, and this mono green deck does hit in chunks.
You will see divide by 0. Take care of that old growth troll for the time being. Another 2 points of damage done to Sam Pardee. Ashmouth Dragon putting in the work, and it's time for a mascot exhibition.
It very well may be. Goldspan Dragon. Yeah, okay, so now we can just get busy in the air now. We can really get busy in the air if we want to.
I love how this deck transforms from, okay, I'm just going to be a bunch of spells and creature tokens, but then after sideboard, it's really transforms into this creature deck. It's just like, cool, have some dragons.
Yeah, but the nice thing and the powerful thing about this Epiphany deck and the sideboard games is that it doesn't have to transform into dragons if it doesn't want to, right? Like, imagine a world where you know that Sam is going to leave Blizzard Brawl Lane. You might not have that much interest in actually, if they're going to bring creatures, and you might want to leave Blizzard Brawl in, but you're kind of guessing in some respects about, like, are they actually going to bring in these creatures?
Airplanes?
Here's Inscription of Abundance. Let's see how this changes things this game, if it does at all.
That helps.
Yeah, just pads the life total a little bit. Old Growth Troll able to take care of the Ashmouth Dragon, but there's still Goldspan and the 3/1/1s swinging in here.
Plus mascot exhibition on the way.
7, that's going to go upstairs. The mascot exhibition is the follow-up.
It's not looking great here for Pardee. And party time is well and truly over, at least in this round.
I think you are right, unfortunately for Sam Pardee fans. But if you are an Andre Strasky fan, you hope he doesn't retire too soon. He's got more winning to do.
Certainly so, and it looks like he just wants to wrap up his top 4 spot, you know, potentially just keep winning. That's the easiest way to do it, right? Play less Magic.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a way to go about doing things. You win until they don't let you win anymore. That's always a good strategy in my mind. And, you know, Andre, it's fun. We talk about his tweets about retiring, not retiring, and all that jazz. But one thing is for sure, I mean, this guy can really do it. It's interesting to me because you think about all the stuff with the MPL. You know, he clinched this early, so it feels like we haven't seen him in a while, right? But you got to remember, Mythic Championship Richmond, he won that tournament. He clinched this tournament very, very early, and doesn't look like there's any rust over there for him. No losses just yet. Impressive stuff.
Said he felt like the best player in the world, and often this weekend, who knows? Strasky might well be. My friends, when we come back, we are going to see World Champion Alo Vitor Damodarosa versus
wow,
Yoshihiko
this one's going to be
Ikawa.
crazy.
So don't go anywhere.
This one's going to be crazy. Peace out, Jeff. Thanks for joining. Good to have you. Tschüss. C'è molto buono. Be right back.
Welcome back to coverage of the Magic World Championship. I am Ailey Loney alongside Cedric Phillips. And buddy, we got a good one.
Beatdowns.
I can't... What?
Beatdowns. Beatdowns.
Yes.
Beatdowns.
I thothought you said we don't. I was about to kick you off the broadcast.
Beatdowns. Let's go.
Beatdowns.
Let's go.
Beatdowns.
Beatdowns.
Paolo Vitor Damo de Rosa versus Yoshihiko Ikawa. Mono green aggro versus mono white aggro. And as you can probably tell, Cedric and I both like these decks. So let's get straight into it. I want to see what happens here between these two players. Oh man, I'm excited.
For those of you tuning in all weekend long, first, thanks for joining us, of course. And secondly, you're hearing from an Epiphany hater right here. Beatdowns! Beatdowns! Come on! Somebody stop them! Kill them before they can cast it!
Ew, that hand from Ikawa was icky, and this one's not much better, but you know, at least he can play things.
You can play things. Probably going to send a land back. I don't know. If you're going to 5 cards, I don't know exactly what you're looking for here. I guess I'll say that. You're not thrilled with this 7-card hand, and he is going to 5. Okay, interesting. I'm a little bit surprised by that. So we'll see how this does unfold. This mono white deck, Ailey, brought here to beat mono green and Epiphany. It did really well in some online events last weekend, kind of out of nowhere, right? On various online circuits. And that's why we're seeing it here a little bit kind of late in the game of like, whoa, what is really going on with this mono white deck? I'm curious.
Oh man, I really love it. I think it's such a rad build. It doesn't play Elrond's Epiphany, so please do not be alarmed. This is an Epiphany-free zone for this round, at least, for this match. So let's kick things off here. Pretty nice 1-2-3 punch for Ikawa. Has to find the 3rd land, though. But could get off to a flying start. On the other side of things, Paolo looking pretty darn good, too. Would love to find a 3rd green, but finds Faces Haven. Come on, buddy. You got to do a better job than that. Be green.
Yeah, Paolo's hand is pretty darn nice, though, because he's got some removal spells here in Blizzard Brawl, excuse me, that can kind of contain these creatures. Second, Werewolf Pack Leader. Not ideal. You mentioned looking for that other source of green mana, but something to do in the interim, and that's, again, contain Luminarch Aspirant and other creatures. So that's what Brawl is so great at doing.
And that card is really powerful, able to scale up nicely, and I think that's one of the benefits of this mono-white deck. Ikawa and Sato, Ray Sato that is, believe that they are pretty well positioned in this field, because their mono-white deck isn't like a typical weenie deck where it just kind of runs out of steam. This deck grows. It gets nice and chunky. So let's see who beats or who wins in this battle of the chunkers here.
Yeah, one of the things you can do against green is you can fly over them, and Maul the Skyclave is going to help assist in that. Again, you're not looking to play a long game against these green decks. Green plays a better long game than white does in this format. When we're talking about cards like Ranger's Class and Faceless Haven and Werewolf Pack Leader drawing cards, the idea here if you're mono white is they can't interact with everything. They don't have that much removal. They don't block that well against your flyers. So that's kind of the game plan right now. So if you're Ikawa, you're hoping that PVDDR doesn't have that much removal this game.
I gotta say, I think removal is the area that the green deck certainly does a little bit better than the mono white deck. At least pre-board, they don't really care what you're doing.
Yes, pre-board indeed. Now things will change after sideboard. I'm excited to see how both players do sideboard for this particular matchup. You have to imagine that Ikawa has tested this matchup a ton and felt like it was good enough for him to bring this deck to the tournament. So this, again, really, really compelling stuff with no Epiphanies involved and just mono creature decks here.
Luminarch Aspirant takes to the skies, wielding them all of the Skyclaves. Getting in there for a big chunk of damage, down to 10 goes our reigning world champion. Blizzard Brawl will clear out one of these creatures here.
Well, and one is nice. 2 is pretty fine.
Yeah, let's do it again. One more. This is what we like. Beat down.
You could certainly make an argument for it. Clear off this battlefield. You're against an opponent who mulliganed to 5 as well. So you know that Ikawa probably doesn't have too much gas left in the tank. You can see Ikawa kind of shying away from the screen saying, please don't have it.
Like, please don't, please don't.
Yep, but you do.
A knowing nod there, as we're gonna draw 2 cards. This is another thing that this deck does really well. Look at them go. Oof. Stonebind is familiar. You're great on turn 1. You're a good boy, but nothing's being exiled right now. But here, have a hammer. Maybe that helps. Okay. Inscription of Abundance is gonna make pretty quick work here of this pooch. But let's see where Paolo goes with this turn. He's got a few options available to him.
Yeah, and all of them are pretty darn good, but I think we're going to see Inscription kind of close things out here. If you take a look at Ikawa's mana as well, there's no Faceless Havens running around there right now at all. You're playing against mono white, you don't really have to concern yourself with anything like haste, so clear for takeoff here, I would say.
I'm just gonna kick this, you know, it's fine. There goes your doggy, and there goes
I'm just giving my son a
We're
bath.
gonna go to game number
But
2.
the teddy here will
doing
keep you
exactly
guys
what it wants to
company.
do, keeping control of the
His
battlefield,
name's
killing absolutely everything. And now we go to sideboards.
Frank.
Sideboards is where things are going to get a little bit interesting. So on Paulo's side, remember, he's got 4 copies of Blizzard Brawl main along with 3 copies of Inscription of Abundance, pardon me. Those are the ways for him to interact with the creatures, and you saw exactly how powerful those cards were in game number 1. Their power will still be there for games 2 and potentially 3. However, for Ikawa, things do get a little bit better here. Brutal Cathar, very good card in this matchup. And we can't forget about, and it's crazy to say this, an oldie, in quotes, but a goodie in Skyclave Apparition. I mean, this card set the world on fire when it was first printed, making a huge impact in a ton of formats. Really good card in this matchup here as well. So things do get better for the mono white player here.
Skyclave Apparition, Yorion, big old sky noodle.
You know, it
Bouncing
seems so
this-
long.
oh,
It
just the
seems
bane of
so long
existence.
ago. It
It
seems
does.
so long ago.
But I must say, I much prefer standard meta as it is right now. People still experimenting, trying to find the best deck. And these two, mono green and mono white, have been doing exceptionally well on the various ladders. So it's no surprise to see it here. Maybe mono white was a bit of a surprise for players, but mono green certainly not.
Well, you're trying to take people by surprise with mono white a little bit here. Again, those results that we saw in Magic Online, the SCG Tour, and some other online avenues kind of came out of nowhere last week. So, you know, just seeing that deck kind of do well that late in the game, I'm sure some players are wondering, is this actually legit? Is this a real thing? Is it kind of a meme? You know, what's going on? Do I want to risk my world championship on this deck? Because look, it was winning tournaments, and I mean, not just winning, destroying tournaments. So, I mean, this deck is good. Didn't look great that last game, but we're also talking Mulligan to 5, right? This hand, look at this. I mean, we got Redain on turn number 3. That'll slow you down.
Oh yeah. Nice snowlands you got there. Would be a shame
Absolutely.
if they came in chat. A decision here between Sculptor of Winter number 2 or the Werewolf Pack Leader. Also Tangled Florahedron in hand, but doesn't seem to be a consideration for PV. Sculptor's gonna hit the board. And here comes a tap land.
Let's think about what's a little bit different this game, too. On PV's side, where are those fight cards? Where's Blizzard Brawl? Where's Inscription? Nowhere to be found. His hand right now is just creatures, creatures, creatures. And creatures are good, don't get me wrong, and these creatures are big from mono green, but Ikawa's got disruption, and his creatures look like they're going to live for a little while this game. And if that's the case, I say advantage Ikawa.
Certainly looking that way right now, especially with that Fateful Absence in hand. Able to destroy a creature? Sure, it gives your opponent a clue token, but it's quite a nice answer for basically everything in this format.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's going to go this route with casting this removal spell on Sculptor of Winter right now. It looks like the answer is yes, so have a clue.
Follows it up with an Usher of the Fallen. Intrepid Adversary is going to hang out in hand. The longer the game goes, the better that card gets. So Ikawa's going to hope to add more to the battlefield before that is his play. Now, a decision here between Old Growth Troll or Kazandu Mammoth. Which way are you leaning?
Boy, that troll is kind of attractive, but it looks like we're going to go with the Mammoth. I think one thing that's kind of interesting about what we saw last turn is that the best way to use the removal spell that you drew? Well, it doesn't matter, because when you draw a Brutal Cathar to clean things up, that's a draw indeed.
Ew. Love it. Brutal Cathar, right on time, gets that Mammoth out the way, and beatdowns be coming.
Yeah, now see
there's
here.
a fight spell.
There is a fight spell. However, no creatures on the battlefield alongside with this fight spell initially. Looks like we're going to see a Werewolf Pack Leader come on down. But again, this is kind of the recipe, right? Which is you're just trying to bowl over your opponent, snowball all the way down as best you can. Looks like we're going to see Inscription right now by Paulo.
Yeah. Let's get some fights in. This 3-3 is going to take care of this brutal Cathar, get the Kazandia Mammoth back.
Timely. Those fight spells in this matchup cannot go understated just how good they are.
Yeah. Another Usher of the Fallen off the top there. Yoshihiko Ikawa is going to the Intrepid Adversary. We'll be able to pay once for a Valor counter, pumping up the team. And we're going to see some more beatdowns. I like it.
Straightforward enough attack. Your Flyer's, of course, going to come on through. Usher of the Fallen is going to trade with one of these. Looks like it's just going to be the Mammoth.
I like the aggression here from Ikawa. Just keep applying the pressure. Gonna replace that Usher with a second one. Hellbent now. And Esika's Chariots, one thing that Redain does is makes all the 4 CMC non-creature spells cost more. So no Chariot for the time being.
That one's going to cost 6. Looks like you can go to the Troll. You can hard cast Florahedron if you'd like. But Chariot would have been a great thing to play this turn. Those cats would be loving the opportunity to block, but no Moss. Now, I don't think that Pack Leader's attacking, so big draw here. That's a good one. That's a good one. It's actually a really good draw if you're Ikawa. And you can put that...
Going to make... This is just going to put the pedal to the metal now, as Luminarch Aspirate is going to keep buffing this team.
Yeah, you can put the counter on the Adversary, you can put the counter on the Flyer, right? That's your decision to make at this juncture, is if you want to put it on the Intrepid Adversary, or if you want to make Redain into a 4-5 by putting a counter onto it. So a little bit of a decision. Yeah. And then also Usher the Fallen, do you want to attack with that and boast this turn or not? You can also put the counter there if you want to, because that can make it so it trades with Old Growth Troll. So, okay, let's get busy here a little bit. Follow gonna sacrifice his clue, get information before making his block.
Outland Liberator. Alright, so it's pretty good against the Maul of the Skyclaves, which is unfortunately nowhere to be seen right now, so... Well, or fortunately. I'm not sure if it's fortunate or unfortunate right now, but things aren't looking great here for Palo in game number 2 as Yoshihiko Ikawa is running away with this game with his mono-white weenie deck.
It looks like Old Growth Troll wants to trade. Boasting is done. Okay. Need a fight card for Paulo, I imagine.
Yeah. Oh,
hello.
You called it. Hello. All right.
That's where it starts.
Okay, now, what is the target here? That's what I'm curious about.
I have to imagine we're thinking Redain?
There's 3 troublemakers on this board. One pumps everything, one gives everything counter, and one makes everything of yours cost more.
Yeah, you get Redain out of here. Now you can play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can play both your spells. You can play Chariot and Outland Liberator, and then it's on now it's on Ikawa to draw something juicy.
Yeah, because now with the skies taken care of, Palo can get his way back into this quite easily. Ooh, oh, hello. Good
start.
Grief. That's a great draw. Skyclave Apparition will be able to take care of anything on this battlefield, barring the tokens. Let's see where this goes.
Good start.
What is the problem on this battlefield? It is going to be Esika's Chariot, so no token copies for Palo.
Aspirant trigger. Looks like we're just going to make a token into a 3-3. Sculptor of Winter, not the most impactful of draws right now, I would say. It's better than drawing a land, of course, but Paulo's draw step has a much higher ceiling than that.
Yeah. I wonder if he can... I mean, he can't, right? He can't attack here with the Pack Leader to draw a card.
A little risky, a little riskier than I like, but Paulo's feeling it.
Yeah, sure. Get busy living or get busy dying, I guess. Let's swing.
Okay. Yeah, how do you want to block if you're Ikawa? If you want to block at all, because you are sitting at 20.
Yeah.
Bye
You gotta be thinking about some of the shot spells.
Well, I think there's a part of me right now. If I'm Ikawa, my thought process here might be: look, if you do a fight spell, I'm kind of
1-0.
Yeah.
Right, I can't really beat it. Like, if you're gonna blow up if you're gonna kill my Luminarch Aspirate, you might kill my Skyclave Apparition, make a 4/4. You might kill the Intrepid Adversary. So if you've drawn Blizzard Brawler Inscription, good beats, I lose. So I'm just gonna assume that you didn't.
Good assumption made, as we'll see the trade there between the token and the Werewolf Pack Leader. We're just gonna dump the hand here from Paolo. Both players just essentially in top deck mode now.
Yeah, and here's the scary thing though, as both players are in top deck
Can
mode.
still make the
In
draw.
my estimation, as Faithful Absence is a pretty good draw, but we are but it is worth noting that we are in this late game situation right now, so that if you do use Faithful Absence to blow something up, Paul's going to be very easily be able to draw a card, right? He's got the extra mana to do that. But the fear that I have right now, if I'm Ikawa, is I can't afford to miss on a draw step right now because Paulo's draws are better than mine objectively because the cards in his deck are more powerful.
Oh goodness. That's a
Example
great
A.
Mm-hmm.
Example A.
Oh, Hezekiah's Chariot. Great cards to draw off the top of the library. Fateful Absence in hand there for Ikawa, so he can take care of the Chariot. Should it become a creature next turn?
Yeah, this is really tough. This is where mono green needs to draw, or excuse me, mono white needs to draw a flyer.
Yeah.
It needs to draw something to just fly across for the W and just do some chump blocking before you get killed by these gigantic green monsters.
Yeah, because that's the issue, right? Like mono green has cards like the Werewolf Pack Leader, has cards like Ranger Claws, can start playing off the top of the library.
Yeah.
So the longer this goes, the better it is for Paolo.
And that's the appeal. That's the appeal of this strategy. And I imagine why Paulo and others chose to play this deck is that, look, if I'm mono green, I can go all day. My draw steps are super strong. I've got card drawing in traditional ways or untraditional ways like Ranger's class. I can do this all day long. And my cards are so powerful. Where Epiphany is so good is because Epiphany says, yeah, draw the card you want. I'm going to kill you by taking a bunch of extra turns, right?
Yeah.
Now, this mono white deck, where it's trying to slot into the format is Epiphany. I'm going to kill you before you do your thing because my stuff is so cheap. And mono green, I'm going to fly over you and interact with you just enough before you stabilize the game. And that's almost what happened here for Ikawa.
Okay, Pack Leader. It's quite nice. Let's get that down on the battlefield. Faceless Haven, perhaps going to be the thing used for the crew. Yep. No,
we're gonna
two
crew
cats.
We're gonna crew some cats, yeah. Because you're good. I think you're good if you're Paulo. Right now, you're at 8. You know that when you're playing against mono white strategy in kind of a general sense, there's not a lot you have to fear if they haven't crossed the finish line early, right? Because right now you're just probably thinking, okay, what could they have? Removal spell? Sure.
Yeah, sure.
They better have removal spell. I don't have to worry about like a hasty Goldspan Dragon or anything like that. So it becomes a little bit more transparent about what Paulo needs to do here and how he can attack. And it looks like, okay, here, how about some 4/4s?
Yeah, I like this attack because it's also before this this little token here becomes a 5/5 and able to block these chonkers. So that's one problem solved.
Difficult position here too for Ikawa is, let's say Ikawa takes this 8 damage. He says, all right, I'll go down to 4. Well, then everybody's ready to attack next turn. You go that low. So you want to do some trading and keep your life total high. But if you make a trade like this, 4/4 and 4/4, that's one less creature there is to block the following turn. So the House of Cards is slowly but surely coming down here for Ikawa, unfortunately for him and mono white fans.
The joys of being
adding to Yoshihiko Ikawa's woes.
the father of a 2-year-old. Love the guy to pieces. I'd jump in front of a train for the
to get the victory
kid,
here.
of
I don't
course.
think this is just an
He's my flesh and
overwhelming
blood.
battlefield being built here by Paolo. He's just drawn.
Daddy just wants to watch Magic.
Superiorly.
For one day of the year.
Paulo drew those fight spells at the right time. Remember, those are the key cards in the matchup for Paulo, because even though his card quality in a general sense is higher than Ikawa's, just, card for card, compare Asika's Chariot to Intrepid Adversary, so on and so forth. What he needs is that interaction, because if he's not interacting, again, Ikawa can chump block long enough and win in the air and win with a card like Brutal Cathar. So when Paulo was able to draw Inscription and Blizzard's Brawl this game, that's what changed everything.
That's me.
You can see Ikawa just...
That's the Brewmaster himself.
What to do, and
Ramon,
he's going to give
welcome
a good
to the
game
channel,
to the
brother.
current world
Good to
champion,
have
and a 2-0 victory for Paolo on mono green. You can see a bit of a wipe of the sweat off his brow there. That was pretty
My
stressful.
YouTube channel.
Absolutely. And what's kind of interesting about those games as they play out is you see Paulo win with those fight spells, but I imagine for a lot of players, the players who chose mono white this weekend, you're doing the metagaming of the 16-player tournament, right? You might be thinking a lot of these players like to play blue. a lot of these players might be trying to crack the Epiphany mirror, right? A lot of these players, if you think about what the kind of style of decks they like to play, no one identifies Paulo Vitor Domiderosa as a mono green guy, right? So how many people are actually going to play mono green in this tournament? And if your assumption is very few,
Ramon, we've
mono white
already
looks great
gone
against
through
Epiphany
the
strategies. And if you think people are going to play mono green, maybe they're going to gear to be
the
Epiphany
draft.
and
Draft
cut their
is
flight
over
spells.
for today.
Neither
Today
is
it's
the
just
case
going to
for
be standard left.
PP playing mono green and then has a ton of
Peace
flight
out,
spells in his deck.
Moonwatcher. Thanks for
Not a
watching,
great pairing
brother.
for Ikawa.
I'll see you soon.
Well, we're going to
Safe
keep the
drive
ball
back from
rolling
work.
here, friends, as we jump into our next feature match. It's going to be Matt Sperling versus Ray Sato. Before we do that, though, let's hear from Matt Sperling.
Becoming the Magic World Champion to me would mean reaching the absolute peak of something that's the most interesting, challenging, complex, deep problem I've ever tried to solve, right? So how to be the best at Magic. There's always room to improve, even for the folks who've been world champion before, some of whom are in this field, right? You know, there's still room to improve. But I've never been to a place where I thought, wow, I'm like at or near the very, very, very top of this. I think winning Worlds would sort of dispel any illusion I had that I was, you know, among the best players. And I think we all struggle sometimes with that internal dialogue about whether we belong in a certain, you know, echelon of players and that sort of thing. And certainly I'm no exception to that. So it would mean a lot of things, but I think primarily just it would mean being at the pinnacle of something that I care a lot about.
All right, so Matt Sperling would love to
Grixis
put the cherry
Epiphany.
on top
It's
of
the
his
first time
Magic
we're
career
watching
with a
this.
win here this weekend, has brought this Grixis Epiphany deck and will be up against mono white aggro in the hands of Ray Sato. Now, Cedric, what do you think about this?
I think this is going to be a crazy match.
Because it has certainly made several fans out of.
Can you imagine being printed on that card?
It is the great unknown, right?
Forever.
Because you have the traditional Epiphany decks, which are Izzet, and they've been seeing success, and then you have this unorthodox take that's playing an additional color for a little bit of discard, a little bit of removal. The question is it worth it for that third color to play those cards? 4 players here this weekend said absolutely it is. It makes me better against other Epiphany decks. While my aggro matchup is still totally fine, or at least
Poochie's
fine
stuck on
enough to be
game 1
comfortable
mulligans.
with it. Now we get to finally see the games unfold with it. But did they prepare for mono white? Did they prepare for this low to the ground aggro deck as opposed to just mono green? That's what kind of makes it interesting.
Well, one card I'm predicting will be quite good in this matchup here for Sperling is Fading Hope. And if it gets to Lear and is able to recast Fading Hope from the graveyard, we'll just be able to get rid of some of these creatures that have all these pesky counters on them, like the Stonebinders, Familiars, and the Luminarch Aspirants, etc. But I love the start here from Sato. Gets the Stonebinders, Familiar down, Intrepid Adversary coming in hot because of Dry Disruption, though. This is the only counterspell that this deck is running, so he's going to fire it off here when he's given the opportunity.
And Dry Disruption is going to take care of that 2-drop, and it's just a 1/1 on the battlefield right
Celeste's
now
time.
for Ray Sato. Now we've got Acceleration.
They're running 3 copies in the list.
Sperling as well. I know the Celestis has impressed many who have had the opportunity to play with this deck.
This card is cool. I mean, having something to do late game when, you know, both players are just like draw go, depending on the matchup, obviously. It's just so good at getting you cards, getting rid of cards that aren't good in certain matchups. It's really, really good.
And you're seeing kind of a flashpoint for this deck, which is why they are... Well, there's a lot of reasons they're playing the Celestis, but one thing they can do, of course, is play the Celestis and still have Fading Hope available as a play against... If they are perceiving a very aggressive metagame, that play looks very, very good. And, of course, you're going to get the opportunity to scry as well in most instances. So, a lot to like there, but even more to like with this expressive iteration because it's a pretty good one.
Great iteration.
Yeah,
Finds a land, finds a Demon Bolt, will be able to take care of Redain. Could do so with a Cathartic Pyre as is. That was really, really good expressive iteration.
Yeah.
And the struggle is here, and it's very real right now for Ray Sato, whose draw is not that explosive. I mean, did go 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, so you can't complain too much. And now here's Luminarch Aspirant, another great card from this mono white deck.
Demon Bolt, the Redain.
But we'll be wary of the removal spells that Matt Sperling and his team are playing in this Grixis deck.
Let's see, where are we going to go with this Aspirant? You can make Redain into a 3/4. You can make the Stonebind Familiar into a 2/2. I suppose Aspirant could target itself as well if you were really feeling it and wanted to try something little bit unique this turn.
It's tricky because if you're sitting in race auto seat, you're like, yeah, whatever I target is probably going to die.
Yeah, in some capacity, right? Kind of die or get bounced. I don't think Sperling has nothing. I think that'd be pretty optimistic.
Yeah, the deck
Exactly.
with so much disruption. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that he's got at least something to stop this from happening. But nevertheless, it's got to go somewhere. So let's see. Redain, God of the Worthy, might be the target here for this counter. I guess it's a question from Sato. It's like, what is he okay with losing now?
That's the question you have to ask yourself. Very much so. And now we find the answer to that question, which is Redain.
Nice.
Taken care of.
Nice. Holds up the Demon Bolt. He can pretty
No counter
bounce.
for you, just a Stonebinder's Familiar. Little boop on the snoot there for Matt Sperling. And will we follow up here with another Stonebinder's Familiar? Nope. It's going to pass the turn back.
Another land.
Sperling in the driver's seat right now as far as buying time is concerned. You've got removal and Demon Bolt. You can buy some time with Fading Hope. You know, so he's I mean, his life total right now is at 17. Like, he's doing totally fine. Looks like Celestis is going to trigger.
Nice.
Happy to loot.
Ooh,
Iteration
Nice.
step 1 to the combo. Doing well for himself right now.
Yeah, Galvanic Iteration and Demon Bolt is dirty. If that's what he wants to use it on.
Yeah, and the tough thing now too is, so when you think of the foretell mechanic, right? In most instances, you're like, okay, well, I know what the foretell card is. It's obviously Epiphany, so cool secret, but I know what it is, right? But this is one of those instances, and this is why this matters. This is one of those instances where, you think it's Epiphany? You are extremely wrong.
Oh, this is gonna hurt if he goes for it.
And you get punished
so
real
enticing,
bad,
right?
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, he doesn't have much going
Double
on.
whammy.
Right now, I'm going to put the counter on the face of save, and it's like, actually, what's going to happen is you're going to lose your 2 best cards. What's going to happen?
Oh, it hurts.
Double bolt, baby.
It hurts my mono white loving heart. Oh, but, you know,
That
that's what
feels
this deck
so
is designed
bad.
to do. It's going to kill absolutely
Oh,
everything and
God.
then not let you have another turn.
Yep.
Pew, 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 goodbye. And Stonebinder's Familiar remains.
The old rock and a hard place.
Yeah, for sure. So, Race Auto's a land down now. All of his creatures are dead, basically, barring the good boy. He's
Full
hanging out.
control.
And Sperling is just sitting pretty. Just happy
Yeah.
to keep switching between day and night. Why not?
Yeah, and Sperling right now, because he's at such a high life total, he can go, you know what, yeah, I'll pay 3 mana on my main phase. I'll draw.
Ooh,
You heard of
there
this
we
one?
go.
You heard
Yeah.
of this card? You familiar with this one?
Alrund's Epiphany. Oh, okay, that's
Pretty
a
good.
cool effect. Yeah,
Yeah, pretty good.
Good old time squawk.
It's all
Nice.
coming together. It's all coming together right now for Matt, and it's not coming together here for Ray. That Demon Bolt turn was brutal.
Brutal.
Just brutal.
Was indeed.
Oh.
So no foretelling there
Oh.
of Alrund's Epiphany. Gonna send away that Jawari Disruption.
Burn on the house.
Why no?
Takes care of the
foretell
Adeline
there?
as well.
I
Gosh.
don't know.
Disgusting.
Maybe doesn't feel like he needs to, I suppose. Maybe keeping up, like he's got,
Appearances.
keeping up appearances. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Zap.
Ooh,
Just got to burn on the house. Play
maybe
the
the egg.
egg
This
next turn.
burn down the house is looking mighty tempting
Oh,
though, and I
yeah.
think we're gonna
He's got
just
the mana to do
you know
both.
set some fire
Or foretell.
to the snow deck. Seems good.
Yeah, I'll clean that up.
There goes the board. And Race Auto cannot get anything to stick. And the follow-up here of Smoldering Egg. Oh, into Epiphany. Oh, it's going to be a dragon with birds.
Although
this is
the
gonna
portable
be
hull is
so
going to take care of
gross.
that. But he can. Oh, he put the Fading Hope in the side.
All Race Auto can do is just try and get things on the board. Portable Hull will come down, has a target here. Can grab Smoldering Egg.
Finally.
And Good Boy gets a counter, and Usher of the Fallen joins
Ooh.
the throw. Well,
That's nasty.
this one's not going to go on much longer if Sperling keeps drawing like this. Good lord.
That's
The nice
nasty.
thing about Sperling and the deck construction here from our Grixis Epiphany players is,
Yeah, I'm
their
going to
deck is
play it
built in
already.
such a way with the addition of the Celestis of being able to see quite a few cards over the course of the game. The deck already manipulates itself pretty well, but the Celestis just kind of adds on top of that while also giving you acceleration and fixing. It's really, really, really well constructed deck here. I know a lot of people are excited to see how it's going to do, and at least in this particular
Lear.
game, oh boy, Lear.
Hey, Lear.
Yeah,
What's up, bud?
it's doing quite well.
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's get
Here
Lear
comes
down
the
this
entire
battlefield. Here's a
graveyard.
big butt for you, this doggy and this usher. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Woo!
Broken.
It's a lot of,
Okay.
it's a lot of cards
Yeah.
in hand.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cards in hand, yeah.
Yeah, your graveyard just became your hand, Sperling. Good grief. And the one mana left up with the Celestis, so if there is a removal spell like a Fateful Absence, Fading Hope can just be like, no touchy, thank
Just
you.
concede,
Sato, seen enough, he's out of
Yep.
there. Let's go
Yep.
sideboard.
Might as well just call it on
Insane.
that one. I agree.
So now what are they
So
sideboarding?
Lear
This is what I
is one
wanted
of
to
those
see.
cards in this format, especially for this tournament, that we're going to learn a lot about. But here's the short end.
Recycler and Summoner.
You get to untap with Lear, it's over.
Oh, yeah.
It's over.
Why the Hermits?
He's just so good.
Yeah, so you got to just make it so that your opponent doesn't have the opportunity to untap with Lear. But this is the old rock and a hard place, right? Because there's a part of you that says, I'm playing against Epiphany. They don't play any creatures. I don't want to leave in creature removal. Well, Lear says that you kind of need to leave some creature removal in and hedge a little bit. But, you know, you can make the argument they might sideboard Lear out because they don't feel like they need it. So now the power of the decision is on the Grixis Epiphany and Lear player side of, am I going to leave it in? Maybe yes, maybe no. You don't know, right? And that's some power. That's some real power to have in a matchup and over an opponent.
Interesting. He took out the Epiphanies
Look at
entirely.
this plan here from Sperling, taking out all of the Elrond's Epiphanies, bringing in the Hermits. Gonna go for a more creature-based.
Yeah, but there's almost no non-creature spells in the white deck.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
You know, this is not the first time I've watched Sperling play Magic. I've been watching him play Magic for a long time. I've known Matt for a while. One thing I enjoy about Matt's play is he is very unorthodox in sideboarding.
Yeah.
He is open to doing anything in sideboarding. And so, you know, seeing Elrond's Epiphany, I didn't have that on my bingo card of seeing all of them sideboarded out, but doesn't mean it's wrong. I mean, I'd argue it's right. It's some outside the box thinking. I mean, the deck is named Epiphany. You can't board out the name of the deck, except you can, and he is.
Yeah, I think he cares more about Lear in this matchup. It's called Grixis Lear that he put that on as the deck name. So
okay, fair enough.
I respect it. Lear is MVP. Let's take a look here at these opening hands. A very nice hand here for Ray Sato as well for Sperling. Look at that. Hermit,
Portable Hole,
Mind Flayer. Let's just steal all
and
of
the
Ray's
Fateful
best
Absence is the only thing you can counter with the Malevolent Hermit. It's kind of strange.
Maybe clean something up over the course of this game.
Stonebind is familiar. Going to get in for a point of damage. No 2-drop, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, Ray Sato brought in the Guardian of Faith.
Let's see. Smoldering Egg, turn 2, perhaps?
Yeah.
Looks like it. Let's get that 0-4 out there. Now this one might be worth destroying. Get that thing out of the way. Maybe Sperling will have time to draw a card. Maybe he won't, but you can't concern yourself with that. You got to be running downhill.
Mono white, huh?
Yeah, you got to go as quick as you darn well can. Elite Spellbinder is a very, very nice draw. Ray Sato will be able to take a look and see what Sperling's working with, but first and foremost, it is Adeline Resplendent Cathar on the battlefield. Let's get some dudes on this board.
Yeah, now Adeline is a very, very nice play this turn because if this goes unchecked for a turn or two, this thing can run away with the game all by itself.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you know what? It's also a really, really nice card for Sperling to put on his side of the battlefield.
Elite Spellbinder.
We may see that happen.
I think reigning world champion Paolo Vitor may have something to say about that, as his likeness on the card of Elite Spellbinder was considered there by Ray Sato.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Do you want to play Elite Spellbinder pre-combat? Do you just want to go to combat first and trigger Adeline and then, kind of do all that stuff? So how do you want to sequence your turn here? Real decision to be had here for Sato.
Sato's going to hold up the Guardian of Faith. That's a great card to prevent any shenanigans like a Fading Hope. So I'm wondering if he'll do it here or if he's happy to just let this go.
Be right back.
So won't get the creature off of Adeline and she'll be off the board essentially in combat. She's just disappeared. Where did she go? Don't know.
So we're going to phase it out
Bye-bye.
like this. Now you make your attacks. If the Hermit wants to block, it's going to have to trade with something. That means it'll be off of the battlefield. More importantly, your 3-drop didn't leave the battlefield. It's still there, and you made an additional play. So Guardian of Faith looks beautiful on that particular turn, and you still got not only Elite Spellbinder in the holster, but Faceless Haven among the lands. So Sato, this is more of how it's supposed to go here for Mono White.
He just has to keep his board intact, because we saw in game 1, it gets demolished, you don't really have much hope against this list. Sperling got a couple of options here. Where do we go from here?
Hey, you got Prismari Command available. Can take care of Guardian of Faith. I don't really... Well, I was going to say I don't think you really have the time to cast Memory Deluge, and I think that's probably true. Now, the nice thing here is you could just go deal some damage and create a treasure. Looks like that's what Matt's going to do, and you can make another play. Now, if he didn't want to make this play, he does have... This would mean if he had the treasure left over, he could play Mind Flayer next turn. Maybe the hope is that he just draws a land next turn to be able to play Mind Flayer, to be able to yank something.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, there's going to be a bit of a spanner in the works here from Ray Sato's side as Elite Spellbinder comes down, and we'll take a look-ski and see what shenanigans Sperling's up to.
Yeah, it is time, I think, for Mind Flayer to bite the dust. So get that out of here. Trigger the Stonebinder's Familiar. That's fun. And, you know, do what you do with the red zone, as it were.
Well, will we see a double block here? I was wondering if that was the idea with the Hermit coming down.
Ooh.
Respecting. Respecting the two creatures.
Is interesting. So if you attack with the 4/4, you get your token. It's a 5/4, double block, trade there, get those off the battlefield. I like this. If there's going to be a double block, because you just want to keep snowballing as best you can. This is actually a really tough decision. You know your opponent's hand. You don't know what they're drawing. Because you know Memory Deluge is, you know, your opponent's hand. You don't care really about that card right now because you're pretty far ahead. Sperling can't take the time to just tap 4 mana, you know, draw 2 cards, hope the library cooperates, all that jazz. So yeah, this is an interesting call. This really, really is. Wow. Because you have Faceless Haven in the holster, you've got Redain in your hand. You don't have to worry about Mind Flayer anymore. Okay, so yeah, trade there. Are you going to trade with the other thing? No, you're just going to make that one? Okay.
I think that's fine, because if Adeline just sits back, she's just sending in reinforcements.
Yeah, I think it's... I think there's a lot to think about. There's a lot of positives and negatives to that. And I mean a lot.
Malevolent Hermit's going to come back as Benevolent Geist. 2/2 in the air that'll be able to take care of the Elite Spellbinder. Fading Hope in the holster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, another one off the top. It's a great draw from Sato.
Yeah, that's not bad. It gets you some information. I think we're going to see Fading Hope probably bounce. I have to assume it's going to bounce one of the 3s.
Yeah?
Maybe not. We'll
Perhaps
see.
Adeline, maybe?
It's better if I don't assume.
Yeah. I kind of want Sato to win. Anything that beats Izzet, I'm happy.
Fading Hope sends Adeline away, so no extra 1/1 on the board this turn at least. And we get the Scry. That's a Spikefield Hazard. That'll also deal with one of the flyers.
Yeah, so if Paulo comes, you know, if Elite Spellbinder, Paulo for sure, comes in, I have to trade there. The 1/1s aren't great at attacking. Yeah, so you get your trade here right now, if you want it. Ray's not sure. This is fun. Ray's not sure if he wants to attack or not. This is
Izzet is just the...
Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
Check deck. Am mono white. Yes, attack.
Ooh, nice. I guess.
Alright, gonna crack the clue here. See what's.
Oh, he's really struggling on the lands, the poor guy.
The nice thing about
Black?
having that Spikefield Hazard is that we can take care of the other Spellbinder. Of course, there's another flyer coming up. We know about that. But if the Malevolent Hermit needs to block the creatures on the ground,
yeah,
it's
then
a 2/2 that can block these perpetual 1/1s that just keep coming.
Sperling want to cast it. He's just going to hold the hazard. Yeah, because he can... Well, maybe you're supposed to cast it now. Do you want to cast it now on the Spellbinder or keep up appearances? Okay, so he's going to do that, which means he's cardless.
Ooh, Fateful Absence. Okay.
Yeah, that's not bad because it gives you the opportunity to play multiple spells in one turn.
Yeah.
If you're Sato.
Sato would love an extra land to start getting this Cave of the Frost Dragon going.
Yeah, so Sato wouldn't mind. Sato's in a great spot because lands or spells are good. So like all of his draw steps are good, right? If you're Sperling, lands are great in some capacity, right? Because it allows you to cast Memory Deluge into potentially Mind Flayer. But also spells are good, like Burn Down the House. So he's in an interesting situation. Iteration, I think you gotta start there.
Yeah.
You gotta start there.
Okay, Celestis is pretty good. You know, the incidental life gain every now and then.
Yeah, if you have enough time for it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he does, right? Because we're going to see 3, 4, 3, make a token, 4, Faceless Haven, 5. Yeah, so he plays this because now, because I think Sperling's dead, right? Because you Fateful Absence this EOT, Haven is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think this should be over. Yeah, all the same, right? Because you can go activate Faithless Haven, go to attack step, trigger Adeline,
kill.
Faceless Haven. Yeah, Faceless Haven has Vigilance. Now Fateful Absence this. More than enough damage. Yeah. All right. All right. All right.
Hey, look at that. Mono White getting the W there in game number 2 between Ray Sato and Matt Sperling. That was a pretty dicey game. Right there were a few spots where like, oh yeah, Matt Sperling will be fine, but Ray Sato just kept finding gas.
Yeah, and you saw the power of Elite Spellbinder in that matchup right there, right?
Yeah.
Making those cards more expensive, getting some more information to work with as well. And you also, in a way, saw some of the shortcomings, of Fading Hope in this particular matchup. It doesn't mean that it's bad, don't get me wrong, but it's at its best
1-1.
against mono green because those threats are a little bit more expensive. And some of them, well, I'd say the white ones are better, like on impact, right? Adeline comes down, makes a bozo. Elite Spellbinder has and enters the battlefield trigger, right? So all of that stuff, it's a little bit weaker against mono white than it is against mono green.
Yeah.
Bad news here for mono white fans, though. Bad news on the draw for game 3.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be, but
No.
here's hoping for a great match between these players. And just like you were mentioning, all of these, well, most of the mono white creatures, if you bounce them, they have the ETB effect, you know, and also some of them get better the longer it goes. Intrepid Adversary, you bounce that, well, it's gonna come back bigger, and then the team is buffed. So, board wipes would be great.
Well,
that's okay.
I think, well, Ray's hand is a pretty easy keep. If you're Matt, I think it's a little bit tougher, but I do think it's good enough. You've already got a removal spell. You've got an iteration to kind of smooth her out. Memory Deluge, when you're on the play, is a little bit better than when you're on the draw. You saw the last game, Sperling never had the opportunity to cast that powerful instant.
100 people in the chat, baby.
So
It's got to be some kind of record. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Good to have you in the BrewLab.
Looks like it's going to be light step.
I really hope Ray Sato takes this one.
All right, let's get the show on the road here. Short the Fallen down the battlefield. A lovely 1-2 punch from Ray Sato. If he's able to find land number 3, his hand is beautiful. Doesn't find one just yet, but will still be able to keep delivering the beats. Powered Kill says no, thank you. Leave my face alone.
So Sato hasn't drawn the the third land yet, but I would say that's fine because he's got plenty of things to do. Now, the game gets easier when the third land shows up. Don't get me wrong.
Sun Gold Sentinel is so good in this matchup.
But for now,
you exile all the stuff out of their graveyard, then when the Leer comes into play, they got
nice
nothing.
Draw here for Matt Sperling.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get the Celestis down. That'll ramp him up a little bit and leave up Fading Hope to deal with whatever critter needs dealing with. Usher the Fallen, not the draw that Sato wanted to see, but like you mentioned, still has things to do. He's got the Sun Gold Sentinel and a second adversary to get down.
Yeah, and so the fear here that I had is anytime you're playing, when you're playing a hyper-aggressive deck like this, obviously you don't want to miss land drops, and you have things to do in the interim. But the one thing when you're playing against a control strategy like this one is a card like Memory Deluge. If the game is going the way that you want it to go, your opponent doesn't have time to do that.
Scrying.
Right? Because it's so expensive. And it's so powerful if they do have the time to do that. And the way this game is shaping up, Sperling's going to have the time to resolve that and probably chain into other things. So that's why on this last channel we just watched, drawing a third land and making Deluge, hitting it with Spellbinder, I mean, that's huge. And he didn't have the opportunity to do that.
I would have iteration
Super unfortunate
first.
for Sato that wasn't how the turn shook out. It's
nice,
turn to nighttime.
Oh boy.
Hello, Mind Flayer.
Yeah. You might have to. Wow.
Probably put the iteration away.
I think you discard iteration,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Because you got well.
Yeah, deluge gets you more cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean,
kind
it's in a way. I mean, you're gonna be able to cast it. So I think you just do. I think we
Except
discard
the
it. I would discard it.
Sun God's coming back in. Okay. Before the iteration.
It's worth thinking about.
Then you cast the
Back on the
deluge.
battlefield's gonna get rid of Fading Hope, messing
Nice.
with any
Nice.
possible Lear's plans. Galvanic Iteration is the only good hit in that.
Another player.
Oh goodness me, 2?
Yeah.
Let's start stealing things.
It ain't fun. It ain't fun. This is mine now.
What? Still no third land here for Race. Sato did find a removal spell though, so we'll be able to get back the Sun Gold Sentinel.
Alright, that's timely. That's definitely timely.
Mine.
Do not want to overlook how big of a draw that was.
Never underestimate the light gain from the
Fortunately though, there is a second one.
Intrepid
Come
Adversary.
down and give Ray Sato even more headaches, but there's the third land, so that's a good
Comes
spot
the
to be right
Spellbinder.
now. Redain or Spellbinder? Where do we go?
I think Redain because of
Redain?
Deluge.
Yeah, that's available next turn with the land.
Yeah, it's not fair because I'm working with perfect information.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I think that's probably where you have to go. I don't know if you can attack. Well, I don't know if you want to attack with Intrepid Adversary this turn or not, because like you're just kind of trading with Sun.
Yeah, it feels so bad. He's only got one white source.
He can bounce it with his own Fading Hope or something like that and take something else. So do you want to make this exchange right now or not? Is a question, or do you just
Oh, really, Crumb?
Pass with the Intrepid
Old
Adversary
school,
on the
man.
battlefield? And,
Yeah, it's been a while actually.
hate to say it, but kind of hope for the best.
It's a Loxodon deck a little while back.
It's not exactly the position you want to be in against
But it
the
wasn't that good,
Epiphany
you know?
deck.
Nope. No, you don't.
Oh, time is ticking. Let's see which way Ray Sato
I
goes.
think that might even be a historic.
Can't double spell with the 2 creatures because there's no second white source.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just checking off boxes right now, the way I kind of look at this is like, do I want to play Usher the Phone? No, that's the weakest thing I can do. Do I want to play Intrepid Adversary? No, that's probably the second and third weakest thing I can do. So now you're just deciding between is it Elite Spellbinder or Redain, and I think Redain has the highest ceiling in a spot like this, so you're just going to deploy that.
Oh,
Soul Shatter off the top.
Oh, you see what I see?
Oh, I very much do. I very much do.
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
gross.
Crumb, they did
Galvanic
have
Iteration.
some White
both of these
Weenies decks
creatures to
in.
be
Oh my
sacrificed.
goodness,
Soul
double Soul
Shatter.
Shatter.
Oh, that hurts so much.
In a previous standard.
And now all of a sardine, Matt Sperling is the beatdown.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go. Let's exile your graveyard.
There's Grixis left.
Great draw.
Get rid of the other
And it goes to
Celestis.
Day, able to get rid of the second copy of Celestis. That's so good. Man, this card does work.
Celestis is nice. It is nice.
Okay. That's at least saves your board from a future blowout. Well,
The poor
just
guy.
2 mana more.
Yeah, which Sperling's got. And we sometimes see control combo decks like this one do this after sideboard, right? Which is they can get away, and this is what makes this style of deck very powerful. We've seen this over the course of Magic's history, but like game 1, you're kind of doing your combo thing, and then game 2 and game 3, depending on what your opponent has in their sideboard and everything else, you can move away from the combo stuff, which in this instance is Epiphany, and move towards maybe just a controlling deck with some creatures. We're seeing that here in Mind Flayer, Galvanic Iteration, not copying Epiphany but other things, and just play more of a control deck with creatures. It's that
More
flexibility
land.
that is the real draw to an archetype like this, right? Because this mono white deck, which I think is well positioned against Epiphany decks in a general sense, it's struggling more against this one because of all this flexibility that Sperling has when it comes to sideboarding.
There's not many ways you can go with a mono white deck. It's a very linear
No.
strategy. It goes one way and that is straight to your face. And if
That's
you can
right.
stop that, you're gonna win. Oh, this is just so brutal. And you know what's also quite cheeky with the Sun Gold Sentinel is Celestis makes mana of any color, so it's just like, oh cool, I'm gonna get protection from white now, thanks.
Yeah, it can do that little hexproof thing too if things do line up. So that's actually a pretty cool aspect of that card too. Well, easy part.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's not. I mean, to be completely fair, like it's not over.
No.
The game's not
by
over.
a long
Like,
shot.
yeah, because like Sato's sitting at a pretty high life total, but now he's got to figure out a way to. Like the tough thing here for Ray is he's got to figure out a way around like this cryoclasm the cinderclasm that's over there, right?
Yeah.
And it's just how do I maneuver through? Even though it costs 4, it's like how do I maneuver through this when my hand is elite spellbinders plural?
Yeah.
And Usher of the Fallen and Intrepid Advocate, a lot of 1 toughness creatures over there. How am I supposed to work through this?
I mean, if it gets fired off now, I mean, it's at the end step, so it looks like it's going to get fired off now. Intrepid Adversary can pump the team past the point of death, basically. But the Thunderclasm going away now it's fine. There goes the Sun Gold Sentinel.
Yeah, I would have done it without the kicker.
Just leaving the Mind Flayer hanging out on Sperling's side of the battlefield.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so enough to flash back.
Deluge.
Deluge right now.
It's gonna pass the turn. No attack with the Mind Flayer. Knowing that Faceless Haven is ready and raring to activate. So here comes Stonebinder's Familiar. It'll prompt the Memory Deluge from Matt Sperling. Let's take a look at 7 cards.
7 cards.
Yeah.
It's really nice
There's Lear.
sequencing here from Sato too, starting with the 1 drop that affects the graveyard. Because now your Elite Spellbinder, after the Deluge resolves, can nab something, and there's something very much worth nabbing.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Elite Spellbinder coming on down. If Sperling had waited there, he would have been able to Draw Disruption
I would have waited there.
Spellbinder.
Yeah, if things had gone that way, absolutely.
Peace out, Max. Thanks for jumping on the stream, brother. Sleep well.
7. Okay.
Enjoy your day tonight, tomorrow.
Oh, it's okay. He's
Let
got
me
the
know
mana
how it
for
went.
it.
Yep.
Peace.
The discard here from the Celestis is going to be Draw Disruption into the bin. Hermit is the draw for turn. Let's get iterating. Maybe?
Yeah, we might be. Sperling's got so many options right now. That's the other thing that's extremely scary about this is he can flash back Galvanic Iteration into Power Word Kill. He can cast Iteration. He can bring back Hermit from the graveyard or just cast one in his hand. Or you can take a look at a few more cards and sculpt things out because he still does sit at a very high life total.
Peace, Max.
I will say though, once this deck shifts out of the Elrond's Epiphany game plan, the opponents stick around a lot longer. Like,
They do.
Sato's been quite resilient here and just, keeping things on the board, applying pressure.
Yeah, the games kind of drag on a little longer, but you also, and this game might not be the best example of what I'm going to say, but you also have to think that, yeah, Sperling isn't killing in such an explosive fashion, but he does have a real stranglehold on the game.
Yeah.
Right? So even though we are playing more turns, I would say that Matt's in real control of what's going on here.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to see Prismari Command take care of the Elite Spellbinder. Follows that up with a Malevolent Hermit.
Attack.
And if he wants to, could get in there with the Mind Flayer, but just passes the turn back. It's on blocking duty.
Yeah, I think what Matt's plan is going to be over the course of this game is, because there's been times when he could have gotten a little frisky with the Mind Flayer if he wanted to. I think it's just going to be grind you down.
Exile the Power Word Kill.
And eventually I'm going to find a
Draw
window
the
to
Stonebinder's Familiar and
when I
attack.
get the opportunity to untap.
And then next turn you can pump the whole squad with the Intrepid Adversary.
This game will be over quite quickly once Lear does hit the board.
Yeah.
And there's stuff and things to do in the graveyard, which right now there's quite a few things.
Lear, man, what a card.
This deck, this Grixis Epiphany deck, this was the big question. We saw Is It Epiphany a little bit early in this round from Andre Strasky, a more traditional take. Now we're seeing Grixis Epiphany against Mono White. I imagine that our Mono White players here in Sato and Ikawa, they were very much interested in playing against Is It Epiphany.
Yeah.
How well do they do against Grixis Epiphany? And more importantly, how well do they do against Lear? We're finding out right now, this Grixis Epiphany deck looks really well situated against creature decks and other Epiphany decks. But, I mean, it's
Yeah.
early. Don't get me wrong, it's early, but it's been impressive, at least in this matchup.
Just bring down the Lear, 7 mana, so 3.
You mentioned many
You'll
things
still
to
have
do for
4
Matt Sperling.
available.
Could get Lear out and start killing stuff if he really
Yeah.
wanted to.
And that's
But
what
this
I'd
is
do.
gonna end the turn here, it looks like. Oh, yeah, let's go, let's do it.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
and
have
I like this from Sperling too. I like this because it's just kind of like, you know, what's the worst you can do? I mean, I am tapping 7 mana on my own turn, but I've also
Plus
got
he's got
access to
Fading
more
Hope.
mana and more things to do. So, look, you got to have a removal spell like right now.
Yeah. There is none we can see in hand.
And the Hermit actually kind of covers a removal spell too. So I love this play from Sperling. And as I've said a couple times here, and I think it's going to come to fruition, Sperling gets to untap and clear. We're done.
Yep. No removal there for Ray Sato, so
Yeah.
this isn't looking good.
Nasty.
Look at all the cards that Matt Sperling has available to him. Ray Sato knows the writing's on the wall. Good
2-1.
game to Matt Sperling, and that is going to be a victory for the Grixis Epiphany deck.
Epic.
Look out. Look out, because here's the thing. Again, everybody kind of knew coming in this tournament, Epiphany, mono green. Maybe there's somebody finds something else, mono white, we see a couple copies of. But what could someone find an Epiphany deck that was better than the traditional Epiphany deck? Again, early. We have no idea yet. You know, it's just a small sample size of 1 round. But my takeaway from that is that deck can do a lot. That deck, that Grixis version, can do a lot of different stuff, right? You got the Epiphany game that we saw in game number 1, comboing off, doing what we all know Epiphany can do. And we saw Lear in action there, and that was a draw. Look at my stuff. Yeah, I can't come back from this. So it does like a little bit of the Epiphany thing and like this Lear game plan all by itself. It's scary stuff. Scary stuff.
As mono white decks or mono white or mono green decks, I would say be afraid. Be very afraid.
If it looks like that, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Well, we'll see how things do shake out. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will be with Maria and the desk team next, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, so is this it? Are they going to wrap up, or is there another round? I think it's over for today.
Eddie Brock, voglio raccontarti la mia
Oh,
storia.
you guys get some Italian adverts. Wow, this movie looks sick. I'm pretty amped. I love,
È una carneficina.
what's his name? Woody Harrelson. I think what we can take from these matches so far, we haven't seen much, but it does look like, you know, I think both what Elite Loney and Cedric was saying was spot on. Like, the Grixis list is a little bit better probably against the creature matchups, like mono green and mono white, as compared to the Epiphany. So, I mean, they've got a lot many more one-offs. It'll be harder to draw exactly what you need to, you know, answer the problem every time. But when they do get lucky and they do get the right cards, they have the answers in the deck. Whereas sometimes doesn't at all. Especially, you know, the God draw for mono green will probably. So interesting. Seth Manfield's running the Cobra instead of the Elf guy that untaps snow mana. But yeah, I think the 4 Epiphany lists are exactly the same. Not one card different. See, like 1 Cinderclasm, 1 Power Word Kill, 1 Cathartic Pyre, 1 Blood Chief's Thirst, 1 Demon Bolt, 1 Prismari Command. I mean, if you're going against mono green and they put down like multiple Seeker's Chariots into Ren, and all you've got is one
Thank you so much for watching and hanging
command.
out all day today. Some awesome action
It's not
down
gonna
in
be
the
that
feature
easy to
match
draw that
so
when you need
far
it.
in our tournament. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at so far in the
Olivitor.
competition. Only one undefeated player remains,
baby.
Andre Strasky,
Who picked Andre
kicking
as
off
their
his
champion?
tournament with
Let
a
us know in the chat.
4-0. Congratulations to him. Hot on his heels, though, your reigning champion, Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, sitting at 3-1, along with some other huge names, Sam Pardee, Matt Sperling, and Nori Yukimori, all at 3-1. Keisuke Sato, tough start to the tournament for him, kicking things off at 0-4.
My champion's doing bad
There's
so far.
a look at our leaderboard. Well, Riley had a chance to sit down with Andre Strasky, the last perfect record in the quote-unquote building. Let's hear what Andre had to say.
I'm here with Andre Strasky, our lone undefeated player. Congratulations, Andre. A perfect start to standard, perfect start to draft, perfect start to the tournament. I want to talk about your preparation for this event and some of your impressions when it comes to standards. What was some of the stuff that you and your team had an eye on?
Well, I think we pretty quickly figured out that it's kind of a two-deck format. I think Mono Green and the Blue-Red Epiphany decks are ahead of the curve a little bit. And we were trying to find a deck to beat them both. We got pretty close with the Demolic deck, which is a pretty sweet deck, but in the end it was kind of not good enough against the Mono Green machine. So instead we turned on to this Blue-Red deck that Ivan worked on a lot. He helped us a lot in that regard, and then Stan fine-tuned it, and this is the final product.
Well, I want to talk to you about this deck because you mentioned that you really, really like it. You told me this before we started the interview, that you really, really like the list, but you're not feeling super confident with it. So why is that?
Yeah, I think the deck is excellent, but for me personally, I just don't feel super comfortable playing these control decks. I played blue-white control last Worlds when Paulo won with it, and I played very poorly. And I just prefer to play like an aggro deck or something like Rogues from the last format, which I really, really liked.
Rogue player.
I mean, the deck is excellent. It has a lot of powerful cards, you know, Epiphany, combined with Iteration, you know, you get a lot of extra turns like you could have just seen. So yeah, hopefully I'll get the good draws. Hopefully I don't mess it up that much. And obviously the trio and draft helps immensely, so I'm pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely getting there. And I'll tell you this, revered viewer around the world, I've never met a player for whom the delta between their perception of their ability and their true ability is higher. Andre Strasky, you know he's going to win. Here comes the second unretirement announcement, baby. Let's go. Andre, thanks for joining us, mate, and best of luck in the rest of the round.
Really. Thanks.
Andre Strasky, the last perfect record, sitting at 4-0. You know, I guess you just have to say you're going to retire, man, and then you just can't lose. All right,
I agree. It's a little bit boring.
Some more of our players in the tournament. We've been getting to check in with some of them so far. And now we're going to head over to Yoshihiko Ikawa, an old school player, has top 8s at 2 Pro Tours, including the second one that he ever played in. Let's get to know him a little bit better.
My name is Yoshihiko Ikawa. Now I'm 35 years old. And I'm from Japan.
Yoshihiko Ikawa is so sincere and very kind.
This is yet another player where you sit down knowing your opponent's going to be well prepared and is going to be presenting something that's, whether it's in constructed or limited, you know, it's going to have a well-prepared deck.
Yoshihiko Ikawa was the first non-American pro that I played against at my very first PT, and it really brought me into the Magic community and made me feel like, oh, this is an international game.
直接対戦する機会は今まで多分なかった、ドラフト以外だと公式の大会だとなかったとは思うんですけれども、非常にマジック楽しんでプレイされている選手だと思うので、同じ日本人のプレイヤーとしても尊敬する部分があるかなと思っています。
Same target, same dream, with a friend is a very wonderful time for me.
Look at his reaction. He is over the moon.
I mainly like aggro decks, but I did also many control decks, so maybe I have no style. I did just basically all decks. Many people think I am the underdog, but I don't think so. I have the good skill in both constructed and limited, so I have total skill in middle or higher. I think my motivation for Magic is just simple. Magic is very interesting for me. Just fun.
It's fun.
Yoshihiko Ikawa. Check it out. There's some stats from his awesome career. 2 top finishes, 5 Grand Prix top 8, more than 18,000 arena games played, and of course that awesome smile. I love to see him smiling when he plays because you just know he's having an awesome time playing this game that we all love. Hey everybody, welcome back to the virtual news desk. I've got Monty DeBooty, I've got Riley Knight, and everybody, I'm thinking of an artifact. Stop me when you know what it is, okay? 3 mana,
Celestis.
legendary, rare, 62 words of rules text. Monty, do you know what I'm talking about?
Maria, I assume you are talking about the Celestis, which is actually the card that I wanted to focus on for my clip for this round.
Wow,
So-
wow. What are the chances?
Just complete coincidence. Really lucky on that one.
Take it away, Monty.
Maria, the Celestis is kind of the innovation that Ely Cassis and co brought. We just saw it played by Matt Sperling. Now, the 3-mana legendary artifact is serviceable as a mana rock. It taps for any color of mana, and it is good in what it does for this sort of controlling deck, which is it ramps you, right? But it does a lot more than that because of its ability of manipulating the day-night cycle, as well as that secondary line of text where whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you can draw a card, then discard a card, and gain a life. And what we're going to see in this clip between Matt Sperling and Ray Sato is one of my favorite play patterns that this Grixis Epiphany deck is capable of with the Celestis. What we see is right now it is nighttime. So something that this deck can do is activate the Celestis on your own turn while it's night and turn it to day. The Celestis triggers, you draw a card, you discard a card. Because you're a control deck, your plan is to pass the turn back without playing a spell. This will immediately turn it back to night, you'll get another Celestis trigger, and it will allow you to compound sort of the advantage that you're getting from your mana rock. And that's exactly
Ridiculous.
what we see Matt Sperling do here.
Ridiculous.
We are seeing him choose not to foretell this Auron's Epiphany as he's wanting to keep up Jawari Disruption. However, the Celestis trigger on Ray Sato's turn instead gives him a burn down the house. Now, however good Jawari Disruption is, whatever your game plan may be against this white deck, you're not going to pass up a burn down the house. So for Matt Sperling, being able to take advantage of this 3-mana artifact in a position where he's not being pressured otherwise means that he just furthered his position in the game and ultimately leveraged it to take down game 1.
Wow, really interesting look there at the Celestis. Thank you so much, Monty DeBooty, for that. Now we're going to get into the metagame because we've got an interesting metagame happening at this tournament here, including a couple of spicy decisions from the players. There it is on your screen, the breakdown of what decks the players brought this weekend. Monty, to you, looking at this, what is the most interesting thing?
Well, Maria, we knew Auron's Epiphany was going to be the big bad. That's 4 Grixis Epiphany, 4 Izzet Epiphany, right at the top. That's a 50% of the metagame share, and for good reason. These are not the same decks. Grixis Epiphany has some very different play patterns, very different cards focusing on, but ultimately it's all about Auron's Epiphany at the very top of
Yeah, they've already done the limited, Sven.
Riley, what for you stands out here in our metagame?
It was earlier today.
I think the fact that people have
I think
really
this is
like
it for
there's
today.
something that's really
They're
important
wrapping
to
up
keep
the
in
show.
mind with this, right? Because people look at this and be like, oh, these are the best decks in the format. And I mean, broadly speaking, that's true, but you've got to remember that this is not a 200, 300, 1,000 person tournament where you're getting a really law of large numbers, proper average thing. This is a very small tournament. This is a tournament which a deck like Grixis Epiphany, which I described before as surgical, can really shine. So take these numbers, not with a grain of salt, but maybe just like, I don't know, a picogram of salt here, because you don't want to get too caught up in the fact that Grixis Epiphany is the next big thing. It might be bad against an open field and just very good against this field because it's so small. So that's something to remember when looking at these numbers. Having said that, we might see Grixis Epiphany go on to do incredible things. It certainly is the deck that I've got my eye on.
All right, I want to talk about some of the
I played
I'll say
the
offbeat choices
Grixis
for
list on the
this
ladder,
weekend. I'm
and I ended
thinking,
up
of course,
against some
of our
decks
friend
that are not
Noriyuki Mori,
some of
who
the decks on the
did
World
not
Champs, and I got
disappoint.
my
You know, I
ass
was
handed
like,
to
this
me
weekend,
a few
is he going to
times.
bring something that's a
It
bit of a
really is so
homebrew like he
surgical,
did
like
to qualify for
just
this
for this
tournament?
meta,
Mani,
the
do you think
micro
his
meta
deck is
that
the
is
real
in the
deal,
world.
Azorius Tempo?
Maria, I'll be honest, I wasn't sure how to judge this deck when I first saw it. It looks really cool. The core idea is you're taking some of the best threats that the mono white aggro deck has, and you're saying, I don't want to be left without interaction for cards like Auron's Epiphany. So we see the deck splashing blue for Concerted Defense. We see the deck splashing blue for Malevolent Hermit. And you have some sort of interaction for mono green. We saw earlier this round, Yoshihiko Ikawa on this mono white aggro deck got ran over by PVDDR fight spells.
Won.
When you have 4 copies of Fading Hope,
Keiko
that's
Sato
not as much of an issue. So I get what Ikawa was going, what
2-1 with his team
Sato
list.
was, Mori was going for here. I'm sorry.
Wow, Andre beat
I think it might actually be good.
With
All right, well, I'm super
list.
excited to see it
That
this
must
weekend
hurt.
because the deck is sweet. Moria is certainly setting himself up to be a real deck
Interesting that
builder here.
Gabriel
bursting
won
onto the scene after only
2-0.
playing
Go
for
Gab.
about 3 years. Riley, I know that you're talking big talk when it comes to Grixis Epiphany, but is that what really the deck you're going to register for this tournament coming in? Don't you
No.
like to get people dead with creatures?
No, absolutely not. And I mean, look, this is what I love about Noriyuki Mori. This is the bloke who he gets given a roadmap, right? And the first thing he does is find a paper shredder and pop it straight in there because he doesn't follow the beaten path. He doesn't play by anyone's. He doesn't even play by his own rules. This is a bloke who we can, to sort of let people behind the curtain a little bit. When we see doing coverage, when we see Noriyuki Mori up and about, we're like, here we go. Because we know we're getting that premium content you crave. We know we're getting something good with this bloke because he's going to come with a deck that, again, is just a little bit wild, a little bit offbeat, a little bit... He is a bit of a wild card in that respect. So, I don't know if this Azorius deck is good or not. I don't. But what I do know is that it's going to give us a great time, and I hope he succeeds with it so we get to see him do his best thing. I mean, he got here off the basis of his...
Man, it would be so good if a non-Izzet list wins this thing.
Disparate ideas together, and I hope he does it again this weekend because this bloke is a real competitor.
Non-Epiphany list.
Already got
All
one
right,
win.
well, it's time here for our feature match here coming up for round number 5. Let's take a look at who we're going to see doing battle in the feature match area. We've got Andre Strasky, our undefeated player.
This is going to be interesting. First time we're seeing
4 top finishes
Grixis
for both of
versus
these players.
Izzet.
Is it Epiphany versus Grixis Epiphany? So really, who's going to have the better idea? You know what I mean? An idea out of nowhere, an epiphany. Anyway, Andre Strasky, there he is on your screen, 63.6% standard win rate, first in the MPL this season, which is an enormous accomplishment, versus Matt Sperling, 63.5% standard win rate, running those Grixis colors, 6 Grand Prix top 8s, including 1 win. Let's take a look at these decks here and see how these decks are going to match up. We've got 2 different epiphany lists. Monty, break it down for us.
Yeah, first we're going to be looking at Andre Strasky's Izzet Epiphany list.
I'll be right
now,
back, guys.
This team brought something a little different for their Epiphany deck. They brought 4 copies of Unexpected Windfall. This is giving you an edge both against the other Epiphany decks by giving you some more card advantages in selection, but also against the mono green decks because it's boosting you ahead. The core concept of the deck is what we've gotten used to seeing. Galvanic Iteration, Auron's Epiphany, put them together, take multiple turns, end the game. It happens really frequently and it is a terrifying combo, but how they're getting there is a little different, and one of my favorite things about this build is the Divide by Zero package. We see 4 copies of Divide by Zero to get those lessons out of the board as a really cool list from the Czech team. On the other side, Matt Sperling's Grixis Epiphany deck, this is my favorite deck of the tournament. They went a completely different direction. They're splashing black for some removal and discard, but most importantly, the Celestis and Lear. These 2 cards make this deck stand out because it is not a direction that anyone else was going for. They're making sure that against the aggressive decks, they are just going to be able to rebuy all of that removal, all of those tempo spells. And when it comes to the matchups like Izzet Epiphany, they're really hoping that cards like Duress and Go Blank are able to take them to distance. I love this list from Matt Sperling and his team.
Yeah, it certainly is spooky taking a look at it. Now it's time for our predictions. Let's see who we're going to pick, who we think is going to win this feature match here. I'm going to kick it off with Riley.
Yeah, look, I'm 4-0
Nice,
at the
Tyler.
moment. I did correctly predict all of the draft.
Remember to leave a comment
all of the draft
in
matches
the
as well. So
under
I'm
the
doing
video.
very, very well indeed.
We're
But
gonna do
when
a
it comes to
little
this one, Matt
prize or
Sperling here
something on
with
Monday
the black
once we
splash or black
see who
component
actually
of this,
won.
Of this deck with Duress, with other cards like Cathartic Pyre and Prismaric Command to loot away the dead cards in this matchup. It does look really, really good for Sperling and his Grixis deck, and that's why I'm picking Andre Strasky.
I think Noriyuki
because
Mori is a
I
good
think
idea.
that this bloke just can't lose and is untouchable.
All right, we got to vote for Strasky. Monty, you're up.
Maria, I don't know if I've ever been correct when picking against Andre Strasky, but I'm also not one to learn a lesson at this point, so I'm going to pick Matt Sperling. Just, I guess, go down with the ship at this point.
That's both. One of us is going down, Matty. One of us is going down, my friend. Oh,
You know
dear.
what? I'll get on the ship too. Matt Sperling, let's go. I can't turn down a card named Lear. That's my cat's name. Spelled differently, but you know, a soft spot in my heart. So you know I'm choosing from a place that's like really like expert level. Expert tier, here comes my choice. All right, those are our predictions. We've got round number 5 coming up after this brief break. Don't go anywhere. The players are ready to do battle. Coming up.
Be right back, guys.
Market.
Oh, the show is like a movie. Oh, the show is like a movie. Oh, the show is like a movie. You seen this?
They're just putting down the weapons.
It's a crazy Monday. I know it shows that I'm a little nervous. I just realized
That soon? Jeez.
Welcome back to coverage of the World Championship, everybody. I am Ailey Loney alongside Cedric Phillips, and we're gonna have a good ol' epiphany off. Cedric, it's Grixis versus Is It?
Yes, we are. I took the jacket off because it's getting hot in here. Big match. Big match. On one side, Is It Epiphany, the known player coming into the weekend, right? On the other side of things, ooh, little black splat. What's going on here? A Lear there, Celestis over here. Did these guys break it? Do they have it? Is this the next evolution of Epiphany, or is Andre Strasky like, hey, keep with the norm and make it easy? We're going to find out right now. Again, small sample, but very important match. In a tournament like this, to be fair, it's a small sample tournament in a general sense anyway. So every single match counts here for these two players. This one should be amazing.
And this matchup is also a very, very big one for Strasky, our current undefeated player at 4-0. So if he can go 5-0, he just needs 2 more wins to lock up his top 4 spots. So all to play for here in this final round of our day.
Now, one of the fun things about this matchup is these players are just going to get some lands started in what is oftentimes the case in a traditional control matchup like this. One of the things I think about in a matchup like this, Sperling and his team playing Grixis Grixis Epiphany, you have to imagine they tested against a ton of iterations of Is It Epiphany. Is the same true for the other side? Did
I'm
the
gonna
Is
go
It
with
Ep-
no.
Right? Did the Is It Epiphany players test a bunch against Grixis Epiphany in their testing process? I imagine they were like, how do I get a leg up against green? How do I get a leg up against the other Epiphany matchup? So is that advantage Sperling? We don't know, but we do get the opportunity to find out.
Gonna get things started here from both players, just getting lands down. Not much gonna happen in the first few turns here. We'll see an iteration or two. Maybe a Jawari Disruption being held up, but Strasky is considering that as the land for turn. And Sperling is getting a little impatient, so it's gonna dump that River Glide pathway down, pass the turn over.
Now, of course,
does here.
This is our first time viewing this matchup over the course of this weekend, and it's really my first time kind of watching this unfold in a pretty general sense. I imagine this plays out like a control matchup oftentimes would, which is, hey, it's about land drops to start. Let's make sure we hit those. Let's Epiphany for lands. You know, like we see across many Magic formats, mostly in Standard and, of course, Historic, though, about making sure you hit those land drops. And then the action begins. And how will it unfold when your most powerful card and what the deck is named after costs 6 and sometimes 7 mana? What do things look like then? That should be really interesting.
Ooh. Now, this is a card that may well be the key card in this matchup for Strasky. Test of Talents, just a nod to the popularity of Affinity. So now you're making me say
Got him. Got him.
Epiphany curses upon you, Cedric Phillips. Epiphany.
You main deck that card with a very certain metagame in mind. Now, against mono green, yeah, it can counter Blizzard Brawl, it can counter Inscription, whatever, but that's not why it's there. It's there to counter opposing Epiphanies and counter spells and stuff like that. So this Test of Talent's a little bit of a gamble here by Strasky to main deck it, but maybe not as much of a gamble as you think when you think about the players in this tournament and their tendencies to like to play strategies like this. If you guess right and you assume that Epiphany is going to be the most popular deck, main decking some copies of Test of Talents makes a whole bunch of sense.
We're going to see a main phase Unexpected Windfall getting cast while the going's good, basically. Don't want to get Jawari Disruption out of nowhere by Matt Sperling. Didn't have red mana, but Celestus thankfully can provide that, so we're going to see Expressive Iteration. Ooh, is that a Test of Talents target?
Do you want to cash the treasures in for that?
Yeah, that's the question.
Right?
Looks like that's a nope from Strasky. He's happy to let that resolve.
All right.
So Sperling's going to take a look-ski and see what he finds on top of the library.
It's a for Strasky, it's an interesting hand here. I mean, Test of Talents, as we mentioned, very, very powerful iteration to kind of tie the room together. Land drops are not going to be a concern right now at all. So he, I think, at this stage of things, looks pretty good. Got the slight mana advantage at this stage of things right now, too.
Yeah.
Also want to point out for Strasky, sorry, partner, I want to point out real quick just that Field of Ruin for Strasky. Just in case that comes up on the old Hall of Storm Giants. So continue, pardon me.
Yeah, no worries. Just finding the red source there, so in case of the Celestus going bye-bye, does have that land there, so things looking pretty good here from both players. Expressive Iteration now for Strasky, gonna find Divide by 0, as well as a land drop off of this very, very good sorcery.
Yeah, Expressive Iteration, one of the best cards coming from Strixhaven. I think pretty easily the best Prismari card in Strixhaven.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Prismari Command may be like, hey, I'm a rare, what gives? But Expressive Iteration is just so good.
Prismari Command, you are good. No one's going to say you're not. You're just not Expressive Iteration, that's all.
That's fair. So playing out very much like a control match you'd expect to see. Having to discard a card, just an abundance of riches in hand here.
All right, so we have our first Outrun's Epiphany here from Sperling.
Test of
so
Talents.
This little Test of Talents thing, right? In a perfect world, your opponent plays Outrun's Epiphany, you go boom, Test of Talents, and get them all out of here. But you can kind of do this little weird thing with Foretell where one's kind of hiding off in the shadows, right? Still available to you if the other ones have been taken out via Test of Talents. So maybe that comes up, maybe it doesn't. But for right now, Sperling going to do a little iterating of his own.
An iteration is also kind of like the perfect test card, right? Because, yeah, it's nice to get some stuff off it, but the longer the game goes, the less important this card is.
Yeah, I think iteration's interesting because it's kind of card that, like, in most instances, I just don't think you're going to counter. You know, like I think all sides acknowledge it as powerful, but it's like, I don't know, you're just going to find some land drops and stuff, and I'm going to counter the cards that like really matter. So I think more often than not, it's just going to resolve.
Where do we go from here? Sperling is going to pass the turn back.
The other card that's really interesting to me in this matchup too, I mean, there's a lot of interesting interactions, is just how does Lear work itself into the equation, right? It's very powerful. You get the opportunity to untap with it. Spells can't be countered, but that's symmetrical. So, again, what's that going to look like in this matchup too? So, a lot on both sides.
Divide by 0 is going to take care of the Celestus here. Send it back to hand. Is there going to be a response from Sperling? We see a deluge. Could even just foretell the Epiphany here using the mana. Nice.
Here comes the test. Maybe. He's probably going to want to keep it for...
Let's see, Matt's got 7 cards in hand right now. So this
the Alrunes.
So
he's got 7 in hand. This would add 2 more, and then Celestis goes back to the grip. So there's some discarding to have to be done here for Sperling. Looks like
He could have even Jawari'd.
Good grief. Have some cards, Sperling. You're gonna have to discard 3, but
yeah, you have to discard quite a few. Another one thing I also want to note too. There's a lot to talk about with these players and everything that's going on with this match. Sperling, if you know his career well, he plays all formats. Guy loves vintage, old school. Has done well just kind of across the board. Older player. I think Matt and I might be the same age at 35, but he's been playing forever. And so the thing I love about his game is that because he's played across all formats and has success everywhere, he can kind of take a little bit from what he's learned in vintage, a little bit he's learned in modern, whatever, and kind of apply it to standard, and how to maybe approach a control mirror where maybe Strasky doesn't have that level of experience. Not taking anything away from Andre, obviously, and he might have more vintage or old school experience than I realized, but Matt has been doing this for so long that he might be more comfortable in this situation, like, for example, discarding 3 cards and tapping out against a control deck than one may realize.
yeah, it's like you got something, go for it. Let's see what happens. But unfortunately for Strasky, doesn't have the wombo combo of a foretold Orange Epiphany plus that iteration in hand. You mentioned Sperling's been playing a while. He started playing in 1994.
Yeah.
That is a long time to be playing Magic.
Yeah. That's longer than me. Jeez. Jeez.
Here we're going to get another Shipwreck Marsh down on the battlefield. Celestis is going to make a return. Strasky permitting.
Tested talents. He's like, when should I cast this?
Okay.
Nice, setting himself up very nicely. Again, tapping out, just throwing all caution to the wind. It's like, well, if you had it, you would have done it then, so... YOLO, let's go. Ooh, iteration into...
Oof. Oh, quadruple.
Right. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Just keep drawing.
Wow.
This is disgusting.
Wow.
Right now, depending on what
Wow.
6 treasures.
That's nuts.
Does he not have a single Epiphany?
Where is Epiphany?
Oh my gosh.
Are you kidding
ridiculous.
me? Unbelievable. 10 cards in hand. Just drew 6. Didn't find Epiphany.
Poor guy.
Is there any way for him to...
See, he's running Field of Ruin. Not many people are.
I mean, he could divide by 0 his own spell. That seems bad.
Yeah, that doesn't seem great. I mean, he has a massive, and I mean massive, mana advantage now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to work with what you got, and the top
Jawari.
library is not being particularly kind here to Andre Strasky.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the random, good news is that Strasky has some cards that he's happy to discard.
Yeah, just a little bit of value, Leonardo.
Smashing or burn down the house, right? He's got things to
Insane.
just kind of toss away. But man, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got 13 mana to Sperling.
So if he casts all runes, he needs
Yeah.
2 more mana for Jawari. So 6, 7, 8.
Hasn't played a land yet.
Would he be able to get around
Huge advantage. Huge.
the test?
Yeah, and having Test of Talons, Joy Disruption ×2 would snipe any Elrond's Epiphany that hits the stack here. One thing we could potentially see is...
Sean, I don't think we've seen much yet.
Both spells.
I think
So we can Galvanic Iteration,
this is
a
just
counter
early
spell
days.
to prevent a Galvanic Iteration Epiphany
I think
from
the
Sperling.
Seth and Paolo
you
still
can
have
go-
something
you can
to
go
show us
funky
with
with
those mono green decks, but so far is it kicking ass?
It's like a standoff.
Okay, there's the first all runes.
Hey, there you are. I never thought I'd be
that?
happy to see an Epiphany. I mean, I'm still not, but it's there, so that's good for Strasky.
If you're rooting
That's
for
so
Andre,
good.
it's good. You are happy.
Yes,
that
you're
is for
happy.
sure.
For Sheezy. Here we go. Galvanic Iteration time.
Into all runes.
It's only Joy Disruption in hand for Sperling. So we're gonna Galvanic.
Oh,
and
wow.
say
Look at this.
deal with it, basically. As
Although,
Strasky's setting up for 3
6,
turns here with Elrond's Epiphany.
7, 8. Ooh, he's still got enough to pay for Jawari.
He plays iteration, which copies iteration.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
Whee! Time
cash
squawk.
those treasures in.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
And can pay the 1 for Joy Disruption.
Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, that's necessary.
That's
That's
GG,
funny.
buddy.
So
To be fair, Jawar Disruption's not in there for counter spells most of the time.
Indeed. So is this 3? This is just 3 turns.
3 turns, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
3 turns.
This is 3
He's-
turns, and this is also. Yeah, I mean this.
12 birds.
Yeah, this is
No.
this is a ton of this is
This is
6
disgusting.
birds.
6 birds.
But then also multiple turns, and you get to burn down the
double
house
Jawari. What?
to
Yep.
make some devils.
Matt.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because it looks like Sperling does have some interaction back. Not the
Yeah, it's
best,
gonna.
but-
Oh, there you go. See, copying the Jawar Disruption, so I can pay 1.
That was
So that'll
crazy.
prevent 1 turn and 2 birds.
I never would have thought about that. Ridiculous. Incredible play.
Squawk, squawk.
Making it a little better.
Quick check of the lands. I don't see a Hall of Storm Giants here for Andre.
He's got 1. It's at the end there.
Oh no, yep. Thank you. Okay.
Let's see what he does here with this turn. Still not finding additional card draw.
I would just make the
It's a
3
pretty good
devils.
spot, though. We'll have another turn to find something. But all of the Storm Giants accelerates this clock pretty darn well as a 7/7.
Yes, it does. Get that big fella.
Still got enough mana for the
Matt's gonna go down
Jawari.
to 10 here.
Yep, and I think Matt says as
Yeah.
soon as you activated that, I'm
Yeah.
dead. You were willing to, and so I concede. All right.
That was
All
stressful. You see
right.
Strasky there just like kind
Andre.
of breathe a sigh of relief. It's just like, whoo, all right, we got it. Man, that turn where he was able to unexpected windfall 3 times, just
Brutal.
making all those
Brutal.
treasures, getting ahead. Like,
Absolutely
this,
brutal
This
turn.
card is really good.
So this gets fun because we take a
Mm.
look at the sideboarding here for Sperling. Mind Flayer, Go Blank, Discard.
It's like they went for the
4 of them.
unexpected
And now
windfall
you're sideboarding
rather
out
than
some
the
of your,
deluge.
your lesser interactions. Like goodness,
Same
gracious,
cost,
fire, egg,
same
burn down
instant
the
speed,
house, Cinderclasm, stuff
but you
that
get
you're
the
kind of hedging,
treasures.
depending on what you thought people were going to bring to the tournament. Other side of things, Strasky's
But
not
you
bringing
do
in
have
a
to
ton.
discard 1. In this deck, it doesn't
But the
matter.
cards he is bringing in are impactful. I look at Spikefield Hazard as more of a
Incredible,
land that he's
incredible
bringing
play.
in than a spell. Obviously nice that can kind of do both. Goldspan Dragon, which kind of takes the game maybe a different direction than one may expect if it does show up. So it's interesting on both sides. This hand's interesting here for Strasky because it looks like a 1-lander, but it's not.
Dwar Disruption, good old lands.
Yep.
Pretty
Double
decent looking hand here
orange.
from Sperling as well. Has the Celestis in
Oof,
hand.
Go blank.
And Expressive Duration to find his lands and ramp him a little bit. Let's see, the second Jwari runes hit the board here for Strasky. Like you saw in the first game, these players are not in any rush. Not by any means, unless Goldspan Dragon hits, resolves, and sticks around.
Then things change a touch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And things get spicy. Aaron's Epiphany are plenty, though. 3 of them for Strasky, so,
Yeah,
gonna be a little happier
Flashpoint,
about
I don't know,
that,
brother.
but would like to find land number 4 here.
Yeah, he's looking at in this control mirror.
never watched
that we're kind
paper,
of
so I
playing right
can't-
now.
I
And
don't
say
have
it's
an
more of a
opinion on
control
that.
mirror than a combo mirror. You know, he is just looking for the land drops, just like we saw in the first.
But from the old recordings I've seen, this at least looks a bit better.
That was rad.
Oh, this is sicko.
Ooh, let's go.
Yes.
2 cards gone.
Boy, 4 cards gone.
2 cards
4.
times 2.
Yeah.
That hurts. That hurts. Oy.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. This is the advantage of the black splash.
Yeah.
You do pay costs in other ways, of course, right? Your mana might be a little bit worse in a 2-color deck, but you do get some powerful plays like this.
Yeah, and most of the time, Aaron's Epiphany is immune to hand disruption, but not when your turn 2 is Malevolent Hermit. Bye-bye. There goes your graveyard, too. Okay, alright, so Epiphany in the holster. That'll just hang out there, can't touch it. Malevolent Hermit's gonna get in some damage, and Celestis gonna discard a copy of itself. Power Word Kill found for the draw for turn.
Mm-hmm.
And Sperling just came out guns blazing in this standoff, that's for sure.
That's that go blank. That's really, really nice, really brutal. Now, for what it's worth, you know, Strasky's hand was kind of glutted with just kind of some nonsense and not a ton of land. So that's one of those times where it's obviously good. I don't want to undersell how good that was, but Strasky did have some cards to kind of throw away there because he's drawn so many copies of Epiphany. But make no mistake about it, when you're playing a resource-intensive matchup like this one, every card does matter, and Strasky does not have very many of them left.
No, he doesn't. Gonna hope like heck he can find a 5th land here and get Goldspan Dragon down. The rest will take a look-ski and see, oh, I can't discard that, so please don't draw land. Thanks. Basically what Sperling's thinking. Oh, Mind Flayer though? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, see, boy, this is good. This is good stuff right here. Because you would not expect Sperling to bring Mind Flayer into a matchup like this, but when I know you have access to Goldspan Dragons, I am going to bring in a card like this. And are you, under Strasky, expecting me, Matt Sperling, to bring in Mind Flayer against you? Right? Because in this kind of matchup, you wouldn't really think like, oh yeah, you're going to tap out for 5 mana for a control magic creature. I don't even really play creatures. Well, you kind of do.
Galvanic Iteration, not the mountain that Strasky was looking for, so won't be able to get that down on the battlefield. Celestis doing work once again.
Looking great.
Oof, memory deluge.
Echo Blank was ridiculous, Billy. Echo Blank was nuts.
Deluge gets the...
Such good sideboard strategy. Game 2 is
got a little
completely
shortage
different.
of blue mana here, right? Again, part of the cost of paying 3 colors. You found a lot of your black-red lands. You haven't found so much of your blue lands.
Well, the Hermits are coming out to play, though, that's for sure. Don't think we'll see the second one hit the board. Just want to keep up that counter spell ability that the Hermit has attached to it.
For sure.
But just foretelling that Demon Bolt for now. Ooh, Demon Bolt kills Goldspan. Ruh-roh.
In a way, right? Because you Demon Bolt it. He's ready. He's ready. Strasky's ready. Strasky ready to retire, as one does if you're Andre. So I think the sequence right here is you play Goldspan Dragon, Demon Bolt tries to go after it, right? You Demon Bolt it, you get to make the treasure.
Yeah.
And then
protect it with
protect it with the Hermit. So that's hanging out for a little bit.
Better and better.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Sperling is more interested in grabbing a Mind Flayer.
Flashback.
Yeah, there's not much that Hermit can do with that.
You name it.
That may be of more interest.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you have a dragon? No, I have a dragon.
Perfect anti-Leer deck strategy as well.
Also got the option
in the mirror.
Power Word Kill your Hermit. Yeah.
Yeah, because that ain't touching no dragon, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now we Mind Flayer. You're feeling that confident. You know that your opponent's working with very few resources.
Oh my goodness, Mind Flayer onto the gold spam is
Oh, you know
devastating.
you want to.
Come on, do it.
Is it correct?
It is. It is correct.
That's a good question. Hey, get the easy part out of the way.
Yeah.
Deuce.
Just
Attack
gonna
for
hit
2.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going for the removal.
Oh.
Alright, get out of here,
Alright.
dragon.
Okay.
It's respectable, because, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
if
you
Mind Flayer
might
gets
have-
removed, then
Yeah. Yeah.
Strasky's got the dragon back. This way it's a non-issue.
Yeah.
Good point.
Try to Celestis again. I don't need that mountain.
It is a mountain. Bye-bye. Alright, here comes Benevolent Geist. So, Strasky could be setting up here quite nicely for a Galvanic iteration into Auron's Epiphany. Can't be counted while that's down on the battlefield. Is that perhaps a more enticing target for Mind Flayer? Oh no, just removal. Let's do that.
Okay.
That thing's gone. Okay.
Toodles.
Bye-bye.
He doesn't seem to care too much about that.
Yeah,
He's just like,
Strasky's there,
it's
right?
fine.
Yeah, good
I'm gonna
beats,
take
good
2
beats.
turns now.
Oh, with the Benevolent Geist off the battlefield, I mean, we might just see both Hermits just get cashed in, right? On both Epiphanies?
Yeah.
That's entirely possible now?
Oh, hello. Oh wait, can't play both though.
Yeah, right. So
Mana's
it's just
the
like
thing.
if you just go iteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, iteration Epiphany, I think it's entirely possible. It just goes okay, counter, just sack both my Hermits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hermit.
Nope, not gonna do it. It's gonna hang
nowhere,
tight.
Nowhere to go.
Another 4 damage.
Wow, these Mind Flayers are out in force.
Boom.
Strasky's down to 10. Needs to draw something of meaning, and that is a divide by 0.
Yeah, Malevolent Hermit is so good in a matchup like this.
Oh yeah.
Beats down relevant text on both sides of the body. Really nice card.
Yeah. It's crazy how good that card is.
Sperling perhaps considering a memory deluge here on the end step of
It's like the
Strasky.
mono blue Bone Crusher Giant.
If not, why not?
Yeah, can you
We'll
imagine,
go
Billy,
for it, okay.
playing against these guys just once in your life?
Extremely powerful if it does resolve. You have to look at so many cards.
Yeah.
It won't resolve. He's got nothing
It's
to
also
tap.
awkward though, because then you're just giving them the spell back for cheaper.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like
right.
here, just do
You
it
don't
again.
want to do that. Yes,
That's kind of the awkward thing about these
GSP,
flashback spells. Like,
Well,
you really
divide
don't want
the
that
entire
to
event,
go back into your hand,
I will be
but
here
I can
at
also
my
get
desk.
stuff, so,
Little
Well,
2-year-olds running
divide
around
with
screaming
against flashback is
and everything.
good for divide. I think it's the disturbed cards that it's bad with, right?
Oh yeah, one of the two.
Yeah. So if you divide
I'm planning
this,
on hosting
It
a
goes
watch
away,
party
yeah,
for the
yeah.
entire
Yeah.
tournament.
very Remand-esque for you old school gamers out there.
Yeah, I guess bounce to Hermit with the Galvanic iteration. That's what I would do.
I think it's a question of do you want to double divide?
On the Hermits though. Or
Let's do it.
one on the yeah. Okay. Okay.
Because Strasky's hand stinks, so he needs a little bit of help here. So yeah, that's gone
Nice.
for good.
When you
Excellent,
divide by
sweet.
0 a memory deluge that's been already cast with flashback, it doesn't go back to the hand, it goes to the exile. Very important to note that.
It's the expressive iteration from Matt Sperling. Gets to look at 3 more cards. What does he find? Still looking really good here in this game for Sperling. Strasky has a lot of work. Has 2 extra cards from the sideboard in hand. We'll hopefully get to cast them and try and stabilize here a little bit.
Yeah, tough spells to resolve. Mascot Exhibition, as an example, very powerful card if it does resolve. But again, these Malevolent Hermits are just proving to be very problematic.
Ooh.
He found a copy of Iteration. I think the more important card that he found is Duress. This is a matchup where Duress is fantastic. Getting not only, well, more often than not, taking a card out of Strasky's hand, but it's the information that you gain. about what's going on in your opponent's hand. That's really key. Now, Matt's got a pretty good handle of what's going on in Andre's hand because he knows about the environmental sciences and the mascot expedition, but now you also know there's a galvanic iteration, you know there's one in the graveyard, and your best guess is that Alrund's Epiphany has been foretold. So really the only thing that Matt probably doesn't know at this stage is what the heck is on top of Strasky's deck. That's the missing piece of information right now.
The rest is going to take care of mascot exhibition. That goes to the bin. What's the follow-up going to be here? For Sperling, it's going to be Celestis once again.
Interesting. Now you can cast the Alrunes. Oh, wow. Does he turn it around?
Counter one of these spells now.
Yeah, so he can hermit one of these, as you mentioned. I
don't know how
gotta
to.
feel like he does.
Oh, wow. Andre, turn it around.
Because if he doesn't, then he's thinking about something bigger. About maybe like doing it maybe down the road or something. But now it's just, okay, you get one free turn.
Yeah, I mean, he is quite far ahead at this point, so you saw he thought about it. He was like, maybe I wait to see what happens here, because there's a chance that Strasky draws absolutely nothing, and he sure did.
Yeah, and I think it's worth at least thinking about there if you're Matt. And you know, I think ultimately the play he made is the right one. But again, I think it's just ultimately worth just kind of considering if I kind of just let both of these resolve. I know your hand's weak. I know what's going on in your graveyard. I just don't know what's on top of your deck. So, and you don't have a Hall of Storm Giants in your lands this game like you did last game, Andre.
Speak of the devil, Hall of Storm Giants is the draw here for Sperling. Has Epiphany, can fire that off. Has two Mind Flayers just hanging out in hand. Hasn't found a spot for them just yet.
What a match.
Yeah, so these Mind Flayers are interesting.
What a match.
Now, in so far as I want to explain that a little bit, the context of that. So, I don't think you'd expect this card to come in, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. Doesn't mean Andre can't figure it out. I'm curious if Sperling wants to reveal that they're in for this game, right?
Yeah.
Because he hasn't had a reason to play them. And I don't know if it's expected that he would sideboard these in. So he might be able to conceal the information that he's boarded them in and keep them in for game 3, because I think we're probably headed that way, and maybe take on by surprise.
Poor guy.
There's also entirely possible that for game number 3, with Sperling probably on the draw, because it looks like he may win this game, that he just boards them out entirely. So it's a little interesting. These Mind Flayers, and if they're ever going to get cast, and what kind of ramifications that has on the game we're watching, and future game we may be watching.
Yeah. Well, as it stands, Sperling is going to be able to take several turns in a row. Can also just peck these birds out the way with Spikefield Hazard if he so chooses.
So he just discarded a Mind Flayer, so Andre knows that he has at least one after sideboard.
Yeah. Sperling very much in the driver's seat here. Andre Strasky is down to 8. Majority of the damage has been done by these hermits after sideboarding. Are we going to add some birds to the equation here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, enough to do this. 2 turns. Okay, Strasky knows he's beat.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go to game number 3 here between Matt Sperling and Andre Strasky.
For a second, I thought he could have had him, but that 1 mana off of the Celestis,
in an excellent position,
sacrificing the
in this World Championship.
Malevolent
Sperling
Hermit,
looking to pip him and become co-leader of this tournament.
Crazy plays.
Seeing if Matt's changing anything.
Strasky happy with his game plan?
Yeah, he submitted quick.
Straight away?
Yeah, he submitted very quick. Matt's taking a little bit of a longer look. Does anything change with being on the play versus the draw? Mind Flayer's still in. Only 3 Epiphanies now. Still has 3 Leer.
You know what card I'm curious about in his sideboard? And how many times it's going to be played this weekend, if at all? Is that Cyclone Summoner?
Yeah, I'm curious about that one too. I really am. Forgot that card even existed until I saw it on people's deck list this weekend.
Everyone was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, not bad against aggro. Pick up all your stuff. Big 7/7 GL. Yeah. That's legit.
Yeah. Cyclonic Rift on a stick.
Yeah, but they've got
More or
too
less,
many
it kill you
copies of
fast,
it.
too. Okay, look at this. It's this hand again. I don't have any lands except I have 4 of them.
Dry roads to kick things off here for Strasky. We'll be hoping to find good stuff off of this expressive iteration.
Go blank again.
On the other side of things, yeah, that's looking pretty darn good there for Sperling indeed.
You could have counted the Hermit.
Turn to
No, it's
Hermit,
too late.
let's go.
It's gotta hurt.
See, Strasky does have the answer there with the Demon Bolt. That has been foretold. Pardon me. This one's probably gonna be a little bit longer. Both players' hands, you know, we're gonna see land drops. I think we're gonna see some interaction, some back and forth. Sperling's got the Go Blank again. He's got Soul Shatter, so he's got some unique interaction along with the 2 Hermits. Remember, Matt has 4 of those after sideboard. Strasky, Test of Talents, obviously a very powerful card in the matchup. Andre, we're getting roped maybe a little bit early here.
Yeah. This is a tough decision because Strasky's hand, as it stands, is quite reactive, but being on the play, you want to try and get something going here.
Yeah, and this is a turn where he could have very easily cast Expressive Iteration, but he clearly doesn't want to just yet. Heck of a draw step there from Matt. Again, this is a huge reason to splash black.
Here comes Duress.
If you expect Epiphany decks, which clearly a lot of players did this weekend, I mean, Duress is so good against these spell-based decks. Again, get to more often than not nab a card, but the info is what's so big.
Right.
With the Hermit off the board now, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to get this to resolve, so let's see where he goes here. It's going to be a second copy of Hermit, 1 mana up to pay for Draw Disruption, should that be a factor. It says oops.
Oops.
Why?
Don't know. Maybe. Well, you know, Matt does have a good sense of humor if you follow him on Twitter. Could be trolling. Don't know. Not positive. The oops may have been thanks for killing the first one. I don't care. I have a second one. We'll see.
It could be that, yeah. Oh my gosh. More Go Blanks? Whew.
1 a.m. in Italy.
He's gonna have a hard time keeping
Going
his
strong,
hand
feeling
in his
good.
hand. As the Malevolent Hermit chips in for 2 points of damage. Now let's see, what do we go for here? We're gonna
Going
go
for
blank.
another IPA.
Yeah.
Taps a black mana, we will. A little undo. There we go.
There you go.
This is nice.
Oof.
You got Hermit on the battlefield to clear the path for this, so your Test of Talents is no good.
Well, Spikefield Hazard could take it out and then test it, talents it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Get that pesky counter critter off the board.
That's why they run
here,
Spikefield Hazard, because then it's exiled. Doesn't get
There is
come
a
back.
follow-up duress, though, so I like the sequencing from Sperling. So, okay, fine, go blank gets countered. But I'm going to take whatever else is left in your hand after this talent resolves.
Yep.
And yet,
So now, as we play this information game, okay, so now Strasky's got the info of what's going on in Sperling's hand. You see the Soul Shatter, you see the Duress, you see the Blood Chief's Thirst. Go blanks are gone. Get a good look at your opponent's library, right? All that stuff. Now you also know your opponent has a Hermit in the graveyard. Okay, you don't know what Sperling's drawing. So that's the only piece of information you don't have. Sperling,
Test of
I
Talents.
think,
What a
not a lock,
card, man.
obviously, but I think he's probably going to fire off Duress, and then he'll have the information on what's going on the other side of things. So both players,
What a
both
card.
players will know exactly what's going on outside the top of the opponent's deck.
Yep, basically just playing with open hands at this point until they
100
draw
people on the channel.
and do whatever it is they find.
And now
Duress
Matt's
is going to take a peek and get rid of one of the best cards in Strasky's hand.
Yeah, iteration, get out of here.
Alright, divide by 0, nice
Cheers,
find,
everybody.
though.
Welcome to the BrewLab.
Alright, get diced. Okay.
Smashing can take care of that, no interest in divide by 0.
Too much land, man.
Strasky.
I just smash it.
Yeah. Get off the board. Move. Now both players are kind of just waiting for the other person to budge.
Yeah, we're
Removal
kind of
spells for Sperling. You need something a bit more proactive.
Yeah, I mean, Matt would love
that works.
That.
Yeah, that's
what
pretty
he would
darn
like.
good.
1 a.m.
That's a
baby.
really good place to
Nick,
start.
I think I can definitely
Very nice indeed.
just
Oh,
sleep
and
in
here
the early
comes.
afternoon
I almost
tomorrow,
want to call it the
and then just jump
moneymaker. That's
straight
probably
back
not
into
right,
the
but
stream.
you know, it may well be. The Celestis is very darn good.
Ask Sperling after the tournament if it's the moneymaker. It might be. It might be, because this looked good.
Oof. Nice.
Strasky wants that out of here, so gonna divide by 0. Let's go find Teachings of the Archaics.
Nice. That's a lot of cards
Nice
to
little
draw.
catch-up mechanic.
Yeah.
Catch-up card here. Yeah,
That's nice.
That's very nice.
Oh boy, okay.
6 p.m. Billy.
Great time to fire that off.
Yeah, not bad. So
Nice.
Jawari Disruption works.
So it's obviously running on US
pretty
time.
Nice draw. Well, of the expressive kind. The
The,
Galvanic one, high ceiling.
Yeah.
High ceiling draw.
Boom. Draws a card.
Oh,
Another
Celestis is gonna put in
Celestis
so
discard.
much work here for Sperling.
Boom. Plays a blue. Okay.
Oh, nice. Another divide by 0. That's really good here for
Just
Strasky.
iteration
that's not
straight
bad
away.
Either. That's not bad either. Sperling's hand very, very reactive.
Expressive.
With Bloodchief's Thirst, Soul Shatter, which are not very good right now. Mind Flayer also not particularly good right now. So Matt's got creatures on lock, but Andre doesn't have those.
Yeah.
Well, Galvanic Iteration ain't so great without stuff to do, so guessing we go divide by 0 here.
Yeah, you could put Divide by 0 in the grip, Mountain off to the side, Iteration on the bottom. You already got it, Galvanic Iteration in the hand. But again, the thing about Galvanic Iteration, it's a very high ceiling card, so you might have interest in just having another copy. And maybe you don't want another copy of Divide by 0 because you already have one in hand. So it's actually kind of an interesting decision. I think the only clear-cut part of this is that Mountain's going off to the side.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that's the only thing I think that's the only thing I feel confident about in this expressive iteration. This is why I play mono green. This is too hard. Okay, this is too tough.
You have to have so many things prepared for this matchup. I don't envy
Alright,
these players.
I got the Mountain part right. Okay.
I got the divide by 0. Cool.
Yeah, all right.
2 for 2. We got it. Ooh, okay. Nice draw here for Sperling too. Gets to dig a little deeper, try to find something a bit more proactive.
And Matt needed the help too. He needed the help. He needs to find something to do right now. Again, creatures on lock feels really good about those with the removal spells and the walking control magic.
Yeah. Let's see what Sperling finds. If he gets any goodies that make him ponder upon.
We'll find out what those cards he's looking at are in just a moment. But this is a very big expressive iteration for him. I guess the question I'd ask too is I don't know exactly what he's looking for right now. You know, Epiphany's fine. Maybe he's in search of a Hermit.
Ooh.
Lear might be much better than I'm giving it credit for. I guess you can just cast that right now, right? Put his shields down. Dare you to have it.
Yeah. What you got? Let's see. But when shields went down in the first game, though, it didn't end well for Sperling. So.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One thing I'm keeping account of right now too is does Andre have the ability to Galvanic plus Epiphany if he draws Epiphany? And right now he's a mana short.
Yeah. Wonder if he'd go for the drawn discard with the learn mechanic instead of the pull from the sideboard.
Well, that's a good question right now. Does he want mascot?
Yeah, I like
Anything
that.
else? Okay.
Nice. Okay. Now we just need to draw Auron's Epiphany off the top.
Yeah, that's all it takes, right? Just your
Easy.
best card.
And go. I mean, maybe tempted to divide by 0 again.
Yeah, I mean, you could divide Bounce the Celestis if you want. We've seen him make that play before.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice here. A decision to be made.
Yeah, you could divide. You could learn. Go get Mascot Exhibition if you feel like that's going to be good. But you also know that Sperling has Bloodchief's Thirst and Soul Shattered hand, so Mascot Exhibition is not really where you want to be.
Yeah. And with Lear, that would be another cheap blood chief's thirst.
Yeah, so you kind of, I don't think that's ideal.
The mind games. From the mind flaying player, Matt Sperling.
It's good that you can have fun when a game like this is taking place with so much on the line.
Yeah.
Epiphany changes the whole thing. If that's a good draw from Sperling, if he's able to get an untap step, clears the way for some stuff. Nope.
That's a bit of a doo-doo draw. Frost boils snarl.
Yeah, not a winning draw step there. Yeah, you see Sperling. He knows. He knows. Yeah, yeah. Don't epiphany me, bro.
Say
don't
your prayers.
epiphany me. Yep.
Prayers answered.
If I get
Sperling's
because
gonna get
if you're Sperling, if you get to untap, you get to lead with duress to clear the way for Lear. Then play Lear, and then you can play duress again, right? Like you get to lead. Yeah, you get to lead out with a beautiful card right now if you want to.
This is gonna be so bad for Strasky. All right, let's see. Sperling, what you got?
Yeah.
Here it comes. Duress.
This is classic duress. This is like 20 years of duress. Clear the path. Let me see the. Let me take your counterspell. Let me get the information of what you're working with. If you're using a counterspell on duress, that means you're not countering my next thing. Like this is what this card was made for.
But by 0 is going to send this back to hand. Oh no, it's going to send back the Celestis. Okay, that's cool.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
Less than 9 minutes
Lear
remain.
in hand.
But, we're getting there, game. Don't rush us.
Yeah, Sperling probably floats with Celestis. Yep.
Yep.
Mascot.
Resolves.
No.
You just want to loot if you're Andre, probably. Because again, I don't think Exhibition's any good. Environmental sciences is who cares. I mean, I guess. Well, no. If you're just gonna get duressed again. You don't want to take Expedition or Exhibition. Yeah.
Oh, hey, actually,
Perfect.
that's pretty nifty.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the way I look at it.
information.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Super slow.
Actually,
just trying to get my son to go to bed, but
that's actually sick. That's so sick.
Yeah, no
Are
more
you
duress
kidding me?
for you. That's
so
really
sick.
good.
Because Sperling's turn was going to just be duress Lear, duress you.
Yeah. And
so now
he's got something.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now, if Andre draws Epiphany, he can still go.
Yeah.
God, Tessa, that was sick.
Was a timely draw indeed. Lear won't have any fun stuff to do in terms of hand disruption, but we'll get to expressive iteration here.
Oh,
yeah. Okay,
that's
so
big. It's do or die now, I'd imagine. For
Andre's
Strasky.
got to draw. He's got to draw 50
All
right now.
Use your one time, my dude. Let's see. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Epiphany?
Oh,
okay. That's all right. That's all right.
That's crazy. So 4.
There's an additional cost to cast a spell. Okay, so you got to do this
He
first.
needs to discard. Yeah.
Yep, he's got to do this first because he doesn't have a card to discard.
Oh. Damn it.
Okay, so you can.
True that.
You can windfall, discard iteration, peel 2. You don't get too far that way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does he just sit on this?
Nah.
Man, these matchups are stressful, and we have a whole weekend of this.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let Matt untap with
pretty
Lear.
stressful.
You can't. It's too powerful.
There needs to go bye-bye, and I think Strasky realizes that.
It's just too powerful.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left over.
So goodbye, Galvanic Iteration. Ah, where were you a turn ago? But we could cost it. Wait, we can cost it.
1, 2, 3, 2.
Yeah. We're short? Ah, we're short.
Are we short 1? Okay,
Yeah,
so that's just
just
over
1.
there. Okay, so now, new plan. New plan.
Survive.
No, you could have cost
New
that.
plan is hope I get a turn. All right, new plan. Okay.
You could have cost that, but without the
That's
Galvanic.
easy. Easy peasy. All right, no problem.
We'll see about that.
Expressive iteration from Sperling. What can he find off the top of the library
I
here?
think he's going to get out of this one.
Worth noting, really quickly, as I know Sperling's going to resolve this spell. Just
But he did have the
nothing
mana
can
to
be
do
countered
it.
now, 'cause
But he
the
didn't
Leer
have the
being
mana
battlefield,
for Galvanic
so just
Plus.
Yeah.
I'll
No
let
more
it rip.
counterinos.
Let it
Malevolent
rip.
Hermit,
Ooh, the
you're just
Hermit.
a dorky 2-1 at this point, so.
Oh wait, yeah, it doesn't
Game plan now for Sperling is don't let
Because of the
Strasky have another
Leer.
turn. That's the plan now.
Leer in for 3, down to 15. Goes Strasky. What does he find at the top? It's a River
Another
Glide
land.
Pathway.
Okay, okay.
Oh boy.
Bloodchief's Thirst. I'm gonna analyze this. What Sperling's options are right now? Bloodchief's Thirst, nothing. Demon Bolt, Force
Meh.
somewhere.
Mm.
Backup Leer, nothing. Hermit, really nothing. Just a 2-1 right now. Text is irrelevant because Leer's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Celestis, it's kind of whatever. Soul Shatter, also kind of whatever. Flare, just an expensive 3/3.
He
Does
knows
12 damage,
that Andre's
which is
got the
pretty neat
iteration
with the
plus Epiphany.
Yeah,
but that can be blown up. It's got the mana to Field of Ruin that.
Yeah,
so.
respond to the activation, blow it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So where do we go? Let's see. Celestis, cool. Celestis and a Hermit. Let's just get some board presence. All right.
Yep. And now, if that's all you can do, now you are hoping that you get another turn.
10, 11. That's 11 mana.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
he
party's
can
going to be here again
iteration
tomorrow.
Twice.
Same time, same place.
Yeah, good call. That's 3 turns.
Yep. 3 turns. No Hole the Storm Giants down for Strasky.
Okay.
But he's free and clear to fire
Yeah,
away.
yeah, this is going to be crazy now.
Discard a Leer. Let's see how this goes.
Okay.
Boom.
Step 1.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Let's
3,
Galvanic
4.
my Galvanic. My Elrons.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 1, 2, what?
Step 2.
Alright, what's the best draw off the top of the library here?
Okay, yes, 6.
More Elrons?
Yeah, I think just more Elrons. It's just one more Elrond to get it done.
Ridiculous.
That's all it takes.
1,
Even with the life gain?
2,
Yeah, I think so.
3.
Okay.
I think so. Because you have an iteration.
Oh, are you kidding
There we
me?
go.
3,
Are
1,
you
2, 3.
kidding me?
Remember, he's getting additional turns, so
Yeah,
he can foretell this one with the intention of iteration plus Epiphany the next
Oh,
one,
Sperling must know.
Oh,
and be
no.
totally fine.
That's so bad.
6 damage down to 19.
Yep.
Pigeon
What a
power, I
top deck.
tell you. It's got nothing to do with extra turns. It's all the birds.
Sick. Sick. That test of talents was
1, 2, 3,
unbelievable.
4, 5, 6,
Sperling's
yeah.
turn was gonna be duress, Leer, duress, empty you out.
2 more turns. 4 more birds.
Unbelievable.
He's got it.
Oh,
If you had told me that this game was going to go this way, when we saw what was happening a few turns ago, I would have called you a liar. Look at this.
10 birds. 2 more turns.
Oh,
What a joke.
Good grief.
Wow, that's game. I mean,
2
you should
turns
just quit.
still to go for Strasky. 10 power in the air, uncontested. No Cinderclasm.
Strasky takes it.
Nothing like that.
Undefeated.
For Sperling,
5-0.
he is just going to be
That's
dead
scary.
by birds. And that it's going to be, Cedric, a 5-0 for Andre Strasky.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Beast
Yep.
mode.
And wow, there's so much to say. So much to say. Test of talents. Test of talents.
That card, they included it in the main deck for a reason. And I think we have seen just how powerful it is. Andre Strasky, 5-0. That he's got to be player of the day. He can't lose.
If he ain't player of the day, I don't know who is. Man, so
unbelievable.
Think about Test of Talents briefly. Obviously, the text on the card, counter something, get them all out of here, right? But we saw that exchange go blank. early on in the game. Sperling was trying to resolve that. And in response to that, was Spikefield Hazard to take care of the Hermit for good because of the exile, and then
That was
Tessa
such
Talents
a
go blank and take care of the
freaking
one in
good play.
Sperling's hand and the one on the stack. The other reason you're splashing black is these discard spells, right? Which Tessa Talents is great against, but Tessa Talents is more so there to take care of Epiphany for good. But it can counter other stuff, as we saw 1 with the go blank and 2 with that duress that took care of the duress that was in the graveyard, that was going to work with Lear. The opportunity cost of putting that card in your deck, Ailey, is so high because if you're wrong and people are bringing creature decks to this tournament, Tessa Talents in your main deck looks terrible. But Strasky was right, and that decision paid off in spades. Only undefeated player here after day 1.
It sure did. Unbelievable matchup there between those 2 Epiphany builds. I'm actually quite keen to see more. I don't like Epiphany very much, but if we get magic like that, heck yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'll watch
We're going to take a very short break, my friends, but when we come back, we will have Sam Pardee versus Noriyuki Mori, Mono Green versus Azorius Tempo. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we get to see the Azorius Tempo list. Yes! I've been dying to see this. This is going to be sick, boys. Boys and girls. This is going to be a sick one. I've been dying to watch Noriyuki Mori pilot that thing. Woo! Predictions? Who's going to take this one, guys? What do you reckon? I'm gonna go with Noriyuki Mori. I'm always gonna like root for the guys who tried something unorthodox and like unique. So brave to bring like a totally unique deck to the tournament. I've played the list. You reckon Mono Green will beat him? Who's the guy? Who's piloting the other list? It's Noriyuki Mori versus who next? I can't remember what they said. Sam Pardee. Okay, so it's is it turns, no? Sam Pardee. Let's go have a look at the lists. There is a tempos. Interesting. So Sam Pardee, okay, it's the only other guy on Mono Green aggro. Him, Paolo, Seth Mansfield, running Mono Green aggro. Thanks, Billy. For posting that link. If you guys want to join the giveaway, we're now well over 200 subs. Tonight has been amazing. Thanks to everybody who subbed. So the giveaway is now officially triggered. We'll be doing the giveaway first thing tomorrow. So yeah, if you still want to take part, you've got until tomorrow. And the link that Billy just posted in the chat is the one you need to watch to enter the giveaway. It's nothing special, just some Bob Ross lands and some cosmetics, but still pretty cool. Okay,
Welcome
so we're
back
looking
to
at
the Magic
Mono
World
Green. I wanted to see,
Championship,
is it the
everybody.
same
I'm Ailey
as
alongside
Pardee?
Cedric, and we just witnessed an absolute marathon of Magic. If you missed it, you better go and check it out between Matt Sperling and Andre Strasky. But now we turn our attention to Sam Pardee and Noriyuki Mori, Mono Green versus Azorius Tempo. Now,
So this
Cedric,
is like
Mori has been an absolute delight to watch.
Like they said, they play tested together.
Starting playing Magic 3
Set
years ago,
slightly
and
different.
absolutely innovative with his deck builds. We've seen Is a Control, we've seen a 64-card Gruul or Temur deck, and now we see Azorius Tempo. Tell me about this deck.
Every world championship needs a player like Mori. The great unknown.
Where Seth is
New-ish.
playing the
Been playing
Lotus
since
program
2019. tons of success,
Interesting.
kind of marches to the beat of his own drum,
Yeah,
right? Remember,
Mario
is it
Kumari.
control? Out of nowhere, this deck went from, what the heck
Four
is that?
intrepid
to, oh, that deck's
adversaries.
really good. That was him!
Beg your pardon. I just wanted to mute that quickly just to make a point. Look at this. Okay, even this deck that isn't a specifically Izzet list is running Alrunes, one in the main, one on the side. So he's got 2 copies of Alrunes. I think it's going to get banned, but who knows? So it's basically like all the good cards from Mono White: Redain, Luminarch Aspirant, Elite Spellbinder,